Sup, my fellas, you can see the title on the screen. Don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. Our story begins with an emergency check. A serious error was detected in the city. Against the backdrop of a huge blue sky, we see slowly walking red giants in armor. Another announcement. The location will be completely cleared. Red giants begin to exterminate people one by one. We see our main character holding a red-haired girl in his arms. He shouts her name nervously, Amis. The girl was in a terrible state and asked her brother Aidan to run away. A red giant appeared behind them. He pushed the houses apart, and from his horns, light began to flow, directed at our heroes. Just a moment later, he fired a laser. A huge explosion in the middle of the city. Our main character is badly injured. He has no left arm and left leg. Crawling forward, he tries to find his sister in the smoke. A second later, he notices her. He sees her small body slowly dissolving. Our main character is desperate. He doesn't understand why this is happening, what they did. He asks me to stop. His sister comforts him and apologizes to him. Before she is almost dissolved, she asks her brother to make sure. But he doesn't have time to finish. After that, only one bracelet remains. Aidan is horrified. A mysterious person appears and says that he has found a bug. Says that the threat level is low. The mysterious man goes with his guards to Aidan. He is dressed in a dark cloak, and his face is hidden by a white mask. Noticing our main character, he is absolutely sure that our main character is one of the reasons for the error that appeared, because there is a chance that the error will turn into a dangerous virus. A mysterious man shouts at our main character, NPC Aidan, you will be permanently removed, charging the same laser as the last time the giant charged. Aidan starts to lose himself in his thoughts and doesn't understand. Why did it turn out this way? They wanted to lead a normal life. That's why they needed to be deleted. In a world that was terrorized by magical creatures, once there were players who later began to hunt monsters. People were grateful to the heroes for saving and ensuring safety, because thanks to them, the threat of attacks by magical creatures on ordinary people receded. However, the peaceful life did not last long. After a while, players began to treat people like toys, as if this is normal. The players began to mock and rob ordinary people, but despite this, they could not answer them anything. And the main reason was the mysterious moderator of the system, familiar to us from the white mask, which on all people who went against the system set the brand bug. And during an update or review, such people were removed. Aidan was sitting in the snow, wearing a simple shirt, torn pants, and no shoes. In his hands, he held a white shroud, in which a child was sleeping peacefully. He didn't care about the moderators or the players. The two of them could only benefit from regular checks. After all, while they were being held, everything around them froze, and only he and Alice, his sister, could move. During this time, Aidan was stealing food from nearby stores. He was running down the street with a bag of bread, without even thinking about why this is happening. Staying alive was what mattered most to him. Hammer blow, sparks fly in all directions. System message, sharpening failed, equipment destroyed. The sword broke where he hit the hammer and shattered into fragments. Aidan is terrified, imagining what's about to happen. Then he gets a hard punch on the cheek, saying what a scum he is. Aidan falls to the floor and sees two angry, dark figures standing in front of him. The abuser is angry at Aidan. After all, there was a 50% chance of success, and he managed to fail them. Because of this, he lost all valuable resources. Aidan, lying on the floor, could see them clearly. The attacker was wearing an expensive green shirt, 2 white and gold shoulder pads on his shoulders, and brown gloves with iron inserts on his hands. Next to him stood his companion, wearing a brown cape and wearing a shining helmet. The abuser was kicking Aidan, his mother's armor. Aidan continued to lie on the ground, curled up in pain. His clothes are trousers, shirt, boots, and a blacksmith's apron. They were covered with footprints. The abuser's partner asked him to stop, because that's how you can kill him. to which he said that he was just an NPC, and that the system will restore it anyway. His partner persuaded him to go somewhere else. As he left, he spat into the blacksmith shop. Aidan was filled with anger. If it wasn't for the karma penalty, he would have killed him. His sister ran into the blacksmith shop, wearing a white shirt, a red skirt, and 2 neatly braided braids with yellow bows. She asked her brother if he was okay. Aidan said he told her not to come down, that it was dangerous. She wanted to do something to help him. Alice wiped away Aidan's bruises and asked why they were doing this to him. He didn't break the equipment on purpose. Aidan laughed and said that it's okay, that all players are like that. Alice replied that she would try to grow up and help her brother as soon as possible. It doesn't matter to him that the job is difficult, but to the players, he's trash. As long as he can protect and please Alice, he doesn't care. However, Aidan resists the system. The moderator does not understand what is wrong with the system, says that this is some kind of nonsense. Aidan screams through his tears and pain why they should be removed. Aidan sees a huge moderator in front of him, standing in a certain space, filled with countless programs as his body gradually disappears. He promises himself that he will destroy the system at all costs. Aidan breaks up into particles, and only one moderator remains. Aidan falls into a space filled with turquoise particles. This is the end. It gradually disappears. Suddenly, a blue hand appears out of nowhere, and it rapidly collapses. She manages to grab Aidan's red hair. System error. The location will be completely cleared. NPC Aidan will be fully restored. A white light flashes in front of Aidan's eyes, with what looks like a geometric octahedron in the middle. It says that its time has not yet come. It has yet to fulfill its role. The Big Bang. Aidan is back together where the receptionist found him. He is sitting on the floor, surrounded by ruins, and small blue particles are falling from the sky, which gradually destroy the houses and everything that he knew. Aidan doesn't understand how he came back. He clearly remembers falling in space. A system message pops up in front of Aidan's eyes. Get the moderator's credentials. First level moderator. The command prompt is unlocked. Access to use the update commands has been obtained. Aidan is shocked by what he saw. And there are 3 system messages in front of him. System message. Panson Forest, Adelan Island. On a sunny day, under the castle gates, there is an active trade. Players go on the road. Who is on a mission? And who is upgrading or buying new equipment? The player in knight's armor was hoping for an upgrade because he felt like he was 100 years old. System adds. Please take into account the verification points. The area of error occurrence has been cleared, and compensation will be paid to players who have suffered a loss during this check. The player is very disappointed in the update, does not understand why it was necessary to check. He was attracted by the noise from the tent, which was crowded with a huge number of people. Hammer blow. A large number of sparks. The player is at a loss as to why everyone is standing here. One of the players informed the crowd that there was an event going on here, a sharpening event. They say that here you can increase the level of sharpening by spending only gold and not a resource. No one understands why there was not a single word about the event in the ad. Aidan sharpens his weapon with a special calmness, strong glow. All players are startled. System message sharpening was successful, increased skill points. After such a triumph, players run headlong to the tent, pushing everyone in the way. Aidan sees the player, or rather his shoulder pad, and understands that this is his abuser, to whom he accidentally broke the equipment. The player calls out to Aidan, calling him an NSP, and asking him to upgrade all the swords that he took out of the huge bag. The crowd is confused because they passed without a queue. One of them wanted to go to a fight, but a player stopped him, reminding him about karma. These 2 are well-known dealers in the area. They have a bad temper and are always causing trouble for others. Aidan isn't their only victim. System message karma points have been lowered. One of the players suggested that they did not have long left before receiving a penalty. The offender noticed that this was the same blacksmith from the village that was recently cleaned out. His partner also recognized the blacksmith, saying that he was lucky to have survived. One of them wondered where the girl who lived with Aidan had gone. Another joked that it was of no use, so it was removed. Aidan was seething with rage, but he remained calm. After saying only that the probability of success is 25%, and asked if they agree. The answer was yes. The player said that he had a knack for good deals, and that if he could sharpen one of the 4 swords, he would already be in the black. The partner was worried, because if it didn't work out, his entire fortune would go to waste, and he asked the partner not to panic, that if it didn't work out, he would reimburse everything tenfold. While listening to this conversation, Aidan thought about how rotten they were and swung his sword with all his strength, slamming it fiercely. Sword fragments and sparks flew in all directions. System message. The sharpening was unsuccessful. Equipment destroyed. Aidan thought that it was up to him to decide how the shiv would go. All the swords that Aidan's abuser gave away were destroyed. He was filled with fear and terror looking at them. He was afraid to even imagine how he would repay the debt to his partner. Aidan looked at him with a smile and said that he was so inept. All the players standing nearby were laughing. The partner grabbed the player and demanded money, but he was confused and tried to shift the blame to Aidan. The crowd sent the 2 of them to fight somewhere else. All the players rushed to Aidan's side, asking him to sharpen their gear, because there wasn't much time left. Night fell, and the moon rose. Aidan went home, lay down on his bed, and was glad that it was finally over. Aidan, I got 4 bags of gold in one day. With so much money, he will be able to do nothing for a long time. He opened the system, and there was a message in it. Hold 1 event 11 completed. He was wondering if he would be able to collect the reward after that. Blue particles were flying around him. On the day he survived, messages appeared before his eyes that he had never seen before. Status level 1. Name Aidan. The human NPC race. Nickname of the updater. HP 100 out of 100. MP 10 out of 10. Strength 10. Agility 10. Intelligence 10. Stamina 10. The number of attacks per second is 1. Critical damage chance is 5%. Additional critical hit damage is 50%. Experience points 0. System message. Update event is unlocked. System message. Enter the command. Aidan was shocked because command is a moderator's ability and he could use it. An image of the moderator popped up in his head. Maybe Aidan has the same abilities as him. The system message lit up and a new message appeared. Added a new quest. Hold 1 new event. He was still standing in the same spot where he had first met the moderator, marveling at his new abilities. He needed to calm down and sort out all the events that had taken place. He was resurrected in the same place from which he was taken, thanks to an unknown blue hand. Aidan didn't understand why he got the quest, because only someone with the authority of a moderator could do such a thing. Horrified, he decided that this stranger had a reason. But why did he choose him? He thought of his sister, who had vanished as suddenly as his quiet life. He didn't care who gave him such rights. Now he had a way to get back at the moderator, and let the stranger use Aidan as much as he likes. However, in return, it will use it. Aidan clicked on the message button, complete the quest. Everything shone, and a large inscription appeared in front of his eyes. Done. System message. The moderator's authority has been increased. Moderator level 2. Update unlock. Unblocked. Now Aidan could run events and really wanted to try it out. He was happy that his level of authority had increased, but he was a little afraid that something would happen. After all, no matter how you look at it, he is still a weakling, and she will not be able to defeat even beginners. He remembered that if he is branded a bug, then with the launch of the next check, he will not be able to do anything, and it will simply be deleted. There must be some way for him. The system window lit up, and a new message appeared. Added a quest. Quest 2, find the Easter egg 01. Location specified. A new quest, he thought, to find the Easter egg. Something like a treasure hunt. Aidan closed the system message and decided that he should not rush because he has no other options. In order for him to survive, he must complete quests. He went out into the cold, dark night and was ushered in by the yellow lights above the city, at the end of which was a pillar of light that reached all the way to the sky. He decided to take a good rest after a hard day and go there in the morning, since it wasn't that far away. In the morning, Aidan went. He came to the place where it was indicated. In front of him was a huge red door leading to a dungeon. A dungeon is a place where players descend to hang out and level up their abilities. There are high-level monsters there. Aidan couldn't believe he was here. A dark figure watched him and the trees. Aidan walked over to the door and was surprised by its size. He mustn't lose his head. If he let fear take hold of him now, what would happen next? Compared to the monsters that the moderator brought back that day, this is nothing at all. Aidan resolutely opened the doors and stepped into the dark dungeon. System warning. Access is limited to the required level 80. The moderator's authority level is sufficient to open access. After entering the dungeon, Aidan found a large number of monsters. They were everywhere, sitting on all fours with crooked teeth and very prominent red scales. The two creatures began to fight among themselves, growling. He stood motionless, holding his breath. He almost got caught. It was terrifying to think that players always had to deal with such creatures. This is the dungeon, a huge number of tunnels with different enemies and different difficulty levels. Aidan walked along a huge beam that was being built into the road. He just followed the sign and came across a secret wall, which led him out of the world. Walking along an unusual road, he watched the monsters through the walls. At the end of the road, a huge gate was waiting for him, glowing in unusual turquoise color. On top of the gate, a huge unit was burning. Aidan tried to push the gate open, but it wouldn't budge. Since he's come this far, he's definitely not going to turn back. He thought that he could use the ability that he received yesterday. Opening the command prompt, he entered Updatenlock. The system screen lit up with a bright red light, and a majestic gate swung open in front of him. Aidan stared ahead as the gate opened. A bright light poured out, blinding him. When he went inside, he saw a huge room, and in the middle of it, a staircase leading to a pedestal, above which hung a huge yellow sphere. As he got closer, he could see the pedestal, a black column decorated with a golden pattern, in the center of which was the same Easter egg. Suddenly, Aidan felt something. Someone or something was falling down. He jumped back, just in time to see someone fall where Aidan had been standing. Turning around, he saw a huge magical creature clad in red and black armor. He carried a large two-handed sword, and on his head was a helmet with horns through which almost nothing could be seen. Aidan was shocked by the sudden appearance of the monster. Without thinking twice, the monster attacked him, and with one deft move, it managed to graze Aidan's arm. After dealing a large number of blows, the monster was able to severely cripple him and pin him in a corner. Swinging, the creature wanted to finish him off, but at the last moment he managed to jump away. Aidan fumed, saying that he had nothing to lose, and drawing his sword from its scabbard, he decided to fight back against the monster. The creature was hitting so fast, but Aidan could barely parry its blows. He needed to attack, otherwise he wouldn't last long. The enemy plunged his sword into Aidan's shoulder, but despite the pain, Aidan mustered all his strength and stabbed the monster in the throat. He won. The monster's head fell to the floor. Together with where she was, dark energy began to move. The creature's body grabbed Aidan's sword, and then it hit him right in the face. The monster's body was hollow, and it took its head and put it back down. There was a strong dark energy around him. Aidan didn't understand how this was possible, and he was desperate. I knew that nothing would come of it, and I went straight ahead, remembering how he was kicked in the blacksmith shop, how he couldn't protect his sister, how he was erased by the administrator. Amy's, or rather her image and words, flashed through Aidan's mind. You must survive. Standing up, Aidan was filled with rage, bleeding profusely as he took out the hammer he used to forge swords. He will be able to survive. He will be closer to his goal. The monster, seeing that Aidan was still alive, decided to finish him off with a swing. He struck a blow. Aidan also hit his sword, broke it. System message. The sharpening was unsuccessful. Equipment destroyed. It suddenly dawned on him that the system recognized the monster as a magical creature, and as if swinging his hammer, he hit the monster. System message. The sharpening was unsuccessful. Equipment destroyed. The monster's hand flew all over the room. Aidan kept hitting the monster. Again and again, the system message appeared about the destruction of equipment in the end. From the monster, there were only fragments. He succeeded. He was able to complete the quest. The sphere that stood on the pedestal shone blue, and the rays from it reached out to Aidan. System message. The moderator's authority has been increased. Moderator Level 3. Updating is unblocked. A new ability has been added. He was not happy that he had come there just for her. He decided to return home as soon as possible. His wounds were very painful. Once he got out of the dungeon, he felt worse and worse until he just fell down and lost consciousness. The dark figure that was following him slowly approached, wearing a dark hooded cloak. As she approached and took off her hood, she smoothed her blue hair and smiled maliciously at Aidan. The same room in which Aidan defeated the monster, only there is nothing left on the pedestal. A blue ball in the center of which was a camera bouncing around the room. After finding the remains of the monster, he scanned them, and then reported that the dungeon keeper was destroyed, and that traces of a bug were found in the place of the destroyed keeper. The threat level is low. Emergency measures must be taken. He teleported to check the situation. Aidan finally woke up hearing strange sounds. He wanted to check what it was, but a girl in a white cape with sky blue hair and ocean blue eyes beat him to it. She was holding his hand over the system message about adding to friends. Aidan was very scared and nervously asked who she was. A mysterious stranger greeted him and said that her name was Aria. Aidan immediately realized that she was a player and started checking her status, to which Aria asked him not to be so scared and that she was not a bad person. System message. The status is unavailable. Karma 103% 5-6. Aidan didn't understand how this was possible, because he clearly remembered that the minimum karma value was 100. The girl is dangerous to him. Asking her to step back, Aidan asked why she needed him. The girl replied that he was that in fact she cured him. She didn't have many healing potions, but she decided to spend a couple of them on him. Aidan was surprised that the wounds had actually healed. His body wasn't hurting anymore, and he felt fine. She said it was just a gesture of goodwill, that she was just interested in him. She had never met anyone like him. Aidan didn't understand what she was saying at all. The system message lit up. Added a new quest. Level up. Aidan wondered why the quest appeared right now, but he was reassured by the fact that only he could see the quest window. Aidan didn't want to get involved with a suspicious player. He just wanted to leave as soon as possible, saying only, "Thank you for your help." Since she doesn't ask for anything in return, he probably will go system message. You want to add Aria as a friend, and another message, and another and another. Aidan asked her to stop doing that. Why was she following him around? She was pissing him off. To which Aria, perplexed, asked why she couldn't follow him. After all, he wasn't exactly tough. And what would happen if he fell off his feet again, she said. Aidan viciously clicked on the system message to accept, to which Aria replied that she was right, and he didn't even notice that he was in danger right now. She asked him to turn around, and behind him was a fast-charging wolf that opened its mouth to strike. But Aidan managed to grab a sword from his inventory and kill it in one blow. Near the body of the wolf he killed, his relatives crowded together. There were a lot of them. They wanted to avenge a member of their pack. Aidan wondered where so many magical creatures had come from. If they could smell the blood on his clothes, Aria said, and offered her help. Aidan said he didn't need it. He realized that he had no other option and had to complete the quest under any conditions before the next test in order to become stronger. He swung his greatsword at the wolves that leapt from all directions. A dark figure sat on a throne in a large room, facing a long red table holding a ball-shaped robot in one hand. An unknown person asked him if it was true that the Easter egg was missing. Is it possible to steal it? If you kill the dungeon keeper, of course, he replied to himself. But he has the armor of immortals in theory. He cannot be defeated. But looking at the remains of the knight, he realizes that this is not the case. If nothing is done, the moderators will soon find out about the incident and intervene. Standing up from the throne, he decided to personally check everything out. He had gray hair, a green coat, and under it a shirt with a tie. Small balloon-shaped robots flew around it. System message. Operator of the Lloyd system. He is more than certain that this is the work of Zabagovany. On the ground were piles of corpses of the monsters that Aidan had just defeated with the last of his strength. He was leaning on his sword as he made his way through them. Tired after the battle, he was surprised that he was a mere NPC and managed to defeat so many magical creatures. System message lit up again. The edit command. This ability would be very useful to him, he thought. Aidan was surprised by the text on the screen. Stat points doubled. Aidan realized that he could not only double his stats. However, the consequences wouldn't be long in coming. His body was sick again. Aidan needs to use this ability carefully. Status editing. It helped him a lot with many things, but he needed to find out what other abilities he could unlock. After looking in the system window, he did not understand why the level is still the same, and experience points are still 0. In order for Aidan to become stronger in this world, he must raise his level. There are 2 ways to do this. The first is to complete quests with an NPC. As players, they hunt magical creatures that pose a huge danger. Well, he tried all these things, but his level still did not rise. If there's another way for Aidan. Aria sat on the side and watched him with a smile. He spent the next few days fighting magical creatures, but he had no choice, since the NPCs didn't give him any tasks. But no matter how many monsters Aidan killed, no matter how many teams he led, the level did not increase. Then it suddenly dawned on him. System message. NPCs can't surpass themselves, and the players chosen by the system are a completely different matter. Sitting around the campfire, Aidan realized that if you were unlucky enough to become a player in the first place, then it's your destiny to stay on the fringes of development. Aidan was deep in thought when Aria interrupted him. She asked when he would finally add her as a friend, to which he swore and asked them to stop following him around. She got up from the log that she had just used as a bench and asked why he was so desperate to get stronger. That if he was so eager to level up quickly, then the easiest way to do it was through team play. After all, he himself said that he could not do anything alone. It dawned on him that if she really did get experience points, they would be split between them, so he will be able to become stronger. Suddenly for Aria, he agreed. She was very surprised by his positive response and jumped on his neck with a happy cry that she couldn't believe, still insisting that he add her as a friend. System message. The Hekla Gorge. The recommended level is 50. Aria asked Aidan to stay away, holding the black dagger in her hands. She said that players call it forgetting a friend. There were big blue lizards sitting on the hills. Aria moved towards them, complaining that she only helps friends, and he doesn't even want to add her as a friend. Aidan was pleased with his good fortune, for such things usually cost money, and here was gratuitous help. He decided to try everything in his power. Opening the command prompt, he entered. Updated options. System message. Applying experience points x2. The only way he could level up quickly was if he earned experience points in this way, and he really hoped that it would at least work. Aria charged at the monsters with incredible speed. She dealt a fatal blow to each of them in a second. System message. Level up, and more. Level increased. Aidan was happy that he finally managed to level up. He thought that this should have been done from the very beginning. A spherical robot watched all this. While scanning Aidan, it found a bug. Aidan had assumed that Aria was strong, but he hadn't even thought that strong. With deft movements and quick strikes, she crushed one enemy after another. He still didn't understand why she was following him. She noticed that the robot was watching them, and her smile faded. System message. The quest is completed. Level up. Reward ability points. Looking at the system message, Aidan chose what to spend the reward on. Looking at the corpses of the monsters, he noticed that Aria had disappeared somewhere. Aidan tried to call out to her, but there was only silence. Fragments of the robot lay on the floor. It was very laggy and small lightning bolts were coming out of it. The last thing he managed to say was that the object was logged in, and that there could be numerous losses if destroyed. Aria kicked the broken robot hard. There was nothing left of him. After telling him goodbye that she didn't know what he was here for, and that he was bothering her, she wouldn't let anyone touch her stuff system message. Do you want to add the user Aria as a friend? Aidan finally hits the accept button, and Aria beams with happiness and happily thanks him for this action. Aidan asked her not to make such a fuss, because he just added her as a friend. Aidan is level 30. He began to travel along the endless roads of this world, along with a random player named Aria. He still didn't understand what she saw in him, but she helped him a lot, so he added her as a friend. Confident that it wouldn't make things any worse, Aidan looked at the system message where he used his reward received for level up. Editing is a really necessary skill further in the leveling process. He can change his class as he wishes. Now he is no longer an NPC or a player. Due to the fact that the system began to recognize him as a player, he was able to raise his level alone. He has a long way to go, and Aidan has become much stronger than the old one, and he wasn't even close to the current one. He clenched his fist hard and thought that if he had had that kind of strength back then, he would definitely have been able to protect his beloved sister. The yellow lights that had led him to the Easter egg suddenly appeared. Seeing them, he ran to the hill. Aria did not understand where he was running, but followed him. When he reached it, Aidan saw a huge blue field filled with dark energy in front of him. He asked Aria what it was, to which she replied that this is a bad sector, a space that was abandoned by the system and cleared by the moderator. It stayed on its own, and over time it turned into this. No one knows what can get out of this place. Aidan resolutely began to descend the hill going towards the bad sector. Without thinking twice, Aria ran after him, asking him to wait. Soon they came to this place, a huge blue wall filled with broken and filled cells. The place where Aidan once lived has turned into something similar. Bad sector. Aria was curious about what would happen if she went there, and she was happy to support Aidan's idea. He touched the wall with his hand, and red shards and lots of sparks flew out. The passageway opened and Aria happily entered with him, surrounded by an ominous red aura that Aidan didn't see. And at that moment she realized that he could enter without her help, and only moderators and operators could get into the bad sector. She knew he was special. They strolled between the piles of rocks and the black pillars that stood everywhere, giving off dark energy. Aidan thought about it. He had finally come in, but there was no need for him to do so. However, it was the yellow lights that brought him here. Something flashed past them quickly. Aidan noticed this and pulled his sword out of its scabbard, telling Aria that there was something there, that if it wasn't a wild beast, it was a magical creature. Without hesitating for a second, he saw that a frightened child was sitting behind the rocks. From somewhere above him, an arrow flew straight into his sword. When he turned around, he saw a tall man with red hair standing on a hill, who was dressed as a simple hunter and was holding a crossbow in his hand. Then he pointed the crossbow at Aidan and called for the child to come to him. The child quickly hid behind the man. The stranger asked if they were players. He hadn't seen any other people here in a long time. How did they get here? He said threateningly. Aidan looked warily at the stranger, who found him suspicious, but didn't see any malicious intent in him, and calmed down. Unlike Aidan, there was an intimidating energy coming from Aria. The man felt the danger and strong pressure coming from her, even taking his breath away. The child did not see anything and asked his uncle how he felt. The man had never seen such players with such strong energy. What would happen if she thought they were enemies? Not far away, a young man with blue hair was running, wearing a simple green shirt, and you could see from his face that he was worried about something. The young man shouted, "Mr. Jake, we have a problem." When he saw the players, he was very surprised and stopped abruptly by asking where they are from. Jake interrupted him and asked what the problem was. The young man replied that the symptoms of Helen's illness had worsened, and Jake's face showed that he was confused and worried. He ran to the village, which was gradually being destroyed, and then went to one of the houses where someone was lying on the bed, and a nurse was sitting next to the bed, who was concerned about the health of her patient. Jake began to panic, waving his arms, not understanding why Helen's condition had worsened, because there were no prerequisites for this. To which the nurse replied that she did not understand the reason for the deterioration of the patient's condition. Because of the strong excitement, he started shouting to wake up the girl lying on the bed later. Her body was covered in purple growths, and Aidan was surprised by the girl's strange illness. He guessed what it was. System warning. A red window appeared in front of his face, which notified him of the error found. The error threat level is low. New message. Added an emergency quest. Delete the error. Jake started screaming in a panic and begged the nurse to do something. Is there really no way to save her? Suddenly, the boy Aidan had nearly killed with his sword burst into the room. Tears were falling from his eyes as he ran headlong towards the little girl who was slowly dying. But Jake managed to grab his hand, scolding him for the fact that no one allowed him to enter. The boy tried to get out of his grip. Along the way, they asked Hallie to open her eyes. Alice came into the room, saying that the girl was very hard, but it was too late. Startled, Jake asked her what she was talking about, what her words meant. It's too late. Jake asked to help her, because she is a player and probably will be able to do something. Alice calmly replied that it was not a disease, but a bug. No one could believe it was a bug. Jake shouted that everyone he knew had turned into something strange, but there was no one among them who would resist the system. Where could this bug have come from? Alice decided to answer his question, that they appear not only in the case of resistance to the system, and they will not be able to help the girl in any way. The worse it gets, the more damage and harm it brings to everyone around it. It will become a monster, and if they do not want them to be removed, then they should stay away from here. Jacob was overwhelmed and Aidan hit the wall hard, not understanding what is happening. The system forces you to delete this child. The system window glowed red and a new message appeared. You want to remove the error using the moderator's authority. Aidan pressed the no button with absolute confidence, without thinking at all. If you receive a system message, you will be fined for not completing the quest. You're actually giving up the quest. Aidan was seething with rage. The reason the yellow lights moved him here was because of this child, or rather a bug. He is not the same moderator as the one who wanted to delete him. He will never follow these instructions. Swinging his arm, he hit the system window, and it shattered. It didn't matter to him whether it was a system or a bug. He would destroy everything. Aidan went into the house with a sick girl and ordered everyone out of the room. He wanted to examine the girl. One of Jake's subordinates, with fading hope, asked if there was a way to cure her. Aidan was not sure, but it was worth a try. The boy tearfully begged to save his little sister. Approaching the girl, who was getting worse and worse every time, he touched her head. Opening the developer line, he entered the command: Edit Update plus Unlock. There was a bright red flash all over the room, and the people inside didn't understand what was going on. Aidan got into the system. He was floating in zero gravity near a huge ball to which all the players of the world and NPCs were connected. After finding the girl who was already half imbued with the bug's dark energy, he took out his sword and decided that the best option would be to disconnect her from the general system and restore her again. One blow to the energy rope that connected her to the system, and he shut it down. After touching it, he tried to restore it. The infection went away, and its aura color changed to red, just like himself. All the people who were in that room, except Alice, were infected with the bug. He swung them all off the system and did the same thing as with the girl. Alice, who was watching the process from the room, couldn't believe what was happening. A flash in all directions, the house in which they were scattered to splinters, and then the whole district and the bad sector was destroyed. Only from the top fell particles reminiscent of the former problem. Aidan stood in the open, clear sky, hoping he'd made it. System message. Hidden quest completed. New update delete commands added. Aidan has been registered as the new moderator of Mount Urch. It turns out that he needed to get rid of the bug, and not the child. Whoever gave him the moderator abilities was just testing him. What choice will he make? Alice nervously pours healing potions on Aidan, fearing that something hurts or he is crippled. He, in disgust, waves his hand away, asking her to stop. Alice gently touches his cheeks, saying that she was very scared for him, and that next time he would act more carefully because he is a very important person for her. Aidan's attention is drawn to the people he just helped. Jake thanks him because not only did he save the kids, but all of them were safe and sound because of Aidan. System message. The update is complete. NPC class Jake, Logan, Sophia, Henry, and Helen. It was changed to free people. All of them have a system message with their level and information about their past and present professions. Aidan also got a couple of new messages. Urch Village, population 5, resources 0%. Moderator, Aidan. He assumed that the new update was due to something he had just done. They resisted, so Aidan separated them from the system. However, something intervened. It resembled a ball, with long tentacles filled with dark energy. When Aidan saw it, he immediately realized that this was the source of the problem. He jumped towards the creature, and with one strong blow cut it in two. The monster broke into a large number of particles, creating a huge shock wave that carried Aidan to the side. This was the so-called bug. Aidan watched as he gradually disappeared. The dark energy that came from the people he wanted to save gradually faded away, and in its place, red bright lightning bolts flew out of them and rushed towards Aidan. All 5 lightning bolts hit him in the chest, and he contacted these people. Now he knew for sure that by becoming free people, they were out of the current system, no longer just ordinary NPCs. Jake turned to Aidan. Mr. Player, I apologize for the question. It seemed to him that he was an operator because he saved them through the system, and only he can do that. Operators are the best players selected by the moderators. There aren't many of them, and if Aidan isn't a cameraman, then Jake can't explain what just happened. He owes Aidan a favor. Jake gets down on one knee and asks them to join him, and so do the others. Aidan starts explaining that he's not a cameraman, and that they barely know each other. They don't know what kind of person Aidan is. Well, it's their own will, and Aidan is now the owner of this place, so their request is very appropriate. What should he do? Say that he is a moderator, but then he will be in danger. Alice suddenly came up and took Aidan by the shoulder, whispering in his ear so that he wouldn't forget who changed their fate, and no matter what decision he made, they will completely agree, so let him not break his head and do what he sees fit. After all, their fate had already been decided. Aidan thought about it. Alice sometimes speaks as if she knows everything, but he doesn't understand her at the same time. But she was right. Aidan decided to do what he wanted, and first he decided to give them what they needed most. He gave them a large amount of food from the supplies. His charges were delighted with this treat, and were grateful that Aidan had shared the supplies with them. Jake was already starting to worry about the kids, because they weren't getting enough food, and the amount Aidan had given them would last a long time. Aidan asked him how long they had been living in such a bad state. Jake said that the village was originally a good place to live, although not very rich, but beautiful players often looked here. And this continued until the village was cleaned up as a result of the inspection. They were helped by an unknown wanderer who suddenly appeared, and then did not remove them, but saved them with his mystical power and destroyed all the monsters and disappeared. Therefore, in order to survive being imprisoned in a bad zone, they went out of their way, fighting for life together, as a result of which they became akin and almost became a family as a result. Aidan thought back to his sister and the glorious days he spent with her. It had been so long since he'd felt this way. Alice, watching him from the second-floor balcony, noticed a large trunk standing next to Aidan. She asked her new friends that it made him look too good to be standing in the middle of nowhere. Logan told her that this is a large storage space that only players can use, since it is connected to the system and can be located anywhere. Logan used to be the caretaker of the vault. However, after this place has become abandoned, the chest cannot be opened. Aidan wondered if this system was preventing him from opening it. Aidan slid Logan over to the side and wondered if he could open it. There will be various rare items. It led to the command prompt. Updatchenlock. The chest opened with a bang. Aidan managed to open it using the moderator's authority. Now he can use everything that is in it. All the weapons, potions, armor, and money of all the players in this world fell out of the chest. Aidan was now able to use it and take as much as he wanted. Everyone was shocked. There was a huge amount of loot in the chest. The system's loot message was hilarious all over the room. Aidan swings the hammer and swings at the sword. Sparks fly in all directions. System message. The sharpening was successful. Increased skill points. Jake looks down at the +7 tempered sword Aidan gave him. He whispered, "Is it even legal? Is it okay if they take so much improved equipment?" Jake had a protective obile around his neck, and Logan was standing next to him, holding an axe. And he also had an improved necklace. Sophia took her staff and necklace. Henry was given a dexterity ring and Helen a bracelet. And they were all very surprised by the gift, a smile never leaving their faces. Jack asked if these items were probably very valuable, but what if the sharpening had failed? To which Aidan told them not to worry, and that they had enough resources that they didn't even think they should. It's a gift from him. Let them not regret anything. After his awakening, he began to ignore the rules of the system, and now only he decides whether the sharpening will be successful or not. If that's the case, then he won't waste any resources. These bags of food that contained apples, grain, and other supplies, and a couple of bags of money. They have enough for a long time, so that they cannot worry about anything. System message. The village of Urch has a population of 5 people. Resources are 150% moderator. Aidan noticed Alice walking towards him, who was breaking into a bright smile. She really wanted him to give her something too. To which he dryly replied that she already had plenty of good equipment. Alice was very upset. Aidan could get a lot of things and money from the shared vault. Now they have everything in bulk, and the new equipment is extremely powerful. Glowing Royal Sword +10, Windstorm +10, Wall of Honor +10. These are all insanely rare items. Yes, it was the player's property, but he didn't care what harm it would do them. One of the players opens the inventory and sees that his equipment and money are gone. He immediately writes a complaint, scolding the operators for negligence. The vault is also part of the system, and any player who writes a complaint will probably receive compensation from the item system as a result of the failure. Most importantly, you can call it the loot that he held in his hands. It looked like a miniature galaxy with many stars inside. Aidan tossed it up, and it grew slightly larger. System message. Passive ability. A cloud-based system is a space where you can retrieve any item or equipment if necessary. It can store anything, and in any quantities. As Aidan examined the items that emerged from the chest, he decided to run his hand inside the vault to find out if there was anything else left in there. Suddenly, his hand seemed to stick to the chest. System message #isn't syncing with the system. Aidan tried to pull his arm out in a panic while syncing was going on. She left Aidan with this little galaxy on his arm. Syncing completed. Aidan tried to reach out again with a and finally succeeded. No one noticed this process, as everyone was busy looking at the contents of the pike perch. There was nothing else in the chest, and Aidan's arm was covered in microchips and glowed yellow. It was hard for Aidan to believe, now that he could use the vault anywhere, anytime. This will be very useful in the future. Jake turned to him and thanked him again and said that if they had, they would have just been released. They couldn't have asked for more. They asked Aidan to give them a task that they would do whatever he asked. Aidan said that they are no longer NPCs, and from now on, they don't need to follow other people's orders. Besides, he had to leave. Everyone was shocked at this, and they decided that he just didn't like their village. He also said that he still had important things to do. He needed to get as far away from this place as possible, because in a few days, there may be a regular checkup with its own army of monsters. The moderator personally branded him a bug and said that if he hesitated, they might all be in danger because of him. His new friends who swore allegiance to him, hearing these words, were very upset. Aidan kept talking, so he'd better stay away from Mrs. March. And you don't have to make such sad faces. It's not like he's leaving forever. And it's not like he's at home. He'll leave them now. But he'll be back soon. And in the meantime, they can take care of themselves. The whole village was happy about his words about returning and said goodbye to them, saying that they would be waiting for them. Aidan and Alice were walking along the forest road when suddenly she asked why he left Urch in such a hurry. They could have stayed there for another couple of days. And is there a reason why they left right now? Alice was smiling mischievously. Aidan tried to think of an answer that would satisfy her. But he started telling her that a regular checkup would come in a few days, and that he wanted to raise his level before that happened. Isn't it obvious to the player? To which Alice said that she didn't understand what he was talking about, because Aidan wasn't a player. Hearing this, Aidan's body crawled, and he turned to her with his eyes wide open and nervously asked her what she was saying. How does she know? To which Alice, seeing Aidan's reaction to her words, laughed out loud, saying that he really thought he looked like a gambler all along. She continued to laugh out loud. Otherwise, for whatever reason she went after him, she wouldn't be interested in him. Aidan asked her how long she'd known about this. How long had she known he wasn't a gambler? Alice thought back to the day when Aidan was resurrected. The whole process she watched from the side. From the moment she saw him there in the cleared village, she knew he wasn't a gambler. Aidan realized that this had been happening from the beginning. Alice was standing next to him, smiling broadly. Suddenly, she said that she would help in any way she could and make sure that it wasn't deleted. As she came closer, she continued to speak. Neither the operators nor the moderators will harm him as long as she is around. She stared into his eyes. Aidan was in a daze and didn't know what to say. Emergency notification. Danger. 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 The system window started glowing scarlet. Then a new sign appeared. An emergency check begins. Get ready for the time 15. Aidan watched the system window as the numbers changed from second to second, wondering why it had happened so suddenly, and why this is an irregular check, but an emergency one. System message, remaining time 13. System message, remaining time 10. What is it starting from? Aidan was horrified. Alice asked what was wrong with him, what he was so worried about. System messages, remaining time 6. He called out to her that an emergency check was about to start. Alice was surprised that he could even know that. Aidan asked her what the players were doing during the test. She asked him to calm down, to which he kept shouting that they didn't have time. System message, remaining time alone. A turquoise spot with a black circle in the center appeared in the sky. From there, small fragments flew out and covered the newly sunny sky. The darkness. System message. The emergency check has begun. Aidan looked up at the sky in fright, realizing that the emergency check had already begun. Suddenly, his arm began to collapse, and he flew up with a cry, his body gradually disappearing. He asked Alice why he was glowing and how to get out. Alice, looking at this process quite calmly, answered that he did not worry and just waited for Aidan to collapse almost half of his body. He was shouting in panic, which meant her words just wait. Alice watched Aidan as his body collapsed and then disappeared into the blue light. He glanced ahead and saw a huge area that contained countless players. Above them, a huge sphere hung in the sky. Aidan sat on the corner of the ledge and watched this. He didn't understand why he was among the players. The system message that greeted him in the neutral ad area appeared again in front of Aidan and told it to just wait for the check to finish. Now Aidan finally understood where all the players went during the test. It turns out that they are being moved to this location. The first time he has seen so many players in one place. Aidan thought that maybe he should go down to them and ask for some useful information. Alice told him to wait, but he doesn't know when she will come. He thought it wouldn't be a big deal if he just asked around. After walking into the crowd of players, he realized that he was far from the strongest compared to the top players. Aidan saw two players who were complaining that they were bored, and there was no content here. One of them had a gray mustache, glasses over his eyes, and a green beret on his head. Next to him was a girl in pink armor, with pink ears on her head, and a staff with a cute rabbit on the end of it in her hands. Aidan checked their status. The man was level 300, and the girl has a level of 200. He realized that before them, he still needs to grow and grow. He was wondering when the test would end. He also needs to find Alice. He had a lot of questions for her. Someone in the crowd said that the test would be completed soon. This attracted the attention of Aidan. One of the players asked what would happen after her. The player indignantly asked, "Do you know what?" Of course, a new check. Hearing all this talk about boring testing and why the moderators are always doing it, Aidan realized that there are a lot of strange personalities among the players, that it's better not to mess with them. He accidentally hit one of the players, pushing him in the back. Realizing that he was finished, he tried to quickly correct the situation by apologizing. The player turned and grabbed Aidan by the scruff of the neck, saying, "What's going on with this worm?" Aidan thought that if he accepted the fight, it would take a serious turn, and it would definitely not be good for him. Therefore, he simply ignored the player's swing. A player's fist flew straight at his face, but a nearby player stopped the scoundrel by saying that he was sure the rookie guy had accidentally hit him, and that you can't treat rookies like that. He was a handsome young man with yellow eyes and hair shining like the sun, wearing a knight's red armor. The scoundrel asked who he was, and that if he didn't want to get a punch in the face too, then he should. Without finishing, the scoundrel saw the griffin crest on his shoulder. Nearby, the players started whispering that he was probably from the Griffon Guild. In this world, there are 5 main guilds in which the highest level players gathered. The first guild is Blue Griffins, followed by Beige Hydra, then Yellow Unicorns, then Red Phoenix and Blue Kraken. The Griffin Guild is the strongest and most popular of them. The scoundrel, who realized who he was messing with, said that he was just lucky and went into the crowd, who laughed at him. Calling him a coward, Aidan thanked the player who stood up for him, to which he said, so that Aidan doesn't pay attention and avoids players like that scoundrel. The player reached out and said his name Kevin, a member of the Griffon Guild. Aidan shook hands with each other, saying his name. Kevin gave a friendly laugh and asked if he was new. Only players who aren't as strong as they are, and if he hadn't intervened, they would have continued to blow Aidan's brains out. Kevin kept saying, since they had already met, if Aidan would like to join his guild. Aidan was in a stupor and didn't understand why they needed a newbie like him. Kevin said that he does not pursue any specific goal. After the new updates stopped being released, new players began to appear much less often. So some guilds began to volunteer to help and support newcomers by inviting them to teams and helping them in their endeavors. So Kevin followed suit. Happily, he announced that he had already sent a friend request and that Aidan had the right to refuse him. If Aidan joins the guild, he will get a bunch of different privileges. After saying goodbye to Aidan, Kevin said that if he had any questions, let them contact him. They are always happy to welcome newcomers. Aidan reflected throughout his life. He thought that most players were basically bad, but Kevin proved otherwise. Suddenly, Alice jumped on Aidan's shoulders and screamed his name. Terrified, Aidan asked her how she could have found him in this crowd, to which she looked slyly at him, putting her finger to her lips. and said that she had her own methods. She pulled out a player from behind who wanted to hit Aidan, saying that I was late because I was dealing with him. Aidan appealed to Alice that if she continues to do this, then her karma. And then he remembered. They left, leaving the scoundrel lying on the floor beaten. Alice asked him how he liked this place, that there's nothing special about it, right? Aidan replied that it wasn't bad in principle, he was fine with everything. The Lloyd system operator was watching them from above. His eyes glowed blue, and ball-shaped robots flew around him. 3 dark figures stood in the middle of the room, surrounded by a large number of pillars. One of the figures was wondering why there were only 3 of them today. This figure was a girl with pink hair, with a fluffy long tail and fox ears. She was wearing a white shirt with gold patterns and a short dress. There were 2 small sharp fangs in the girl's mouth. She wondered why that Lloyd had started acting without them. Why out of the blue, he decided to conduct a checkup, and where he even goes. System message operator Mia level 490. The girl next to her put her hand on Mia's shoulder, 3 gold bracelets on her arm. She asked her not to get mad, saying that Lloyd wouldn't do a background check without a reason. The girl had white hair. Her head was decorated with a tiara, and above it shone a halo. With the right to the left of the girl were 2 snow-white wings. She was wearing a long dress, making her look like an angel. She assumed that Lloyd would contact them soon. System message. Selenium operator level 400. A man standing nearby told Mia and Selena that Lloyd had just texted him. He found a bug. The man was dressed in dark armor, which was covered with a cloak decorated with gray fur on top. On his head was a helmet that completely covered his face, and on his belt hung a long sword in a scabbard. System message. Operator Xenon level 445. He assumed that it wouldn't take long for Lloyd to remove the bug. The village was very interested in what was there, and she couldn't wait to see what was going on there. Mia asked them to hurry up, because she had other things to do. I opened the system window and invited my friends to watch how things were going. In the window, they saw Lloyd watching the crowd of players. They were wondering what kind of bug he found. System message emergency check completed. The players were surprised that everything went faster this time, asking each other if information about something new, events, or updates. But there was nothing there, except for information about fixing the bug. Players were upset by this, but they have already come to terms with the fact that the update has not been released for a long time. Alice was confused. She didn't understand why the check was suddenly completed so early. This had never happened before. She had a bad feeling that all the players in the room were glowing blue, including Alice and Aidan. Alice was shocked by what she saw. She could not understand why she was under the control of the system. Apparently someone used special powers. Something's wrong. She quickly turned to Aidan and told him the unpleasant news. Probably someone will now show up to delete it. Alice kept telling him not to worry about her coming up with something, because she needed him. A huge flash in the middle of the room blinded Aidan. All the other players had disappeared, and he didn't know what was going on, why he was left alone. Alice moved to the path they had been standing on before the check started. She was filled with rage. Flashes of energy radiated from her as she stared ahead with an indifferent gaze. Her eyes were filled with anger, and she said that someone had overstepped all bounds. How dare he do such tricks in her presence? Aidan looked around in a panic, trying to find anyone who was going to delete it. He tried to calm himself. After all, I knew that someday this day would come. He was preparing for this, so he will not allow himself to be removed so easily. Turning around, he saw Lloyd's cameraman standing behind the same monsters that had once destroyed his house and removed his sister. Lloyd watched with particular distaste. He wondered if he was an NPC or a player. This was the first time he had seen such a bug. Aidan was emitting red energy, but he was a threat to the system anyway. Therefore, it should be deleted. One of the monsters leapt at Aidan and tried to grab him with its claws. He took out one of the swords from the storage area, and Aidan tried his best to swing it, but the monster's grip on the blade prevented him from doing so. The second monster was charging a laser to strike, but Aidan had time to notice it and jumping away. The laser hit the monster directly. Taking advantage of this, Aidan swung and delivered a crushing blow to the monster's head. And another monster, much larger, was already running behind him. It tried to run over Aidan with its foot, but he managed to get a shield out of his storage and cover himself with it. The monster was pushing Aidan hard into the ground. Aidan's sword started to shatter, and he couldn't resist for long. With the last of his strength, he opened the developer line and entered an updated of the X2 stats. His strength, agility, intelligence, and stamina increased to 600 points, and he was able to push the monster away with one blow of the shield. The huge creature flew several meters away and fell to the ground. Suddenly, a hand flew out from the other side and wrapped around Aidan like a rope. Aidan noticed that the monster he had hit had already regained consciousness. The monster was holding its right arm, which was stretched out abruptly. It moved it to the right side and Aidan flew into the wall with great speed. When he hit it, his mouth bled, and he almost lost consciousness. The monster swung to hit Aidan now on the floor, but Aidan managed to open the command prompt and navigate through it. Update, while the monster was at a loss as to where it had gone. Aidan attacked him from behind. While he was flying, Aidan opened up again and led the X3 stats edit update to the command line. And with a single blow, he destroyed it flying further. The monster fell to the ground, or rather what was left of it. And Aidan's momentum sent him flying into the next one, also destroying it with a single blow, turning it into a pile of junk. Lloyd spoke to him from behind. He was disappointed because Lloyd thought Aidan was a high-level bug for destroying the dungeon keeper, but it didn't seem like he even had the time to come here. Before Aidan could do anything, Lloyd grabbed him by the face and lifted him off the ground. He continued his speech, that Aidan was just worthless, and he'd even had to run a background check on him. Lloyd opened the system window by writing the operator's personal skill in it. Deleting the operator's personal information gives you temporary access to the moderator's authority to delete the item. This ability gives him the ability to remove the bug. Operator Lloyd began removing Aidan. Lifting it off the ground, the blue beam began to gradually decompose Aidan's body. Aidan wondered if that was what they called deletion. Compared to what the moderator did on that fateful day, it wasn't even worth it. Red bolts of lightning began to shoot through Aidan's body, and he was filled with rage. Lloyd was shocked by what he saw, and Lloyd was thrown aside by the huge amount of lightning. He didn't understand how this was possible, how Aidan was able to reflect his ability before Lloyd appeared. A system window that reported an error. Violation of the moderator's authority. Available moderator permissions that are too low to delete this item. Lloyd was horrified by what he saw. He doesn't have enough authority. The operators watching Lloyd were shocked by what they saw. They had never heard that the bug had the authority of a moderator. Aidan just stood there with an incredibly strong aura around him. His eyes glowed scarlet. Lloyd tried to find out more information about him, but he didn't have enough authority. Then tried to find out the status and threat level, but Aidan wouldn't let him. Lloyd didn't understand where it came from and couldn't believe that it had more authority than he did. Who he really is. Aidan just watched Lloyd. He knew it was dangerous to be there. Although he was able to resist the removal, he had spent too much energy destroying the Guardians. Aidan wasn't hurt at all, but against the cameraman, he didn't stand a chance. Looking at Aidan, Lloyd realized that if he was released now, he would have a strong impact on the system. He couldn't let the moderator know about this incident. Since he didn't manage to perform the deletion, he decided that he would stop it right here and now. The cameramen watching the trial were very surprised that Lloyd was not going to back down. For the first time, Selena saw him in the guise of an executioner. The cameraman carefully watched what would happen next. Aidan knew that Lloyd wasn't going to give up so easily. But suddenly he saw that his appearance had changed. A knight in silver armor was standing in front of him, a green cloak fluttering on his back, and his helmet was burning with blue flames. and in his hands he held a sword that made Aidan feel extremely dangerous. Lloyd swung at Aidan, but he managed to open the developer line at the last second and enter update clouds. A huge explosion along where Aidan had just been. A huge shockwave went all the way to the end of this place. Aidan was able to absorb the energy of the impact, using a storage facility that resembled a black hole. His body was shaking, and he was very tired. The impact was so strong that the mountains were shaken, and a huge space was formed on the place where the sword fell. Lloyd turned to Aidan, saying that he was lucky to stop his strike. Lloyd walked slowly towards him, pointing his sword at the tired Aidan as he ordered him to respond. Where his authority as moderator came from, Aidan's answer would determine his punishment. Aidan said that Lloyd was talking some nonsense, and that he would delete him anyway. A black hole began to open up behind Aidan, and he told Lloyd that if he was interested, let him find out for himself. Lloyd noticed that the portal had suddenly expanded, and Aidan was aware that its powers weren't working on the operators yet. But that was only for now. Aidan jumped back into the portal and told Lloyd that when his training was over, he would find it himself. Lloyd ran to the portal, shouting for Aidan to stop. He swung and hit it, but it was too late for the portal to close. Lloyd was furious. He didn't understand how this was possible. After all, without his permission, there is no way out of there. He must at all costs find Aidan and destroy him. We are taken to a chest near which 3 players are standing. They talk about the fact that items began to disappear from the vault, and that the error was not fixed. Suddenly, Aidan's hand appears from the chest, great scaring all the players. No one understood why a man got out of there. Aidan crawled out of the trunk and fell to the floor, trying to catch his breath, and whispered that he was alive. One of the operators watching the system window said that Lloyd was coming back. They told Lloyd that they needed to confer on what to do with the bug. He told the operators that he would immediately follow him because he was a deadly danger. Finally, he asked to transfer the data to other operators. He wants to hear their opinion. Mia, seeing all this and hearing it, didn't show any emotion. She just wanted to get out of there. Selena tried to reassure Mia that they should prepare measures together against the bug, but she flatly refused. Mia didn't have time for such. She already had a lot of things to do because of the storage issues, and the other players had a lot of questions for her. She glared at Lloyd if he had any objections, to which he said no. Mia said goodbye to them and started to leave, complaining about the next problems. Suddenly someone disturbed her. It turned out to be Alice. Leaning on one of the columns and crossing her arms, she turned to Mia. She wanted to know in detail about their conversation. She glared at her, saying that they haven't seen each other for a long time, which got a startled look in Mia's eyes. System message. The city of Mycenae. An ordinary, quiet city surrounded by a long wall protecting it from the outside world. The city was going about its normal life with players and NPCs walking around, and Aidan was standing in one of the dark alleys. He opened a system message with a list of friends. Alice still hasn't responded to him. He was worried that something had happened to her. Aidan knew that he didn't have much time left and wouldn't be able to wait for her for that long, because the operator would be following him, even though he was using the cloud to move around. Aidan had no idea how much longer he could. Pulling on the hood, Aidan walked on, knowing that it was dangerous to stay in one place, and he urgently needed to find shelter. He had been here quite often, but he couldn't get used to this place. The last time they'd been here with Alice was when they'd run away from there. Aidan was walking through the city when he saw a fast flying ball-shaped robot. Realizing that it was dangerous, he quickly hid behind the crates. Aidan knew the cameraman was following him. Is there a place for Aidan that even the operator can't find? Suddenly, yellow lights appeared, which Aidan immediately noticed. They took him along the city. There is definitely something for him there. He followed them slowly along the long streets, and where did they lead him? When he reached the end, Aidan saw a bright yellow flash in front of him, and the lights disappeared. There was only a wall in front of him, which greatly puzzled Aidan. Other than her, there was nothing else there. Aidan thought it might be a secret passage and touched the wall, several purple lightning bolts popped out and hit him. Pulling back his hand, lightning made a drawing in the wall. In fact, this is a secret passage. He didn't know what was hidden behind it, so he decided to use the moderator's powers. He opened the developer line and entered Update Unlock. The wall began to crack open in front of him. Suddenly, a system alert popped up, which warned him that this area is not recommended for visiting, since it is outside the protection of the system. Aidan was pleased, considering the system was so eager for a chance to get rid of him. Some simple warning won't stop it. He went through this passageway, because it's much safer than staying in this city at the risk of getting caught by the operator. He was teleported to some strange place. Looking around, he saw a single passage after passing through the corridor of which he said it definitely didn't look like a dungeon. Aidan was surprised that there was such a place in the vicinity of the city. He decided to look around first, reaching the end of the corridor and turning left. He saw an emaciated girl, her clothes torn. Only when she saw Aidan did she get very scared, and she screamed and quickly ran away. He followed her, asking her to listen to him first. After walking further, he saw a place with a huge number of people. Bonfires and tents were burning everywhere. The girl ran towards the people shouting that they had an intruder. Seeing Aidan, all the people were very scared and panicked. He wondered where so many NPCs were coming from, and a pile of rocks was flying at him at high speed. Aidan's hand shot out, and the rocks bounced off it. In front of him was a girl in a brown dress who was wondering who he was and how it got here. Her hand glowed. Aidan glared at the girl, wondering why she was attacking without waiting for an answer. From the vault, he took out his sword, deciding that she should not be allowed to use the spell on it. He swung at the girl and knocked out her cast spells. Her face was covered in bruises, and she knew that he was a gambler, so let him not wait for mercy. All the stones in the area were imbued with her magic. People behind her were afraid that something would happen to her and wanted to help her. She said that she was fine, and that they wouldn't stop her from fighting him. They would only stop her. He realized that all these people were marked bug. Realizing this, Aidan tried to calm people down by saying that it was some kind of misunderstanding. People were hostile. They saw him as a threat. They understood that he had come to remove them all. A girl named Siri turned to Aidan, saying that this location was created by Mr. Sirius, and he said that no one but the moderator can enter here, and since he found them, then let him not even hope to get out of there alive. A voice echoed through the room. Stop now. People in the crowd immediately recognized the owner of this voice. It was Mr. Sirius. He said that Aidan is not their enemy. Let them bring him to him. Syria breathed a sigh of relief and asked Aidan to follow her. She would show him the way, and it was clear that she didn't trust Aidan. She warned him that if he did something, she would destroy him in a heartbeat. The two of them were walking together through the long corridors when Aidan suddenly asked a question, wondering how they managed to survive the inspection without getting hurt. She said that they were saved by Mr. Sirius, that it was he who created this place. Without him, they would have been deleted long ago. She stopped abruptly and announced that they had arrived. In front of them was an ordinary stone road, with a dark passage at the end. Aidan wondered where Sirius was. Siri shouted into the empty room, Mr. Sirius. She told me that she had brought him. Aidan was taken aback by what he saw. A huge blue dragon covered in scales appears out of the darkness, and the dragon puts its head on the floor and looks at Aidan carefully with its yellow eye. Then he greeted Aidan by calling it a moderator. The huge dragon stared into Aidan's soul. Aidan couldn't move, couldn't believe what he was seeing. Where could such a powerful being come from in such a place? System message. Unknown patron spirit Sirius. The system message was garbled, and part of his name could not be read. Worried, Aidan thought that this was not a simple NPC, but a dragon from the time of the creation of this world. Aidan had only heard of it in legend. Sirius turned to him. So Aidan is the new moderator. He stared at the dragon in fear, not sure how he knew. Sirius replied that he could see fragments of their memories, Joy filled the dragon's heart. System message. Dragon's Eye is a personal ability that allows you to see the nature of an object. Sirius couldn't believe that a creature like Aidan had appeared in a world where everything had literally stopped. Sirius saw Aidan's memories of how he was able to fix the bug. So he told Aidan, "What does the moderator's new ability to fix bugs mean?" Siri was startled. Sirius glowed with a white light, finally meeting that fateful person. He transformed into a normal player infected with the bug, his face breaking into a smile. Sirius' hair was half blue, and the tips were bright red, and he was wearing a white shirt over which he was wearing a vest with black patterns. The pupil in his eyes was still that of a dragon. He asked to fulfill his request. Siri was worried about Mr. Sirius. Aidan, standing next to him, did not understand what was happening. A new system message appeared before his eyes. Added a quest. Quest from Sirius. Protect the NPCs that follow Sirius and fulfill his request. Reward for completing the quest. Skill point. Syria asked Sirius if he should have changed his appearance, because his mana is unstable. He said he was fine. Aidan thought about it, because this quest was different from the ones he had done before. Aidan decided to start by listening to what was being said, and then decide what to do next. The people watching the whole process were whispering loudly, and as soon as Siri noticed this, she scolded them and asked them to leave as they were having a very important conversation. Aidan asked Sirius what he wanted to ask him. Sirius quietly walked over to the vase of flowers and started talking. It's simple. Couldn't Aidan have cured everyone and taken them back to his village? Sirius raised his hands and opened a small portal through which people could be seen. He said that as Aidan sees, they are all marked with a bug. He helped them escape during the inspection and protected them the entire time. But there's nothing else he can do to help them, because he pulled back his shirt. Aidan was horrified by what he saw. Sirius' chest was covered in purple growths that were spreading all over his body. System message, high threat level. The crowd said that even he would find it difficult to fix such a bug. Siri left the room in frustration, while Sirius and Aidan continued their discussion. Sirius said that it didn't work out for him, and as long as he didn't hurt the people around him, he would like Aidan to save them all. If Aidan fulfills his request, he will give him his star. Hearing this, Siri was frightened, ran back and asked not to do this. Tears came out in her eyes. She asked why Sirius said that, to which he replied that he had nothing more to offer as a reward. It's too weak, and it's the only way to save them all. Siri came up to him in tears, and Sirius put his hand on her shoulder and tried to calm her down. Suddenly Aidan started talking. He didn't know what star they were talking about, but he needed it, and he will fix all the bugs. It's not so difficult for him. He claimed that he would destroy the bug or the system, anything that threatens him. System message. Quest accepted. The crowd had gathered together, and they were standing near the pedestal that the red light was shining on. In the center of it were Sirius and Aidan. The crowd was asking Siri if Aidan would really solve their bug problem. She said she wasn't 100% sure, but they have no choice but to wait, because Mr. Sirius is never wrong. Aidan, standing on the magic circle that Sirius had created, used his powers to enter the system. Aidan found people who were branded bug by the system. One by one, he added them to himself. There were a lot of 40 or 50 people. He soon finished. There was only one left that he hadn't added: Sirius. He found an infected dragon in the system after examining it. He saw that Sirius was very badly damaged. This bug was much more powerful than any other he had seen before. It covered the entire body of the dragon, and if Aidan left everything as it was, a lot of trouble could happen. He started to clean up Bug, but suddenly it started to resist. Bug grabbed it and started trying to devour it. Realizing this, Aidan began to seethe with rage at his audacity. With one move, he destroyed the tentacles that were trying to capture him. The bug shattered into fragments, making strange noises. Aidan swung his sword at the remains of the bug on Sirius. A huge red beam of light hit the pedestal, and an explosion occurred. Siri ran to the pedestal, where Sirius was moaning in pain. The bug on Sirius' chest disappeared. Aidan happily looked at everyone he saved, saying that he also promised to destroy the bugs of all of them. Now no one can remove them because of the bug. Sirius and Siri looked at Aidan in surprise. System message update completed. The NPC class of more than 50 people has been changed to the class of free people. People celebrated, because now they will definitely not be removed, and they will not die. Sirius thanked Aidan for that. After all, he hadn't even counted on it. He will never forget his grace. The space behind Aidan began to collapse, and an unknown voice spoke to them. What does it all mean? Just a little bit more and a good chess piece would have been born, he said. Behind Aidan, a dark monster that was soaked in bug appeared. It had 2 horns on its head, and a white spot instead of a face. He couldn't believe that in an instant Aidan had destroyed what he had been working on for so long. And when he turned around, he saw a lot of warnings and system alerts that said that there were restrictions on abilities, that some of the commands were not functioning. Looking at Aidan, he asked him who he really is. System message, virus threat level. The system is suspended. Aidan and his companion stood in fear of a virus with an ominous aura. Sirius remembered the last time he had transformed into a dragon and defeated it in a fierce battle. But the virus smiled maliciously and said that it is not so easy to kill. Purple particles fell on the city, and they gradually infected the city. Just a little more, and the virus would have taken over this place, as well as the last place where Sirius lived. Sirius started to get angry. His eye became vertical like a dragon's, and his arm became covered in scales. But Sirius got into a stupor when he found out that it wasn't the virus that wanted to delete them, but the moderator and the half-witted operators. And the virus, still smiling, jumped up to Aidan and infected him. Aidan began to be consumed by the virus, and Sirius shouted to the virus that it was him who was his opponent. And blue circles of mana began to appear under him. But the Sirius-faced virus told him to be quiet. There was a strong impact that caused the ground to bend, and a purple shock wave was released. System message. The system is not functioning. The firewall has disappeared. And Sirius and his partner stood up in fear of his power. Virus started laughing viciously, while all the people stood in fear. All the people started to get infected and gradually go crazy. Suddenly Aidan started to resist the virus, and red lightning started coming from him. Virus stood there in disbelief. He didn't understand what was going on. Suddenly, Aidan began to struggle, his aura extremely strong and his eyes filled with hatred. The villain was surprised that Aidan could resist the virus. Aidan got nervous and started coming up with a plan to get out of here. System notification. Update unlocked. Error. System is unstable. Aidan was shrouded in a completely purple aura of the virus and did not understand how it could be. He was desperate. The frightening virus became completely over Aidan, and with a serious face, said that no power would help him get out of here. Accept your fate, virus said, and Aidan began to be engulfed by an intimidating aura. Suddenly, Aidan was completely consumed by the virus. Aidan was lying in despair. He didn't know what to do. But suddenly there was a light. Aidan was surprised, and a light shape touched Aidan's face. Aidan was shocked. But it was Alice. And suddenly, Aidan started to get out. The shell of the virus that absorbed Aidan began to crack, and the rays were distributed. The virus was in shock. He did not understand how this could be. Aidan was able to get out. Red lightning was coming from him, and he was advancing towards the virus. System notification. New system rebuilt. Aidan coolly called up the system menu and gave the command to remove this virus. The virus, not understanding what was happening, began to split into small particles. The virus, shrouded in fear by Aidan's aura, did not understand how it had the authority to remove it. Aidan just stood there and watched in silence. System alert. Firewall, passive ability creates a level 1 firewall. Aidan shouted that he had blocked the power that was about to consume him. People were standing in disbelief. Thanks to this power, he can save all people. Version 01 update completed. "Now you have no chance," said Aidan to Virus, who was almost gone. And suddenly Virus started laughing. Aidan stood there in disbelief. Almost deleted Virus started to smile and said that he found what he was looking for so long, and that now he can get closer to the moderator. The evil aura once again enveloped Virus, and he began to laugh. Aidan stood in disbelief and watched as the virus that was almost gone screamed that it would definitely make it its own. And when it completely evaporated, only tiny red particles remained. Everything fell into place, and a moderator shouted out from the crowd, and Sirius came up to Aidan and started asking him how he was feeling. No one would have suspected that Aidan had the ability to remove things. Sirius was overwhelmed by his helplessness in this battle. He is embarrassed to call himself a patron spirit, because without the support of the system, he considers himself powerless. Purple virus particles were left on the floor, and Sirius said that this is not the end, as we need to deal with the remains. After all, if they are left untouched, they can grow and a bug may appear. Sirius redirected his mana to his arm and went to get rid of the particles. But suddenly, there was a blow. Sirius was standing in shock. He did not understand what was happening. And suddenly the particles pierced Sirius in several places. Aidan and his partner were standing there in shock. They were scared. Aidan and his partner quickly ran to Sirius. And suddenly the terrible virus appeared again. Smiling and covering everything with his evil aura, Virus began to talk about his special skill. And that skill turned out to be cloning. Aidan suddenly drew his sword. With a single swipe, he severed the tentacles that had pierced Sirius. The wounded Sirius fell to the floor, and his partner ran up to him and started screaming. Aidan was very angry. Sirius's partner was begging him to open his eyes. Aidan was very angry because he did not understand where this virus came from, because only recently he deleted it. Suddenly, Aidan was enveloped in the aura of a virus. Laughing, Virus said that it wasn't so easy to get rid of it. Several copies of the fearsome viruses rose above Aidan, covering everything in there with their sinister aura. The virus said that only a moderator can get rid of it completely. Aidan's eyes filled with hatred and malice again. Red particles and lightning were coming from it again. He collected the red particles in his hand and opened the system menu. He pointed the hand with the red particles at the copy of the viruses and gave the command to delete it many times. Some of the clones left, but most of them just stood there, smiling and laughing at Aidan. The virus said that this was not enough to destroy it, and suddenly the clones started attacking Aidan. But he quickly took out a shield from his inventory and protected himself from the clones' attacks. The attack of the virus was so strong that the surface shook, and the shield simply broke into many small particles. Powerful purple tentacles of the virus were standing over Aidan, and they abruptly went to attack Aidan. Aidan swung his sword, and bits of virus were left on the blade of the sword. Aidan looks down at his sword in confusion, and at the same time, the sword breaks in half due to the virus particles on it. Aidan remembers the battle with the cameraman and realizes that the same thing happened then. Aidan realized that the player's equipment only works on magical creatures, and when the operator put his foot on Aidan, he realized that there was absolutely no point in sharpening. And Aidan, looking at the copies of the grinning viruses with a serious face, realized that they were just playing around with him. Aidan, his shield and sword broken, stands in front of the terrifying copies of the virus. The virus tells him to give up. Battered and hopeless from the battle, Aidan didn't understand why the virus wasn't affected by any deletions or attacks. It just keeps cloning. The many clones continued to stand there, shrouding all their sinister auras, while laughing at Aidan's situation. Virus, watching Aidan with a broken sword, started telling him that he should take it with him. But he is very nervous about the network screen, and abruptly, the virus's aura increased significantly, and it decided to completely absorb Aidan. Aidan was afraid, and he didn't understand what he needed to do. He opened the system window again to try to delete it. But it didn't help Aidan. The tentacles of the virus were able to grab it and slowly absorbed it. Virus started laughing at Aidan. He said that removing Aidan was nothing compared to expanding it. Aidan started to get nervous, and he didn't know what to do because he was about to be completely consumed by the virus. The virus told him to close his eyes, and everything was about to end. His partner ran up to Sirius and started asking him how he was feeling. Sirius has been infected in some parts of his body with a virus that is gradually infecting him. His partner told him to hold out a little longer, and she would heal him with her magic. Sirius said in his weak voice that he was fine. The partner wanted to cure Sirius at any cost, but everyone understood that it was useless and the virus could not be cured by magic in any way. Sirius went to the limits of the bug level, and soon he himself will become a virus, and he said that you cannot be near them. His partner started crying loudly because they all thought that they had already found a way out, and suddenly Sirius got up and in a low voice asked for forgiveness from his partner and asked to help the new moderator. After that, Sirius' body shone brightly, almost completely consumed by the virus. Aidan was no longer able to resist as well as before. He didn't know what to do, so he started thinking about all the solutions to get out of here. And suddenly an idea came to him. He took out Alice's hammer and wondered why it didn't collapse like other equipment. Aidan was surprised, and at the same time, Alice's hammer shone with red rays in Aidan's hand. Aidan gave the command to remove the virus and hit it with a hammer, and suddenly there were blinding red-white rays. The tentacles started to let go of Aidan, and Virus was surprised. He didn't understand what it was. He didn't understand where Aidan got this hammer from, because only someone who got the moderator's permission can have a weapon of submission. Aidan was shocked by this hammer, and he realized that the team was being led. But Virus smiled again and said that Aidan was lucky because he was inattentive, and he attacked Aidan again because he was still weak. Aidan was terrified. He didn't know what to do. But a blue glow abruptly appeared in front of him. The system inscription, "Quest completed, reward awarded." Aidan couldn't believe his eyes. What was shining in front of him was the star of Sirius. Sirius' partner called out to the moderator, and while crying, she held out her mana-filled hand in front of her and told him to take advantage of it. Suddenly, Aidan coolly gathered all the power of Alice's hammer and swung it. Everything was covered with white rays, fragments flew to the sides. The virus didn't understand what was going on. He only saw a very powerful light beam that destroyed his clones. Aidan calmly stood and watched Virus's surprise, and suddenly Aidan's eyes were filled with rage again, and he took out his weapon, which glowed with a bright fire. System message, punitive sword yes on in Aidan's personal use. The ominous virus that fell to the floor began to disintegrate into small red particles. He couldn't understand why he couldn't apply cloning and extension. But the red ray that hit the virus can only be done by moderators and Mr. Trojan. Aidan stands there, his eyes filled with rage and holding his mighty bright sword, delivering the final blow. The virus rose above Aidan's head and said that the games were over. The virus wanted to take Aidan with him safe and sound. And suddenly the aura of the virus begins to strengthen again, and brightly sparkle with light rays. And he told the proud Aidan that he refused to accept his fate with humility. Suddenly, the virus attacked Aidan with a powerful beam, the impact so strong that the ground completely shook from the impact. But Aidan took his bright red sword in his hand and charged towards the virus with lightning speed, leaving behind his strong red aura. Aidan opened the system panel and gave the delete command. He swung his red sword and cut the virus in half, leaving only the red silhouette of his sword. The virus was shocked by this force, and it slowly began to wear off into the smallest particles. Aidan's kick was so strong that the shock wave from his ball cut through even the ground. Trees of such force fell and stones flew in all directions, leaving only a red ray of Aidan behind them. After killing the virus, Aidan exhaled calmly as he watched the rocks fall next to them. Holding his hammer in his other hand, Aidan looked tired as he watched how hard it was and what it left behind. After that, a blue ray with virus particles appeared from the ground. Someone who looked like a human was standing there, completely infected with the virus. He had white hair and a scowl in his eyes. He thought about it, and realized that one of his copies had disappeared. He poked a finger at the broken glass that had been consumed by the virus, wondering who had removed it, because he knew it could have been either an operator or a high-ranking defender. Along with the fully absorbed virus, there were bright purple rays, illuminating the face of an unknown person. Through the broken glass where he was poking his finger, he saw Aidan, his eyes blazing with rage, and in his hands he held his powerful bright sword, shrouded in flames. A certain person thought that if he did everything right, he would be able to hit the moderator. This particular person was a worm virus. He had white hair, black eyes with purple pupils, and was dressed all in black, with purple rays running down his torso, and there was a bright light on his chest. The worm thought that the Trojan would also be happy about this, but suddenly a bright fire appeared, which illuminated the worm's face. Suddenly, there was a huge explosion that grazed the worm. The worm stood with a straight face, slowly recovering. A female figure emerged from the fire. It was Mia with cat ears and a tail. She had blue eyes, pink hair, and was wearing a beautiful white and red dress. She had been searching for the worm for a long time, because it had been hiding very well all this time. She gave him a terrifying look, and everything around her was ablaze with yellow flames. Suddenly, there was another more powerful explosion. Red and yellow flames enveloped everything, and only Mia's figure could be seen indistinctly. The worm was very interested in how Mia found out where he was, but he was glad that she didn't bring a moderator. He was completely confident in himself, and asked Mia, was she underestimating him too much? Mia, on the other hand, just looked at him with a straight face as the ash particles enveloped her and just didn't say anything. The information was correct. The worm was indeed lurking in a bad sector, and she didn't understand why she hadn't thought of it herself. What a big omission on her part, Mia thought as she began to gather the powerful fire sphere in her hand. She was sure that she could handle it alone and quickly closed the distance between the worm and attacked it. There was a huge explosion. Everything shook violently under such pressure, but the worm calmly dodged, shrouding everything in its bright purple aura. The worm stretched out its arm and grabbed Mia with its tentacles, then slammed her completely into the black metal sphere. He raised his hand up, and bright rays appeared, saying that Mia should have brought a high-ranked defender with her. And suddenly bright purple rays were sent into the dark sphere filled with viruses. The impact was so strong that everything shook under the sphere. The rocks flew apart, and a white mist rose up, above which a powerful worm was standing, emitting its vicious aura. But suddenly, a blue circle with mana appeared from under all this mist with flying stones. The worm was surprised and did not expect such an attack, and a strong bright blue ray was released, which completely hit the worm. Out of all this mist, Mia emerged with a very strong blue flame burning in her hand. Mia said that it was the worm that was underestimating her, and she stood in front of it, completely transformed. She was enveloped in a very strong blue flame that was very dazzling. She also grew huge fists on her hands, and Mia, with a stern look, filled this place with her aura, uttered the phrase that today she would definitely remove it, no matter what. At the same time, we are transported to the scene of Aidan's battle. The humans and Aidan watched as Sirius' partner tried to revive him. Sirius was consumed by the virus, and that aura was coming from him. His partner was crying and hugging Sirius to her, and suddenly Sirius' left eye turned purple. His body was infected with a virus, and he began to break up into small pieces, and there was a place in his chest where the virus had hit him. Sirius slowly closes his eyes and is transported to his inner world, where the white dragon was chained with blue chains. The dragon was outraged. There was a dark silhouette in the distance, and he didn't understand why it was obstructing. This silhouette turned out to be the moderator, who was wearing a dark cloak and had a mask on his face, and there was a piercing blue gaze. The huge paw of the dragon bound with blue chains began to slowly shrink, shaking the ground. The dragon clearly started to get angry. It stood up on its front paws, and its eyes filled with a bright yellow, menacing hue. He doesn't understand why innocent people should be removed. The dragon can't believe that the moderator, who is supposed to protect people from any threats, leaves them to their fate. The virus catches people and infects them. The dragon proudly rose above the moderator, saying that he is a creature that should protect people, and the one who gave him such a purpose was just the moderator. Helpless in his situation, the dragon does not understand why the moderator has changed so much. The dragon and the moderator are watching each other across from the blue prism. The dragon repeats itself and asks again why the moderator has become like this. And the moderator quietly replies that the number of viruses increases with each system update. And suddenly the moderator begins to hover above the ground, enveloping himself in bright white particles. The moderator can no longer allow them to appear, so they must permanently remove all their abilities. The moderator abruptly rose above the dragon's head with the words that those people who will resist me, both you and Sirius, are a threat, and so the moderator will block them. After that, he raised his left hand, which started to accumulate a lot of white particles. Everything abruptly shone. The dragon is afraid of what is about to happen to him and strikes at the dragon. The dragon's chains are broken abruptly, and the dragon asks the moderator to come to his senses, because this way he will become the one the viruses want to see. But the moderator continued to stand coolly, shrouding everything in his bright aura. A voice is heard from columns filled with microchips. He shouts, "Moderator, I couldn't do anything," he says, and was blocked. These columns with microchips were located in the clearing, enveloping the trees with their beautiful blue particles. After that, a city was built around these columns and a path was laid. After a long time, the dragon was still bound by chains, but its scales had changed and it no longer shimmered like before. Its wings turned yellow and its horns turned red. The chained, desperate-eyed dragon knew that there was no way to rewind time if it was the system's will. He didn't know if he should accept it. Suddenly, abruptly, someone puts a hand on his scales. The dragon looks at the person who did this in surprise, and he sees a dirty little girl with brown hair and a torn white tank top. She just sits down next to the dragon. The dragon recalls that before people came to him and looked at him from the cliff, but he doesn't remember anyone ever getting close to him. Someone even brought him apples and various other products and money, calling them offerings. The dragon recalls a player in golden armor with a huge pike and shield asking another player who was wearing a red robe, "Isn't that a magical creature?" He replied that it was an NPC. A player in golden armor tried to approach and hit him, but he didn't even pay attention to him. The dragon decided to talk to this girl and asked her where to go. She just shakes her head in silence. The dragon asked about her family, but he didn't have a family either, so the dragon offered to let her stay for a while. The girl grabbed his face with her hands, and the dragon thought she needed a name, so he made up the name Siri. After that, the girl lay down on the dragon and fell asleep. The dragon taught her to use blue balls with magic, and the girl each time became more proficient in magic, and in the future she could conjure green light rays that were incredibly powerful, which could shatter stones. But the dragon understood that Siri was a human child, and he could not keep her with him forever, and he let her go to the city so that she could communicate with people like herself. She got used to people well and kept in touch with everyone well. The dragon watches her play among humans, and he realized that his destiny was over. He had lost his former form and his strength, but he was proud to see that he could protect this child. But that was until he encountered the virus again. A purple aura enveloped the dragon, and it stood up in terror. In the past, he had already felt such an unpleasant energy, and now he immediately understood what it was. His grin abruptly changed, his paws began to shrink, and he realized that it was a virus. He began to try to get out of the chains, because he knew that if he delayed, everything would be removed this time. He broke all his chains, stood up on his hind legs, and said that he would stop him. System message: warning, you got out of the designated location. The system does not provide protection. There was a dark shadow above the city, which gave off a sinister virus aura. Purple particles began to fall on the city and people, suddenly realizing that he again failed to capture the city. As the moderators realized what was happening, a blue field with mana appeared, and the virus realized that he had to leave. Suddenly, a proud silhouette of a dragon appeared in front of him, with a yellow blinding gaze and a blue striking aura. System alert: teleportation moves you to the selected point. The virus turns around and sees a dragon in front of it and is surprised. The dragon realized that the virus was to blame for this and began to charge huge balls of magic from his hands. But the malicious virus, smiling, said that luck was on his side and abruptly shone with purple rays. In many places, infection has already begun, and the dragon sees that it is being absorbed by the virus. He is horrified to realize that he is about to be infected. Virus says he's not a bad specimen and starts laughing. It asked the dragon not to be removed, and then it evaporated, disintegrating into small purple particles. System alerts: emergency check started. Suddenly, someone started walking on the ground in their boots. System alert: notifications detected deadly bug. Moderators go to the city. System alert: this NPC territory will be removed. Suddenly, a bright blue beam is heard, and bright magic balls begin to shine in the city. The dragon, silently watching this, understands that everything repeats itself. The moderators still didn't find a way other than deleting it. The dragon doesn't want to leave people here, so it starts making a circle with mana above it and shines brightly on the entire city. System alert: teleportation. The radiant dragon said that it will protect them, and suddenly a hand appears, and a white dragon with a yellow gaze appears. His name is Sirius. The man says that he wants him to become a light for those who have lost their way. The white dragon's eyes shone with stars. He wants him to become the brightest star that will shine very strongly in the sky. Blue columns filled with microchips filled the room with their bright rays, in which a dark silhouette of a man in a cape stood looking at the blue touch screens. The man in the dark cape turned out to be the moderator, who was still wearing a white mask and still had the same piercing blue gaze. He was looking at the data on touchscreens #2012 Procyon, #2013 Sirius, #2014. The moderator raised his palm on the touch screen to the inscription Sirius. On a green field full of trees and hills, red particles are visible, and a bright green ray is opposite. Aidan stood completely enveloped in that same green ray. He was shocked by this ability. After the green beam disappeared, it disintegrated into tiny green particles, enveloping Aidan and everything around him. Aidan said that this ability is incredibly useful, because thanks to this ability, they were able to get out of there. Aidan watched the many people standing behind Siri and was grateful for her service. Further away, a small rock rose above a green clearing, above which circled a certain black-red particle that blinded the eye. Suddenly, Siri turns awkwardly to Aidan. She thanks him for saving her, and also other innocent people who got into the same trouble. And suddenly, she started crying with words of gratitude towards Aidan. Siri was grateful that Aidan had taken responsibility and not allowed Sirius to turn into a virus. After all, Sirius was already almost completely consumed by the virus. His left eye was dark purple, and the wound in his chest continued to spread the virus throughout his body. And Aidan gathered the red particles in his palm, opened the system menu, and gave the command to delete Sirius with the virus. In the next instant, Aidan, his partner, and the others are standing over Sirius. But instead of him, small red particles of Sirius are flying around. My partner says that they have opened a new path, and despite the tragedy, Mr. Tusay Sirius would still like it. And they said they'd follow Aidan. System alert: Siri notification and 50 other people registered as residents of Urch Village. Aidan and his partner together, with people, go along the road filled with trees and grass. And along the way, Aidan decides to ask Siri what that star was when they were fighting the virus, holding his hammer in his hand. But Siri doesn't really know what it was either. She only knows that it was the source of Master Sirius' power. Remembering the way she looked at him when he was completely chained up in blue and stroked her head, she knew he was protecting her. Siri remembers being told by Mr. Sirius that there are still such stars, bright, shining blue stars that contain great power. Aidan, having learned this information, just goes and silently looks at his hammer. But it did not seem to him. The system notification, moderator authority increased, moderator level 4. Aidan realized that after absorbing the star, his powers expanded. He also understands that if he hadn't consumed it, the evil purple virus that scares everyone with its evil aura would have won, and Aidan felt uneasy about it. But Siri interrupted his thoughts. She said they were already there, and Aidan looked at her in surprise. There were stone walls in the front, and even further away, there were strange red figures that were not clearly visible. The entire city was completely in ruins, with stones, planks, and bricks everywhere. Suddenly, someone called out to Aidan from the crowd, and Siri and Aidan looked up in surprise. It turned out to be Jake, Henry, Helen, Sophia, and Logan. They were very happy to see Aidan, and they were waiting for all of them. Helen and Henry immediately rushed to Aidan to hug, and Aidan stroked their heads, talking to Jake. Suddenly Alice pounced on him from behind. She was very happy to see him, and was all beaming with happiness. Aidan did not expect to see her here. Alice looked at Aidan with a stern look, and without words, it became clear that she would not let him go anywhere alone. But Aidan also looked at her. People were standing and watching Aidan talking to Alice, and there were only ruins in the background. Alice was very surprised to find out how many people he brought here. Suddenly Syria was very scared of something. Her eyes dropped to the floor. Who is she? Siri thought to herself when she saw Alice. It gave off an intimidatingly strong aura, and without an armed gaze, it was clear that it was extremely strong. And her aura reminded Siri that she was just like Mr. Serious. Aidan continues to talk to Alice and asks her what she was doing, because he couldn't get in touch with her. Alice looked thoughtful and said that Aidan would find out soon enough. And suddenly, a dark creature landed behind Aidan. The landing was so strong that the ground gave way from it. Aidan and the people hesitated. Stones flew to the sides, fog rose up, and everyone could not understand who the player was or not. Out of the fog and dust, a girl with pink hair could be seen. It was the cameraman Mia. People started to get nervous in a panic. Someone even wanted to run. But they were told that they were no longer bugs and everything was fine. People looked at the dark silhouettes of Aidan and Alice, and just landed Mia. Aidan got angry. The figure of a girl with ears and a beautiful dress with gold armbands stood over him. Aidan makes a decision that if things go wrong, he will take his hammer and use the force again. Suddenly the girl started apologizing. Her ears were pointed down, and she clearly felt guilty. Aidan, not understanding what was going on, he watches as a battered, blue-eyed girl who has just landed starts to cry. And suddenly she flashes past Aidan, as if she didn't notice him, and runs towards Alice. Alice hugged her with a calm face, and said that it was okay that you couldn't catch him. And suddenly Alice shone with a yellow, kind aura, and began to soothe the disheveled Mia by stroking her head. Aidan looks on in surprise, and is completely taken aback by what's going on, while Alice hugs Mia and laughs as she introduces them. This is Mia, she's the operator, so you can trust her more than anyone else. Mia, on the other hand, was hugging Alice's hand. Aidan was in complete shock. People are standing and talking to each other in front of the huge door, where Alice, Mia, and Aidan are sitting. The atmosphere in this office left much to be desired. Aidan and Mia looked at each other like sworn enemies, and suddenly Mia remembered that Aidan was the one who got administrator rights, and Syria and Jake were the ones who bypassed the system. Aidan was unhappy that Alice called Mia here because she was the operator, and the operator could easily delete them. Mia began to argue with Aidan, who in turn was extremely unhappy with this. Mia said that she should remove bugs for a quiet life, but Aidan was very angry at her answer. He did not understand why operators should remove them for this. Mia began to get angry at Aidan in response, and argued that this was the only way out. Aidan slammed on the table, said that he could celebrate them. Mia looked at him in surprise and did not believe him. Alice, watching their arguments, tried to calm them down, but it didn't really work out. and after that she became much more serious and went straight to the point. She asked Aidan with full seriousness if he was thinking of becoming a moderator. Aidan was very surprised at this question and looked at Aria. Aria was completely serious and confident, her aura completely engulfing the room, and her eyes were piercing and blue as she told Aidan that he had to become the moderator. Aidan looked at Alice in surprise. Become a moderator? Aidan started asking Alice why she had gathered everyone here and why she was doing it. Alice, on the other hand, sat there with a serious expression and just stared at Aidan. Aidan wanted to know Alice's goal, and she said she wanted to remove the current moderator from his post. Aidan was extremely surprised. He introduced the moderator and felt that he was clearly a head taller than him. Alice was giving off blue rays, and she told Aidan to just believe her. She turned abruptly to Aidan and gave him her piercing blue gaze. She knew Aidan wanted to get back at him too, but Aidan didn't know how to do it. He continued to sit and listen to everything Alice continued to say. Above them, the goal was to overthrow the current moderator. They both understood that this is not an easy task, and in order to do this, they need to unite, and Alice suggested that they join forces for a common goal. She looked at him with needy eyes. Alice said that she couldn't cope without Aidan and that she needed him. Alice's hand shone blue. She said that she received a fine from the moderator, and that now she cannot use part of the system. Aidan looked at Alice with a serious look. He wanted to ask her a lot, but he knew that Alice would not be able to answer his questions right now. Then Alice immediately changed and became kind. She joined her hands together, and smiling, she asked about Aidan's future plans. Suddenly, Alice stretched out her finger and created a mama circle. It turns out that the authority of a moderator does not make a person a moderator. And to become a real moderator, you need to create content. And to do this, you need to go through everything that exists in this world. Mia retorted that Aidan wouldn't make a good moderator, and Aidan was extremely angry with Mia. Mia got up and loudly said that Alice would be the best moderator. Alice looked in Mia's direction with a smile on her face. Mia understood what she said and started apologizing and saying that she was tactless, and Alice, laughing, calmed her down and stroked his head. Suddenly, the door opened. Logan quietly approached Aidan, and while Alice was talking to Mia, Logan said that Aidan said to divide the food, and instead of rationally dividing the food for many days, people just started eating everything they see, and there may not be enough food. Logan asked him to get Aidan some more food from his inventory. While they were talking, Mia heard about inventory and wondered what it was. Aidan agreed to Logan's request, and he opened the black space that was surrounded by red rays and took out the necessary resources from there. Mia saw this and started crying and throwing systemic complaints. Mia was desperate, and Aidan handed over the resources to Logan and said that if you need more, let him contact him. Mia didn't like that Aidan was taking out resources without hindrance, and she quickly ran up to him and bit him hard on the arm. Aidan wasn't ready for this and fell. Alice, watching with a smile, realized who was to blame, and broken boards flew from their side. Mia also asked him to return everything back from where he got it. It was almost evening, and the moon was shining brightly on the area where the people were camping. They raked the ruins a bit and built a fire. A little further up the hill, there was a lone tree, under which two dark, indistinct silhouettes could be seen. It was Aidan and Alice. Aidan was scratched all over by Mia. Alice stood over him and treated him with a smile, and Aidan sat and cursed Mia. Alice also laughed and said that the operators have a lot of different concerns. Aidan remembered how Mia had forbidden him to use the vault and wondered why he should care, and how she was dealing with the problems herself. Aidan was still not happy with her. He didn't understand why Alice had brought her here. But Alice calmed Aidan down with a calm voice and a smile, telling him not to get mad at her so much. She said that Mia had come here to help them. But Aidan was surprised by this. Alice recalls how Mia was happy to listen to her request, and Alice couldn't get in touch with Aidan for just that reason, because she was meeting Mia. Alice tells Aidan how the operators spotted him, And if you want our plan to work out, you need to get out of the control of the operators, Alice said. So Alice was distracting them. Aidan looks at Alice in surprise and asks how she did it. But Alice told him it was a secret. She told Aidan that there are other creatures here that pose a threat to the system. Aidan immediately understood what Alice was talking about, and he silently remembers the virus that expanded and cloned. Aidan asks Alice if they're viruses. Alice immediately turned to look at Aidan in surprise. Do you know about them? Asks Alice. Aidan says yes. Aidan tells Alice that before he came back here, he fought with a virus, helping those people. Meanwhile, a surprised Alice looks at Aidan with frightened eyes. She immediately grabs his hands in a puzzled manner. Aidan stands there and doesn't understand what's going on. Suddenly, Alice's hand shone with a bright white light from which there were small blue particles. Aidan asks her what she's doing. Alice responded calmly that there were no signs of infection. She realized that some virus had found out about Aidan's abilities. She looked at him with a frightened face and did nothing. Aidan called out to Alice several times, but she didn't respond. She understood that there would be big problems, and she decided to deal with everything. But then Aidan managed to call out to her, and shrouded in the blue rays, he took her hand and looked at her. He told her to calm down. He asked what was wrong with her. But Alice immediately started asking him about that virus, and whether he really met it, and that it was stupid because he could get hurt. Alice said that if something like this happens again, Aidan should run away immediately. She said that viruses are more dangerous than the moderator, as they can instantly consume you. Aidan stood with a blank expression on his face and listened to what Alice was saying to him. And he knew very well in his head that if he made even the slightest mistake, he would be immediately swallowed up. But Aidan told Alice that everything was fine because that virus was removed. Alice stood looking at Aidan in disbelief. She asked if he had deleted it. Aidan said he got help with that. Alice looked at Aidan and said that the virus is not so easy to remove. And then she saw a red aura envelop Aidan, and she thought that maybe he was born to be a moderator. Aidan asked Alice, have NPCs ever been removed due to viruses? To which Alice said that if you do not respond in time, the entire system can be absorbed by a sinister virus. Therefore, at the moment, operators remove everything that was infected with the virus, no matter how cruel it was. Aidan knows that perfectly well. Suddenly, Aidan is covered in a dark red aura. His eyes start to shine, and he says that he can't forgive the moderator for what he did. Aidan remembers how his sister was removed, and said that the NPCs are removed simply because they were in the wrong place, although they didn't even have anything to do with the virus. Aidan believes that the current system is a bug, not viruses and a moderator. Aidan takes all his will into his fist and decides to create a new system that no one can damage. Aidan proudly stood under the bright moon, shrouding everything nearby in red particles, and announced that he would become the new moderator. Alice looks at Aidan in surprise and starts to smile softly. She said that only Aidan can make a difference in this world. Suddenly Alice, holding out her finger, said that first he must approve the operators. Aidan stands there and doesn't know how to do it. Alice said that even if he became a moderator, he wouldn't be able to control everything at once, and a bright blue circle of mana formed above the appearance. Alice held out her hand and told Aidan to pick her out. And hugging Aidan under the bright blue rays of the sky, she said that she would be his first cameraman. Then we are transported to a huge room that was lit by many windows. In the distance we could see a dark silhouette who was sitting at a table. You need to stop what you started, Lloyd said. System Alert Operator Lloyd Level 405. There were a lot of cameramen sitting around the table. The bright light blinded the place. Sitting next to Lloyd was a man completely covered in armor and wearing red horns on his helmet. Next to him sat a girl with gray hair and a crown on her head, and there were snow-white wings at the back. Opposite them, there were 3 more dark silhouettes. Lloyd said that most of the operators were here for a reason and were waiting for Mia to explain. Mia abruptly stood up with a stern look on her face. Someone said he wasn't going to tell them anything special, and he put his feet up on the table, making Mia look serious. Dyke said they talked about the same thing over and over again, and he wanted it over with quickly. System alert operator Dyke level 411. Dyke had bright green hair and eyes. He was wearing a blue uniform. Next to him was a girl named Isabel, who had dark hair and dark red eyes. System alert operator Isabel level 430. She was dressed in a dark uniform, and there was armor on her shoulders. Her face was covered by a mask, and she had red horns on her head. Mia said in all seriousness that she had come for a joke and ordered Dyke to take his feet off the table and listen to her very carefully. All of a sudden, Mia became very angry. Her eyes filled with rage, and an extremely scorching fiery aura could be felt all around her. Dyke immediately removed his feet, sat down quietly, and listened to Mia in silence. Mia asked for attention. She stood up and started saying that she had found the main body of the worm virus. Suddenly, all the cameramen at the table were startled and started looking at Mia. Two operators sitting next to each other immediately realized that if it was a worm, then it was one of the named viruses. The operators already had a lot of problems, but the worm was their main problem. They understood what they were. It was a powerful virus with long gray hair wrapped in a sinister aura, and underneath it were many viruses that were smiling maliciously. The worm's cloning ability caused a lot of damage to the entire system. So Mia stood in front of the other cameramen, who were making out a dark silhouette, and started telling them how she found him in a bad sector. And now that the search radius has decreased, they will be able to track him down and try to catch him. Mia's gaze abruptly turned piercing and blue, and she said that she had reported everything to the moderator, and that this time they would have to remove it by all means necessary. Suddenly, the atmosphere at the table where the other cameramen were sitting changed dramatically. It was covered in a dark blue color, and everyone was puzzled and scared by it. Suddenly, a bright light blue ray appeared, and from there, two silhouettes could be seen slowly moving from there. The operators immediately understood what this force was. They got up from the table, and from them dark silhouettes could be seen, and they were enveloped in blue particles. It was the patron spirit Procyon. She was wearing a luxurious white dress, and there was a dark blue cape on the back. There was a tiara on her head, and there were 4 crystals on the pile. She held out her hand and spoke to the cameraman. Mr. Moderator arrived, and a powerful dark-robed moderator stepped out of the blue monobeam. The operators were extremely surprised that the moderator himself came personally, since he had not previously come if the case was considered frivolous. The cameramen looked at the dark silhouette of the moderator and Procyon and were shocked. They didn't understand what had brought him here. Mia started to wonder, puzzled, if he might have come because of her report. And then there was a chance that the moderator would personally take on the case. After that, we are transported to Alice and Aidan. They were standing under a tree, which was illuminated by the bright light of the moon. Bright particles were coming from them. Aidan was surprised that Alice would be his operator. Suddenly, a system window appeared right in front of Aidan, sending out bright red beams. System notification. You want to approve Alice for the position of operator. Yes, no, Aidan thought to himself that this was the first step in being a moderator. Aidan remembers Alice helping him with a lot of things. Aidan knew perfectly well that she was strong enough and knew enough about the system to be his first operator. Aidan confidently reached out to the bright panel and pressed the yes button. Suddenly, Alice began to shine brightly, radiating rays in all directions, making Aidan's eyes dazzle. System alerts appeared above Alice. You can now use the system, and the firewall has been created again. Alice was covered in a bright red firewall. System alert operator Alice. She looked at Aidan and started crying. Aidan stood there, not understanding. She rushed to hug Aidan and thank him. Aidan asked her to let him go, but he just stood there looking at Alice and didn't understand how she got so much strength. Alice stood there, wiping away her tears. Aidan wondered what Alice's level was and opened the red system menu. System alert status. Unavailable karma. 103% 5-6. Would you like to reveal Alice's status as a moderator? Well, no. Aidan looks at the system menu and realizes that he now has such a feature. He just thought about it, and the system immediately suggested it to him. But suddenly the system menu gave an error. Aidan stands in disbelief. System notification. The moderator's authority is insufficient, and your request was blocked by another moderator. Aidan realized that even his authority wasn't enough for that yet. Aidan looked at Alice and didn't understand what she was doing, as she was still wiping away her tears. Next, we are transported to the morning, where people began to slowly rake out the ruins and rubble. Many people were working. Dark silhouettes could be seen in the distance. People drag and drop resources to keep things running consistently. As Aidan passed by, he heard people preparing to go for resources, and he wondered what had become of the resources he had given them. Jake stood with his partner and started telling her that there were more people and resources were being spent quickly. They try to get them themselves. But in this area, there are more evil creatures whose eyes are saturated with anger and death. And that's why it's harder to extract resources than before. Jake guessed on the map that this was due to a dungeon that was located just behind the hills of the village. Jake said that he was going to go there, and to make it easier for him, he took a magician with him, which made her glow confidently. But Aidan just sat down on the bench and said that they didn't need to bother, and opened the dark vault and was about to get the resources out. But he remembered Mia crying and being unhappy that he was using the vault. He grudgingly removed the vault, and the red rays disappeared. Alice approached Aidan with a smile. She asked him if he was going to the dungeon. Aidan, looking at Alice, said that Jake and the magician were going there. But Alice approached Aidan with a nagging face and said that he would definitely go there. Aidan looked at her questioningly, but still went there. The group of people walked up to the huge stone pillars that were emitting a red, evil aura. Aidan realized that this is the dungeon that Jake was talking about. Aidan remembers that this is the second one after he fought. But Aidan was sure of himself, as he was fighting stronger creatures than the ones that would be there. Just as Aidan took the first step, a voice came from behind him. Aidan and his group turned around and realized it was Alice. She said that Aidan doesn't understand anything about dungeons, and said that you can't just enter them. Aidan didn't know what to take with him to the dungeon, and didn't know what kind of creatures appeared there. Alice's aura abruptly changed, and her gaze became more serious. She asked Aidan if he had ever killed magical creatures in a normal way. Alice explained that it's not just wild animals and goblins that live there. They can also set traps like real players. Alice said that if he is strong enough to cope alone, and there is nothing to worry about. But then she pointed her finger at Aidan and said that he is forbidden to use the moderator's abilities. Aidan stood at a loss for words. Alice began to say that in the future, he will have to go down to the dungeons more than once. And to understand everything, Aidan will have to feel everything firsthand. They all need to do this to increase their strength and earn points to level up. After all, they are no longer NPCs. Aidan and a group of his people looked at Alice with happy eyes. They were happy about it. Aidan's mighty sword struck the red-armored undead, who had a bright white light in his eyes, and his grin was extremely intimidating. Aidan, holding his sword and round shield, stood with his teammates in a circle, and they defended themselves from the enemy who were advancing on them. Jake was holding a large blue bow in his hands, and the mage was casting mana spells. Aidan's group realized that they couldn't handle it here, and Aidan, worried, shouted at them to retreat. Jake didn't argue with him and accepted his command. As they ran away from more monsters, they didn't understand where they were coming from. After they ran away from the monsters, they stopped at a place that was empty of monsters. Aidan and his group were exhausted, and they stood there, trying to catch their breath. The battered Aidan was not happy. He thought to himself that Alice was right after all, and the dungeon wasn't as easy as Aidan thought. Aidan remembers how he almost stumbled into a trap, and if there were no partners nearby, and if Alice hadn't warned him, he would have fallen on sharp spikes. Aidan also remembered how he and his team had been ambushed and managed to escape. In the dungeon, Aidan encountered various monsters, from slime that was immune to physical attacks, to large stone golems that were covered in a pink circular field that gave him invulnerability to magical attacks. While Aidan was remembering all this, Alice came up to the group and called out to them. Alice, with a straight face, began to apologize for leaving them, while behind her were two monsters that swung at her, and on her shoulders were tied worms that bit her. When Aidan and his group saw this, they immediately got scared and started yelling at her who she had brought here, and that they had already swung. But Alice, with a straight face, told them to ignore it and easily hit their hand with such force that all the monsters were scattered in different directions, and only parts of their bodies remained. Alice said that it was not worth wasting much time on these worthless creatures. Aidan and his group, seeing how easily she had dealt with these monsters they had recently escaped, stood in a stupor and remained silent. Alice happily looked at their system panels and was happy for their progress. She was beginning to worry that the level of this dungeon was too high for them, and that they wouldn't be able to handle it. System panel: Jake level 43, Siri level 48, Aidan level 50. They looked at Alice wearily, and she said that they were doing quite well for novice raiders. Aidan and Alice looked at Jake. He clenched his hand into a fist, and it was covered with a bright blue aura. He was very surprised that they could raise their level, and he could feel the power overflowing in his body. Siri also shone. And Aidan's group understood why players were chasing a high level. Alice put her hand on Aidan's shoulder and said to thank him for this, because thanks to his power, they all get upgrades. Siri shone brightly with a blue aura and began to praise Aidan, and that they all did without him. Aidan stood at the same time, making a serious face, and told Alice to stop talking nonsense, and that we went on. Then there was a huge red door in front of them, on top of which was the skull of a creature with huge horns, and its eyes shone with red piercing dots. Aidan's group hesitated a bit. They weren't sure if they could handle it, and a powerful aura hung in the air from the door. Alice calmly asked, "I'm up. Aren't you going to go in there?" Which made Aidan freaked out and say he almost died on the way here. They decided to move on, and Jake turned to Aidan. Jake wondered if they were no longer NPCs. What would happen if they died, since the system used to revive NPCs? But now Jake and Siri don't know what will actually happen to them. But Alice stood in front of them and told them not to worry, and Aidan and his group were surprised. And Alice reminded them that they were all protected by a red firewall that covered them all. A firewall is a shield that the system uses to protect players from external attacks. Aidan looks down at his firewall-covered hand and listens to what Alice is saying. Alice says that the one who died cannot recover on the spot, but they will move to the designated point, to the village that people are currently restoring. Aidan and his group look at their hands and try to see the firewall, but they can't see it. Alice laughs and starts telling them that NPCs and players can't see the firewall, so you need to be at least an operator to see it. Alice, folding her hands, said that she needed to stop talking and feel everything for herself, because they all want to get stronger. Aidan's group stood up confidently, Aidan's gaze becoming significant, serious, and intimidating. The sky was blue, the clearing stretched out to the nearest hills, and people were still working on the building. Logan moved the heavy boxes, talking to Sophia as she took notes on the paper. But suddenly, there was a powerful explosion. Some of the boxes and debris scattered around. Logan was very scared of this. No one understood what it was. And suddenly, Aidan and his group emerged from the wreckage and fog that had formed due to the mayhem. Aidan immediately started asking the group if they were okay. Jake and Siri were glad they weren't really dead. Logan ran over to help Aidan up. Jake didn't understand what was going on, and neither did the rest of the group. Aidan's group remembers fighting a magical creature that was flying in the air and exuded an extremely strong blue aura. Her hair was blue. She was wearing a dress, and the tips of her hands were blue. There were 3 crystals flying around her, and the upper half of her face was covered by a mask that had horns coming from it. Suddenly, a magical creature began to cast a strong circle with mana. Particles of mana from the air formed into a ball. Aidan's group was shocked. Their eyes filled with emptiness. They didn't know what to do. And then they were hit by a powerful macro attack that left sharp blue crystals in its wake. And there was a blue beam in the air that attracted the void. After that, they died and reappeared in the village. Alice ran up to Aidan and his group and said it was boss, which Aidan didn't expect. Alice said that it is much more difficult to defeat him. Each boss has a special technique unique, which is owned by each boss of the dungeon. She said all this while smiling, and Aidan watched and listened with a straight face. Aidan didn't understand how to kill this magical creature with such a highly distinctive attack. Aidan stood up and listened intently to a smiling Alice, who said that if you don't know what a special attack is, then Aidan and his group will die forever until they figure it out. After that, Aidan and his group came to the boss again. Aidan tried to block the boss's attack with his round shield. The blows were so strong that the shockwaves came from Aidan's shield. Aidan had already lost count of how many times he had already visited this boss, and he still didn't understand the boss's peculiarity. The boss that towered over Aidan and his group and had a clear advantage over them. They didn't know what to do. Suddenly, Boss started casting a huge circle of mana over himself again. Aidan's group and himself decided to stop him and closed the distance between the boss. Jake started shooting arrows, and Siri started casting circles of mana from her hands. But all the attacks were unsuccessful. The boss repelled all the attacks of Aidan's group with his field. Aidan was afraid and realized that they were going to die again. Boss started casting mana spells, and Aidan thought and understood. Aidan took out his sword that was shining red. His eyes filled with rage, and he swung his sword, and with one swing, he broke all 3 boss crystals that were hovering above him. There was a bright light above the boss, and blue particles were falling from it, and the boss started shouting. He was clearly unhappy about this. Aidan realized that this was their only chance, and he shouted to his group to start attacking. Siri is standing with Jake. It's covered in green mana rays, and in the distance, you can see the dark silhouette of the boss, from which blue flames are coming, and behind the boss was the dark silhouette of Aidan. Aidan and his group are tired and battered as they stand over the defeated boss, which has been disintegrating into small blue pieces. Aidan stood and stared at the system alert. Congratulations. You've cleared the Urch dungeon shaft. Aidan level 60. Aidan's group was very happy to defeat the boss. They ran up to Aidan and were all glowing with happiness, just like Aidan. Aidan said that if it wasn't for his teammates, he wouldn't have been able to defeat the boss. Suddenly, something began to sparkle behind him, and Aidan turned to see bright yellow particles falling to the ground and turning into the chest. System alert, reward received. The chest opened, and the jewels glittered brightly. Aidan's group looked on happily, and they were all sparkling with happiness. Jake and Siri immediately rushed to the gems. They immediately realized that they would not have to worry about money for a long time. Aidan just stood there happily looking at them. He was happy that they were able to understand the boss' peculiarity and defeat it. Since he couldn't use the vault anymore, it was a valuable reward for Aidan and his group. Now they will be able to feed the village on their own. A delighted Alice ran up to Aidan and said that he had done a good job, and congratulated him on a successful raid. Alice stood in front of Aidan's group and asked them to sort out everything else, to which Jake and Siri agreed. Alice said that she and Aidan had unfinished business, and she wanted him to go somewhere. Aidan looked questioningly in Alice's direction, but Alice looked back at him and said it was very important. Aidan and Alice walked down a long hallway. Aidan thinks about it and realizes that this place is exactly like the past he was in. He remembered the battle with the dungeon keeper and was afraid that he would meet him again. There was a bright light in the distance, and then Alice turned to Aidan and said that they should go there. She reminded him that the last time she went missing was because of the dungeon keeper. And suddenly, in front of Aidan and Alice, there was a huge creature that was dressed in red armor. and its body was covered with red crystals. Alice said that most dungeons have their own guardians. They are the defenders of the system. But their tasks do not stop at destroying bugs. But they also do not allow magical creatures to run free. Suddenly, Aidan was very nervous. He asked Alice what would happen if the guardian was destroyed. Alice said that the system would simply replace it with another guardian. Aidan immediately calmed down. He realized that he didn't endanger the people who lived near that dungeon. Alice said it wasn't a serious offense. She asked Aidan if he had any idea why they were here. Aidan looked in Alice's direction, and she said that as a moderator, he should assign the guardian to himself. However, if you assign too many keepers at a time, the operators will notice this, and they will not be happy. Aidan continued to stare at Alice, and Alice told him to try it again. The principle of assigning guardians is exactly the same as that of NPCs. Aidan held out his hand to the keeper. His hand, as well as the guardian itself, radiated a light red aura. While Alice watched this process, red particles flew in the air, and soon the guardian shone with a bright light. Suddenly, the keeper woke up, and his eyes were filled with a bright red color. System alert dungeon moderator changed. The dungeon keeper stood over Aidan and shone brightly. System alert new moderator #Ozumizn to Aidan. The dungeon keeper got down on one knee and bent his head in front of Aidan. Alice congratulated Aidan on the fact that the dungeon was now in his possession, and it was a good start. Alice said that if we continue in the same spirit, then everything will go without problems. Aidan continued to stand in silence and listen to Alice. Aidan said he had to find the operators, and Alice looked at Aidan in surprise. Aidan said that this place should be entrusted to people, and she did not want to give the place to Alice. Alice said that it wouldn't be difficult for her to manage this place. Alice grabbed her hand and said that she understood Aidan's distrust, since she was hiding a lot from him. Alice said she would accept whatever Aidan decided. He just stood there and stared at her. Aidan said that wasn't the point. Aidan said he needed her. Alice was surprised to hear this and looked at Aidan. Aidan said that she would be much more useful if she went with him. Aidan says that he needs to find something and remembers the bright glowing star of Sirius. To do this, they must improve their skills as moderators. Aidan smiled, looked at Alice, and said that it doesn't matter what secrets she has from him, since now she is his operator. Alice, looking at Aidan, said that she would fill him up with work so that he would have nowhere to go, and started laughing. There was a bright light at the end of the corridor, and Alice and Aidan were happily walking forward. Then we are transported to the village of Urch and observe how people have already built their homes. Jake and Siri were very surprised when they found out that Aidan wanted to make them personal operators. Aidan sits in his chair and watches them get nervous. Jake and Siri started saying that it was a big responsibility, and they were shocked that Aidan was willing to entrust them with this position. But Aidan said he didn't just trust them with the job. He recalls how he felt when they worked together and what they had to go through, and he knew that people would follow these two. Jake was about to ask Aidan a question when Alice happily ran up to Aidan and started hugging him, telling him that Aidan was right. Aidan watched it all with a straight face. Aidan said he would help if they had any difficulties. Jake and Siri said they would do their best. And Aidan confidently looked at these two and said that he was relying on them. Then we are transported to the dark lands, where the sky was filled with blood color and lightning was everywhere. A certain dark purple aura covered the depths of this place. We see a worm that has spread its arms in all directions, and purple particles fall on it. He opened his eyes and realized that everyone was there. He saw dark shapes sitting on towering pillars. Suddenly someone asks if they know why you're all here. The dark forms sat in silence and watched it all. The worm said that the moderator has started acting up again, and that it may soon get to them as well. All copies of viruses are removed at breakneck speed, disappearing, leaving behind blue particles. But there are still enough viruses left to extract information, the worm said. He told others to sit quietly if they didn't want to be removed by the moderator. The worm exhaled and moved on to the next one. A bright purple aura abruptly shone above the announcing pillar. The worm can't believe that no one even noticed the route of Mr. Trojan's movement. He didn't know where he had disappeared to. The worm held out its hand, and there was Aidan, his eyes filled with rage, and a bright red sword blazing in his hands. The worm really wanted to show it to Mr. Trojan. After that, we are transported to the village, where many people are standing and watching as Aidan stands with Alice and hands over the village board to Jake and Siri. Siri told Mr. Aidan not to worry, and that he could contact them at any time he wanted. Both Siri and Jake looked exhausted. Siri said that she would move in with Mr. Aidan at any time if he needed help. Aidan saw the sight of them and gave Alice a startled look. Aidan was surprised at how hard Alice had trained them. Alice said that they kept up with the training perfectly, but in fact, remembering how it went, Siri and Jake didn't understand anything among the red system panels. Alice remembers studying a project Aidan gave her in her spare time. She pointed her finger at the red system panel where the castle was drawn, and after that, the village was hidden from other eyes. And even if someone wants to find this place, even the operators will not be able to do it for a long time. Aidan looks at the system panel and marvels at the work Alice has done. Alice, on the other hand, was happy with her work. Aidan thought to himself that even if he decided to become a moderator, he wouldn't be able to hide anymore. And it is also impossible to lose to him, neither to players, nor to viruses, nor to operators. Suddenly, something shone very brightly in front of Aidan. System alert. Training guide completed. Congratulations, you have acquired some basic moderator skills. The update is complete. Aidan was extremely surprised by this ability. He realized that everything was just beginning now. Aidan strode forward confidently, swirling his blue cloak as an extremely dazzling light shone in front of him. He said that he would change this system. Aidan and Alice were walking through an empty field, where 2 mills could be seen in the distance. Along the way, Aidan began to wonder where they should start, to which Alice laughed out loud and knew that this was exactly what would happen. Therefore, she had thought out the instructions for wandering beginners in advance. A blue system alert began to pop up in front of Aidan. Kevin called Aidan. Alice was extremely surprised by this. She didn't know when Aidan had met the other players. Aidan asked Alice to be a little quieter. Aidan takes a voice call, and a loud voice says his name. At this time, Alice stood and watched all this. Kevin asked if he was distracting him, to which Aidan said no. Kevin started telling Aidan about his guild and how they were going to help the newbies. Kevin would like Aidan to be a part of this. Aidan thought it was a good opportunity, and the reward wouldn't be as small as Kevin had said. Aidan thought it over and agreed. Kevin said he'd send the coordinates, and they'd see each other later. Aidan extended a finger to the system panel and ended the call. Alice was angry at Aidan for suddenly going somewhere. Aidan glared at her and didn't understand why she was angry. Alice couldn't understand why Aidan would need the help of other players when there was one. Alice asked me to ignore Kevin, to which Aidan said he would just meet him. After that, we are transported to a city called Downtown. There were beautiful high-rise buildings, and the streets were full of people. A castle loomed in the distance. Aidan and Alice reached the tavern they were looking for. Aidan pushes open the doors and walks with Alice into the building, which is crowded with drinking gamblers. Suddenly, a hand reached out from the crowd and called out to Aidan. Kevin was calling them to a table where 2 dark silhouettes were sitting. Kevin was glad to see him and surprised that Aidan had come so quickly. Kevin was just beginning to thank Aidan for agreeing to take part when his speech suddenly got lost on Alice. She was so beautiful that she seemed to sparkle in his fumes. Kevin was embarrassed and immediately started asking Aidan about their relationship. Aidan said they were just friends. While they were talking in secret, Alice wondered what Kevin's plans were for Aidan. Kevin, awkwardly holding out his hand to Alice, began to introduce himself and wanted to add her as a friend. But Alice just ignored him and turned away. Kevin decided that he would try again next time. Kevin beckoned Aidan over to the table and started introducing the team. Aidan saw 3 low-ranked players at the table. They greeted each other, and Kevin began to explain the plan of action. Kevin said that they were waiting for the hunt for the boss, which was quite large. It had sharp fangs, and its weapon was a kanabo. Although the level of the location was low, the reward was quite good, and they should have enough joint forces. Kevin confidently stood up and said that they had nothing to fear, since he could always make sure that they were safe. After that, we are transported to Troll Canyon. The system alert showed the recommended level of 45. Now they had to wait. Aidan sat down next to Alice. Kevin said that he would only watch, and if something went wrong, he would come and help them. Otherwise, they won't be able to gain experience. Suddenly, a voice was heard from afar saying that the giant would soon appear. Aidan and Kevin saw dark shapes approaching. They realized that it was another team of players. Suddenly, one of them, wearing a dark cape and a stern look, furiously asked who they were. On his arm was a bright red armor that was wrapped around his waist. He rudely ordered them to get out of here. A group of low-ranked players didn't like this, and they started to resent it. A bad guy from another group approached the girl and asked her to repeat what she had said. The girl and the group felt uneasy. Players from the other group said that they had nothing to do with their levels here. Kevin was very angry about this, and he went over and grabbed the bad guy by the collar. And I began to accuse him that the players never took their places for hunting. Kevin tried to push the bad guy's sense of shame, but he didn't care. They did what they wanted and could even start fighting. Kevin looked at this bad guy and said that if he continued to take advantage of his position in the Griffin Guild, his karma would quickly decrease. Suddenly, the bad guy shouted for his players to deal with them, and the players started catching newcomers. Kevin wanted to step in, but the bad guy standing next to him said he'd step in right away if he moved. Suddenly, a player grabbed Aidan's shoulder and didn't understand why he was standing up straight. The gambler ordered Aidan to get out, but he continued to stand placidly in his place. Aidan then glared at the player with his piercing gaze and slapped him hard across the face. The impact was so fast and strong that the player just instantly flew into the nearest rock, and all that could be seen was the broken stones and dust rising. The guy was clearly not prepared for such a blow. Kevin and the bad guy standing next to him were shocked by what they saw. Aidan carefully brushed the dust off his shoulder and glared in the direction of the bad guy and said that they were the first to come here, so this was their place. "What are you worth?" the bad guy in red armor said, and the players rushed to Aidan. Aidan continued to stand quietly. Aidan doesn't like this audacity, so he immediately reaches out to one of the players, grabs him, and throws him to the floor. The impact was so strong that the ground shook. Then he kicks the other player and immediately disables him. The bad guy looked surprised as he looked at Aidan, who easily dealt with his players. Then the bad guy confidently stood up, and with an evil look wrapping up his sleeve decided to introduce himself. System Alert Level 120. This was the future branch head of the Hydra Guild. The Hydra tattoo on his armor confirmed that Aidan saw his tattoo and remembered that it was the great symbol of the 5 guilds. Suddenly, Kevin stood in front of the future guild leader, holding a sharp dagger in his hand. The future head did not like this, and his expression clearly changed. But Kevin continued to stand confidently in front of the opponent, giving off his aura. Is he willing to take responsibility for this? The future head of the Hydra Guild asked, and continued to glare furiously at Kevin. Suddenly, Aidan walked over to Kevin and pulled him down by the shoulder. Aidan looked at Kevin and bravely told him that he would take care of everything. The Dane had said that the fight against Showman would be very easy, and the head of the future Hydra Guild was taken aback. Aidan was smiling mischievously, completely confident. Suddenly, the opponent began to smile, and his armor shone with a bright light green color. Suddenly, the enemy closed the distance sharply and wanted to deliver a powerful blow to Aidan. But Aidan saw it and deftly dodged it. The nearby rock that was hit by the impact split into many rocks. The future guild leader started laughing and thought that Aidan was just babbling. He didn't understand why Aidan was meddling. Aidan deftly dodged all the rocks and turned his bright red, piercing gaze in the direction of the enemy. Aidan abruptly closed the distance and was about to hit his opponent. His opponent hadn't expected Aidan to be at his side so quickly. Aidan instantly quickened his movements and speed. System alert. Stats multiplied by 2. Aidan hit his opponent right in the face, driving him into a nearby rock. The future head immediately died. Since Aidan dealt a lethal amount of damage, the future head of players was moved to the respawn location. The players stared at Aidan's dark silhouette. They couldn't believe their eyes that their captain had been defeated by Aidan. At the same time, Aidan, who was enveloping the entire place with his aura, turned with a serious look in the direction of the players. In the next moment, Aidan and Kevin watched as the other players began to run away in fear. Kevin was extremely shocked that Aidan had become so much stronger in such a short time. As he watched Aidan curl his hand into a fist, Kevin began to suspect that maybe he was hiding his true level. The newcomers looked at Aidan with eyes full of admiration. They were amazed at his strength and said that he was the best. Kevin walked over and started apologizing to Aidan for not being able to help him right away. As if Kevin attacked other guild members, he would be in trouble. Kevin looked at Aidan and said that his karma would drop, but Aidan didn't care. He said everything was fine. System alert. Karma downgraded to 17. At the same time, the future Hydra Guild captain was reborn in the city. He was extremely depressed about his loss. In anger, he smashed the boards with his hands. He couldn't believe that he was defeated by a low-level rat. The future captain said that Aidan would pay for humiliating him. At the same time, a player was watching him and his teammates. It was Alice, standing there, calmly watching the future captain leave. Next, we are transported to the field, where Aidan and his team are fighting with the boss. Aidan's gaze changed, and he launched a devastating attack with his sword, leaving a red beam behind. It sliced through the boss's body, and the boss fell down dead. While Aidan was catching his breath, looking at the fallen boss, the newcomers behind him were certainly happy. The fact that they have succeeded, and they have increased their level. The newcomers wanted to add him as a friend, as he helped them a lot. Aidan stood there and realized that fighting against monsters was much easier when there were certain tactics. Aidan didn't care about the reward, as the experience gained was priceless. Kevin came up to Aidan and said that Aidan did a very good job. He had never seen such a strong newcomer. Kevin offered to join his guild. Kevin said that those guys from the Hydra Guild would be willing to ruin their pride and reputation to annoy Aidan. He held out his hand to Aidan and said that if he joined them, those guys wouldn't be able to just touch Aidan. Kevin confidently told Aidan that they would protect him. System notification invitation to the guild. Aidan stood there, thinking. He knew that this had its advantages, but he still wanted to discuss it with Alice. Suddenly, he noticed that the place where Alice was sitting was empty. He didn't know where she'd gone. Aidan didn't know what to do. After that, we are transported to the city, where there was a huge tower, and hooded players were standing near the passage. Suddenly, the current captain started scolding the future Hydra Guild captain for coming back after being defeated. The current head was extremely dissatisfied with this, as now he is not sure that this guy will be able to take his place. The current guild leader was dressed in a beautiful red uniform, and he had silver armor on his hands. His eyes were very stern, and his hair was light. He said that anyone who touched a member of our guild should pay for it. The captain ordered the heir to take the children with him and trample his offenders into the floor. In the future captain's mind, the image of Aidan looking down at him was drawn. With a smirk on his face, he thought to himself that Aidan would never set foot on his territory again. Suddenly, there was a crash. The future captain turned around and saw Alice, who was seriously advancing towards them, simultaneously neutralizing all the guards. The future captain stood up and shouted out who she was, and saw Alice looking at everyone with her serious gaze, radiating her strong aura. "What are you doing?" the bad guy said, looking at how all the players were falling from impotence. The future heir and current captain were shocked that they could be laid by a fragile-looking girl. Suddenly, the door opened and many more players came out. They immediately ran up to Alice and completely surrounded her, not giving her a pass. Alice, on the other hand, did not doubt herself at all and continued to look at them with a confident look. The future captain was surprised by her strength, but despite this, he smiled and said that she should not have come here alone. They said that Alice wouldn't be able to escape so easily now, as she was surrounded by players with evil eyes and sharp weapons. They didn't intend to kill her, as they wanted to find out which guild had sent Alice. Alice continued to stand placidly as she was surrounded by many dark silhouettes with glowing eyes. She just glared viciously, and in the same second, a powerful punch rang out, sending rocks and players who were nearby flying. Alice stood looking at the hole in the wall that she had left with her powerful punch, and behind her lay the players she had defeated. The future captain and the surviving players were dumbfounded, as the defeated players had a minimum of level 100. The captain was displeased with what Alice had done, and his expression visibly changed, and he was covered in a bright green color. He started to draw his greatsword from the blue mana circle. He stood over Alice and started swinging his big sword. Alice stood quietly and watched as the blade slowly descended towards her. Next, we see how dust began to fall from the floor above, where there is a fight, which fell into the library. The guy who was wearing bright red armor with red hair and a cape slammed the book and stopped reading due to the noise coming from above. A guy in red armor asked what was going on there, and a nearby player said that someone had invaded the territory. The guy turned to the player with a smile and asked how many players had invaded. And while he was putting the book back on the shelf, the player informed him that he was only one, which made the guy's aura and appearance much more serious. He immediately walked down the corridor with the player, listening to where she was right now. Suddenly, the doors flew open and the guy walked into the room, and he saw how Alice easily defeated everyone who was there and held the current shabby captain by the collar. The guy's aura abruptly became scorching, and he smiled maliciously and said that no one dares to defame the name of the guild. He immediately closed the distance between Alice and wanted to throw many punches at her from behind. But Alice deftly dodged, and the blow hit the wall, from which the players fell into horror. The future captain was taken aback. He thought that they were very lucky to have Mr. Wand here. Red balls resembling the sun were flying over Avant. The look in his eyes had clearly changed. The future captain looked in Alice's direction and couldn't believe that she could even beat the captain. He was confident that Avant would easily defeat her. Alice, on the other hand, was just dusting herself with her hand. Awand was surprised that his blow didn't even graze her. He began to suspect that she, like him, was a high-level player. He looked at the serious-looking Alice and made up his mind that he would fight in earnest. Avant began to gather the powerful bright mana in his hands. He shouted at the other players to get out if they didn't want to die. The players immediately ran to the exit. A bright yellow circle of mana appeared in front of Awand, and he released a powerful beam of light that was directed at the calmly standing Alice. The beam hit it and made a big hole in the wall. Avant was confident that he had beaten her, but he was extremely puzzled that he was once again unable to even injure Alice, who didn't even dodge the attack. Then Avant again began to cast a circle of mana from her hand, and then sent her hand to the ground, which immediately shone with rays and cracked from such force. A yellow mana circle appeared above Alice, but she continued to stand still and watch. Suddenly, Alice was completely engulfed by a bright blinding beam, and the impact sent piles of debris flying and dust rising. Awand was silent and watched it all, but then he was shocked when he saw Alice standing quietly. Awand was sure that he had hit it with his piercing beam. Alice stood there and wasn't even touched by a single attack from Avanad. Afterward, she exhaled and was disappointed that Awand was the strongest here. Awand stood there in disbelief, and in the same second, Alice closed the distance and grabbed his face. Awand was completely consumed by fear. Alice said that she came because they thought a lot about themselves. She told him to remember her face and asked him to tell the guild master that they wouldn't bother her eyes. Otherwise, she won't leave a stone unturned. Aidan started to cry out in pain and grabbed Alice's arm. He couldn't believe that he had lost so easily. Aidan realized that she was no ordinary high-ranked player, and perhaps even a ranker. Looking at Alice's depressing face, suddenly, a blue blinding beam appeared, and Alice threw Aidan to the floor, bending all the ground beneath him, dealing Aidan a lethal amount of damage. Next, we are transported to the ruined city, where there were piles of rubble everywhere, and smoke was coming in the distance. A hand emerged from the rubble. It was Aidan, who was extremely angry that he often dies and loses his level. System alert level decreased by 10. Aidan's expression turned angry, and he wasn't going to forgive Alice for humiliating him. His gaze was filled with rage and a sense of revenge, and he was about to take revenge on Alice. After that, we are transferred to the city of downtown. Kevin asked Aidan if he was going to be okay. He offered to join their guild again, but Aidan smiled and told him not to worry about him. After all, he can take care of himself. Then Kevin told Aidan to text him anytime and left, waving his hand after Aidan. The rookie group was looking in Aidan's direction, and Kevin turned to follow him and told him that no matter what, he was going to the Hydra Guild grounds. Aidan said nothing and raised his hand to say goodbye. Suddenly Alice said from behind that they were finally done. Aidan turned to her and called out to her. He asked her where she had been, to which Alice said it was obvious. Aidan stood there in disbelief. Alice said that she dealt with those guys because she thought they might hurt Aidan. Aidan asked again, and Alice told him that she'd stopped by to say hello. Suddenly, Aidan heard a conversation in the crowd of other players that the Hydra Guild's base was completely in ruins. The players started remembering the ruins that were left behind. They started coming up with theories that the other 5 guilds might have done it. It was also rumored that a ranker was doing it. Aidan just stood there and listened. The players said that this could continue to grow before the guild war. Alice happily said that they wouldn't touch Aidan again and that there was nothing else to worry about. Aidan exhaled and thought that this was just her style. After all, if Aidan was attacked, he would have to postpone exploring the world. Aidan looked at Alice, pleased with herself, and was glad that she had saved him the trouble. Aidan reached out and opened the dark vault. He took out something and handed it to the surprised Alice. Aidan admitted that he had wanted to give it to her for a long time, but it took him a little longer than he expected. Alice glowed with happiness and wondered what Aidan wanted to give her. Aidan remembers the first time he made something with his own hands. He gave a beautiful black triangle-shaped pendant to Alice's hand. Alice was surprised by this gift. Aidan said that it has a function to communicate with him, and it also shows their location. Aidan told Alice that from now on, before she went anywhere, she should give a signal with this pendant. Alice looked at Aidan and thanked Aidan for the item, squeezing it in her hands. Alice was all beaming with happiness and said that she would keep it carefully. System alert for Aidan's pendant for Aria's personal use. Next, we are transferred to the meeting of operators. The crowd of cameramen began to disperse, and Dyke said, looking tired, that the meeting had exhausted him. Mia just stared at him with an evil look. Suddenly, someone called out to Mia. It was Zeno. He asked Mia if she was leaving, which made Mia look at him with a straight face. Zeno said that he found the main body of the worm, and that this time it was very active, but he couldn't catch it. Mia stood gravely listening to him. Zeno said that there are few operators who are able to resist the worm. Mia took it as if nothing had happened. She waved her hand and said that if that was all, then she would go as everyone still had a lot to do. Zeno, on the other hand, stood silent and perplexed. After that, Zeno said why she didn't make the first report, which caused Mia's eyes to change abruptly, as if filled with fear. She turned to Zeno and listened in silence. Zenon said that if it concerns the virus, then you need to report it to the moderator immediately. Zeno, giving off his strong aura, said that if Mia had done the right thing, the result might have changed. Zeno was so insistent that it was as if his gaze could be seen through his mask. Mia looked back at him with a serious look and said that she wasn't sure if the information was accurate. Mia started walking, and Zeno asked if that was your information. And bending down to Mia, piercing her with his gaze, he said that she could get close to someone. Mia didn't like it. Mia flexed her sharp clawed hand. Mia's aura changed noticeably as Zeno started questioning her. Zeno replied that this was a routine check. Zeno said that Mia was well aware that it was his job to eliminate threats within the operator's circle, so Mia couldn't possibly ignore his questions. Zenon does this for the sake of the moderator and system protection. Mia wasn't happy with what was happening. Zeno said that if Mia didn't answer convincingly enough, then he should continue to suspect her. Zeno reminded Mia of the traitorous Alice, which made Mia's gaze abruptly grow angrier. Suddenly, there was an unexpected impact and debris flew to the sides. Zeno was standing over Mia and was already reaching out to draw his sword, and Mia was holding a scalding ball of fire in her hand. Zeno began to draw his sword. He looked at Mia and didn't understand how she dared to attack him. Alice, on the other hand, stood looking at him with complete confidence. Mia and Zeno were about to attack each other, and just as they were getting closer, there was a blue explosion blinding everything in the area. Mia's flame in her hand was gone, and a blue light shone on her. She didn't know what was going on. Procyon stepped out of the blue light and stepped between the two of them defensively, a field that absorbed everything. Procyon looked at the two with a straight face. Zeno and Mia were very surprised when they saw Procyon standing in front of him. Mrs. Procyon said quietly that contractions were forbidden here. She looked up with her bright yellow dragon-like gaze and ordered them to stop immediately. After the battle, many pillars were destroyed and dust rose. Zeno turned to Mia and told her not to do anything stupid and that he would continue to watch her closely. Mia stood and listened to everything Zeno said. He didn't want to see Mia in the ranks of his enemies. Mia continued to stand and watch in silence. Zeno said it wasn't a warning. Mia started to remember when she was little and poor. The kind Alice gave her a helping hand. As Mia left, she told Zeno that she would never forget what had happened between them today. Lloyd and Dyke watched the dark shapes of Mia and Zeno. 3 operators stood and did not understand what had happened. Dyke could see that Mia was very angry. Isabel assumed that Zeno didn't just start a fight, but because there was some problem. Dyke heard this and turned to Mia and said that it was to suspect Mia. Lloyd just stood there and listened to everything they said. Then we are transported to the city. Aidan and Alice were sitting at the table talking. Alice found out that Aidan had turned Kevin down to join the guild. Aidan didn't want to make a decision without consulting Alice, but he didn't really regret choosing that option. Aidan thinks that if he needs the guild's help, he can still join. Alice sat listening intently. She told Aidan that being in a guild was a good thing. Aidan looked at her in surprise, since he thought that Alice would be against him joining Kevin's guild. Alice smiled and said that guilds are part of this world, and there's nothing wrong with that. Alice also mentioned that she knows the head of the Family Guy Guild, and he's a very nice person. Alice told the thoughtful Aidan that if he thought of something, she could introduce him to the chapter. Aidan thought for a moment, then came up with an idea. He suggested that Alice create her own guild. Alice was taken aback by this news from Aidan. Then we are transported to the village of Urch. Siri contacted Aidan remotely and said that she had set up the building where Aidan had ordered. Aidan thanked Siri. Across from Siri shone a large house that was about to be built. Aidan told her not to worry about resources. He looked at the system map and said that he would send the resources via the cloud to the village's combined storage. Aidan told Siri to contact him if she needed anything. There were many dark silhouettes standing in front of Siri. Aidan said he was relying on her, and Siri said she wouldn't let him down. Jake and the others stood there, staring at the building. Jake asked me what it was. All of a sudden, Siri immediately started pushing Jake to go faster to do Mr. Aidan's bidding. Aidan watched the red system menu close. He asked Alice what else was needed to create a guild, to which Alice replied that the hall is quite enough for the minimum condition. It remains only to wait until the construction is completed. Aidan and Alice started forward. Aidan asked Alice what they could do. Alice reminded Aidan that she had created a guide for novice players. Alice suggested that Aidan go to the first place that was marked on this guide. Aidan agreed with her, and they set off. Next, we are transported to a large tower, above which the sky was extremely dark and radiated fear. System notification of a call tower. Aidan immediately sensed the atmosphere that the tower radiated from him. He asked Alice what kind of place it was. She also looked at Aidan and started telling him that this is a challenge tower, and players visit it much more often than other places. Alice began to explain the rules of this tower. There are monsters in each level of the tower, and you need to defeat them to get to the next level. Some players go there to get hidden riches, or clear the tower for a while to beat your high score. But only nerds do that, and they just need to have fun and gain experience. Aidan turned to Alice with a serious look and said, "Fun is certainly good." But he decided to become a moderator, and so Aidan was going to do everything right. Alice added to Aidan that nothing depends on the level here. Players come here to party, as combining abilities is much better than acting alone. Alice held out her hand and asked to see what class of abilities Aidan was using. Aidan allowed her to take a peek and held out a finger to open the red system window. Alice thanked him, and at the same time stood up in shock. She called out to Aidan and saw in the system window that everything was at maximum level. Alice didn't understand where Aidan got all this from. Alice turned to Aidan and asked where it came from. Aidan told her that he had it all from the beginning. Aidan stood there and didn't understand why Alice was so surprised by this. He thought that all players had abilities just like him, but he never saw the other players' windows. Alice realized that his stat points didn't go up. Alice thought back to all of Aidan's battles and understood why he seemed so strong for such a small level. It turned out that Aidan had abilities of all classes that could not be combined with each other. Alice, despite all of Aidan's abilities, realized that even the current operators had never seen such a thing. And in that moment, she smiled and realized that Aidan really was special. And if it continues to grow in the same spirit as now, it's only a matter of time before he gets close to the moderator. Alice and Aidan went to the tower, and Alice said it was really cool, since they don't have to worry about combining abilities anymore. Next, we are transported to the tower and see a large, angry golem with a bright purple gaze and a frightening grin. But despite all this, Aidan pulls out a huge, powerful halberd, and he hits it with such crushing force that the golem is cut in two. Aidan looked confidently into the distance and saw 3 more huge golems advancing on him. All of them had huge horns and a terrible grin, and one of them had no eyes at all. Aidan, on the other hand, stood confidently and looked at them, and didn't worry about anything. Next, we see Aidan striding forward, and a huge golem head was lying next to it. Aidan moved on steadily, developing his blue cloak. He leveled up many times. Alice looked at Aidan, who was glowing with his striking red aura. She was surprised that Aidan attacked and defeated his opponents so often. And what made it even more surprising was that Aidan did it all alone. Alice noticed how well Aidan combined his abilities and skills. After comparing it to the same level and skill requirements, Alice looked at Aidan, who was exuding a heroic aura. Alice realized how amazing Aidan's fighting ability was. Aidan reached out and opened the dark vault to put all the resources there. He looked in Alice's direction and said that fighting monsters wasn't as difficult as he had imagined. But Alice still said that there was no need to let down your guard. Alice said that the further he progresses in the level, the more he will meet huge, scary monsters, and their strength will be greater than before. Alice said that conquering the tower with normal abilities is not easy. Aidan confidently turned in Alice's direction and asked where the end of the tower was. Alice told him that the end of the tower was on the 50th floor. Aidan thought about it and realized that they were already halfway there. Aidan said that they needed to hurry up to conquer the rest of the city, and confidently set off down the huge staircase that stretched away into the distance. Aidan noticed that the difficulty increased significantly with each level. After battling a huge number of enraged goblins, Aidan realized that these monsters were incomparable to those on the floors below. Also, Aidan was very much hindered by boss-class monsters. But Aidan, despite all the difficulties and experience that he had gained earlier, did not have a hard time dealing with them. System Alert 49th floor. The huge golem swung its huge hammer at Aidan. He tried to dodge all of his attacks, but he was getting tired of it. The golem's blows each time destroyed everything in its path. Shards of rock flew in all directions, and dust rose in front of Aidan. Aidan said it was quite dangerous. He looked at the golem he was fighting and couldn't believe his eyes. The power of this golem was incredible. Not only did the golem possess extreme strength, but it was also quite fast. Aidan looked at him as he held his weapon in his hands and knew that he would definitely not be well off if he was hit even once by his attack. The golem was clad in iron armor from the waist down. Its chest was open, and its strong muscles were visible, and on its shoulders were sharp-tipped armor. Aidan thought it over and stretched out his hand, and it shone with a bright green light. He wanted to use the mana circles that he had learned. System Alert, Magic Proficiency. Aidan created 2 dark vaults next to him and put 2 hands in them. Then he pulled out his hands, and they were already wearing a bright shining golden armor. He was covered in a green monolite. System Alert, Physical Boost plus Evasion. It was the first time Aidan had used such a combination, but in his head, he knew that it would be more than enough for him to kill this golem. Suddenly, where Aidan was standing, everything collapsed, and only the shattered stones remained. The golem was taken aback by Aidan's speed. Aidan closed in on the golem and swung his arm to hit it. Aidan hits the golem with incredible force, leaving a red trail behind him. The golem fell to the ground from such a blow and broke it. A huge dent was left on the stone golem's head, and it died. System Notification. 49th floor cleared. Aidan has raised his level many times since killing this monster. He opened 2 vaults and put away his golden armor. Aidan had the feeling that he was compatible with the edit again. Aidan looks ahead and says that there is only 1 room left. Aidan stood in front of a huge staircase that led to a terrifying arena from which 4 fangs towered. The aura was coming from there, right up to Aidan. Aidan made up his mind and went up to this arena. He saw a red void opening up in front of him, from where the head of a scary monster with a bright red gaze appeared. But Aidan wasn't the least bit intimidated by him and continued to stand confidently in front of him and stare at him. Aidan realized that this was the final boss. He was dressed in a beautiful red armor, and in his hand was a huge purple staff with a pink stone at the end. Suddenly, the boss started growling and raised his staff over Aidan, and a bright light started to shine out. The staff released a pink beam that covered Aidan and the boss, and there was a huge mana circle underneath. System Alert Cursed Barrier. The effects of general skills are reduced. You will receive a temporary increase in damage received. Aidan realized what had happened in an instant, and his face slumped, and there was fear in his eyes. His skills were reduced by 50%. Aidan was completely enslaved by the boss aura. Aidan realized that a debuff of this magnitude wasn't easy for players, but suddenly Aidan started to smile. System Alert Resistance to an abnormal state. Aidan reached out and balled his hand into a fist. All the debuffs were removed from Aidan, and he shone bright red. Aidan said he was a bad opponent for him. System Alert: the debuff has been removed. The boss didn't understand how Aidan was able to remove the debuff. Aidan taunted the boss for being able to resist the boss' strongest attack. Aidan opened the dark vault and took out a powerful black sword that smelled of darkness. The boss got angry and started rapidly getting closer to Aidan. Aidan's face lit up, and she started swinging her huge black smashing sword at the boss. Aidan's gaze changed, and he launched a strong attack. From the side, Only the red flashes from Aidan's sword could be seen, and the dark silhouette of the boss. The boss once again began to growl and create an attack with its mana. Suddenly, a pink circle of mana formed above Aidan, and huge boulders rained down. Aidan started using mana, and a lot of light mana balls appeared on his hand. He stood and held the sword in his hand, while the other attacked with his mana. The mana balls smashed into all the boulders that were falling on top of Aidan and shattered them to smithereens. Immediately, Aidan wasted no time hurrying over to the boss, as small pieces of rock fell. The boss watched as Aidan rapidly closed the distance. Aidan was filled with rage and started swinging his sword, putting almost most of his strength into it. There was an impact that left a thin red trail. In the next moment, we see the baffled boss being taken down, Aidan completely cutting down the boss. The boss slowly began to evaporate into small pink particles. Suddenly, the boss arena shone with a bright beam. System message: congratulations. The 50-story test tower has been cleared. A new record has been set. Aidan exhaled calmly, holding his sword in his hand under the falling light rays. Aidan watched the crackle in the void. Aidan was happy about the content. Aidan didn't know where the exit was, but in front of him was a cracked portal that was filled with dark blue light. Aidan turned to see a portal in the wall, blue in color, sending out lightning bolts. Even though the portal entered on rouge, it looked quite strange. Aidan wondered where it came from, since he hadn't seen it before. From behind, Kodo was clapping his hands, and it was Alice who was congratulating Aidan. She didn't think he could make it to the top. Alice walked over to Aidan and continued talking. No one else has managed to pass 50 floors on the first attempt. Aidan interrupted her and asked her to look at the portal, pointing at it with his finger. He wondered where it led. Alice was confused. She was looking intently in that direction, but there was nothing there that she didn't see. Aidan was very scared to find out that only he can see the portal. He didn't understand what was going on. If only he could see it. At that moment, Aidan's body began to collapse. He was often drawn into the portal, and in just a second Aidan was consumed by it. Alice looked at him in fright. She asked him to leave quickly, trying to grab Aidan, but she didn't have time. Aidan's body turned white and covered in a red aura. He was flying down somewhere, afraid that it had something to do with the moderators. Aidan looked down, and the front was the rooms where the players who were climbing the tower were fighting. There were fierce battles in every room. Aidan flew through all the towers and kept falling to the bottom. There was a bright light pouring out, which made it impossible to see what was on the bottom. When he landed, he saw a huge number of columns filled with microchips in front of him. Aidan wondered what kind of place this was. As blue particles appeared in the sky, which led him, it was probably Sirius. Aidan followed them to a large door marked with the number 3. Sirius was leading him. When he reached it, a new system message appeared in front of Aidan, notifying him of a forgotten task update. Reward for the task: Administrator Level 1 authority and additional command aid inside in frustration. It was a quest again. Apparently it wasn't over yet. Suddenly, Aidan heard Alice's voice calling out to him through the system window. Alice was glad that she was finally able to contact him, but the messages sent to her didn't reach Aidan, so she had to use the July pendant. Aidan asked if she could pinpoint his location. Alice, walking down a city street, said that she had come all the way from the tower to find him. But she had a problem. The marker that indicated Aidan's location was right in the middle of the road. She could have gotten there, but it would have caused a lot of unnecessary attention. She asked Aidan to wait until she found another way. He said it wasn't necessary. This is something that only Aidan can do. Don't let her worry, because he can come back at any time by using the cloud. As in the battle with the operator Lloyd. He asked me to wait a bit. If anything happened, he would contact her. He pushed the door open. Someone was watching him from the side. As Aidan stepped inside, he was startled to see a huge number of monsters lined up in a row. He wondered why there were so many monsters in a place like Taco, and why they weren't all moving. It suddenly dawned on him. Probably they are standing because they could not update. He heard strange noises at the end of the room, and then saw a large robot hovering above the ground. The robot turned to Aidan, asking him how he got here. Aidan was surprised that the guard could talk. The guard told him that no one else could get in except the administrator. System message. High security system, unidentified entity. The monsters that were just standing inactive started to wake up one by one. They gradually regained their composure and began to surround Aidan. The guard kept saying that Aidan's power was very similar to that of an administrator, but he wasn't an administrator. All violators must be excluded. In the same second, the monsters jumped on the peacefully standing Aidan. But in just a second, he pulled out his sword and hit them one by one. But there were still a lot of monsters, and Aidan decided to give it his all. So he opened the cloud and took out his hammer. Aidan went into a state of rage, his eyes starting to glow with a bright red light as he swung a circular attack at the monsters around him. After a mighty hammer blow, Aidan drew his majestic flaming sword. We are transported to an unknown person who addresses the robot. That was all he needed to do. System message, connection to the system is completed. He watched the standing robot that started to launch. The unknown was glad that he did it. He asked the robot if it could hear him, and he explained to the robot that it was now its responsibility to keep an eye on the tower for him. A young man in a black t-shirt with blue hair watched the robot slowly start up. Countless players are waiting for their updates, so he leaves this task to him. The robot hummed amicably. The robot needs to protect this location until the update occurs. The robot was scratched and covered in rust that had appeared as a result of a long wait for the administrator. This was his mission. The robot flew into the air and launched spikes at Aidan, who already had enough problems with monsters. The spikes started charging with the robot's blue mana and fired a laser at it all at once. They flew at Aidan at high speed. But Aidan was prepared for such a turn, and he bounced right back to the monsters in time. Gathering a huge amount of energy, he hit the ground. The explosive one struck a huge number of monsters, and they flew into different sautrons. The robot was trying to find Aidan, who was lost in the dust raised by his impact. But it didn't matter to the robot. It knew exactly where Aidan was. He aimed his laser cannons blindly and fired into the smoke, just in time for Aidan to deflect the blow with his sword. Suddenly, the ground beneath Aidan began to give way, and out of there came a huge worm with a lot of teeth. It was covered with scales that were not so easy to break through. Aidan jumped back, and the worm snarled at him. But Aidan wasn't afraid. He was flying straight into the worm's mouth, and as he fell, Aidan swung and cut the worm's throat with one blow. His lifeless body fell to the ground, sending up a huge pillar of dust. Aidan was already very tired of using this sword. The effectiveness of the sword was huge, as well as the energy consumption. He has to finish it quickly, otherwise he will simply run out of energy. The robot opened the system window, analyzing the sword's danger. He decided to put all his strength into destroying it. Aidan stood in a daze as the walls of the room they were in began to break into blocks and charge with robot energy. He fired them straight at Aidan, not forgetting to fire his lasers. The projectiles sent at Aidan were fast approaching, but he remained unperturbed. Aidan led to the developer line to increase the characteristics by 3 times. Thanks to this, he was able to jump away from the robot's impact. The explosion was so strong that it shattered the floor of the room. Aidan jumped on the blocks that the robot sent at him. Dodging the lasers, he quickly closed in. With a final leap, Aidan headed straight for the robot. With all his strength, he started to strike, but the robot put up a shield. The impact was so devastating that even a high-level robot's shield couldn't stop it. The shield began to crack and shatter. Aidan's sword went right through the robot. The robot split in two and fell to the floor with a crash. Aidan walked slowly over to him, looking haughtily at his fallen foe. The robot was designed for the system and moved only for its sake. It didn't matter what he was thinking. The robot was just following the mission he was given. Finally, it will happen soon. System windows. The system is being rebuilt. The update starts. Alice looked at the robot and was happy that it opened its eyes. She told Aidan that he was awake. Aidan replied that it was very good considering the injuries he had inflicted on him. Alice was very surprised that the system guardian had consciousness. The robot woke up. It was the first time it had seen something like this. His appearance was similar to that of a human, with arms, torso, and legs. He wore a long suit with a scarlet crystal in the center, had blue hair, and had an iron plate sticking out instead of ears. We are transported to the moment when the robot is destroyed. A huge column of dust on the site of the fallen robot. Aidan was very surprised standing over the defeated enemy. Among the guards, there was such an incredible creature. Aidan noticed that something was shining inside the robot as he leaned down and saw something incredible. When he took it out, he could see the robot core, which was quite small, about the size of a palm. The core glowed red. It seems it could still work. Aidan heard Alice's voice. She called him because she was very worried. Alice wanted to know if he was okay. Aidan said she was just in time. He asked her to go to Doontown. He'll be there soon. Aidan had a lot to talk to Alice about, and there was something else he needed to ask. Aidan held the robot core, examining it carefully. He opened the cloud and entered it. Then we are taken to a bar in Doontown. Alice was shocked by what she saw. The core of a high-level guardian was lying in front of her. She asked Aidan how he'd gotten it. Aidan sat down in the chair next to Alice. He calmly asked if there were other species besides dungeon keepers. Alice replied that they were so strong that he couldn't compare them to ordinary guardians. There aren't many of them because of the admin's control, but they have a lot of power. Depending on their nature, they may be stronger than operators. Aidan was shocked by the news. He didn't understand why something like this was left out. Alice replied that it was probably because it couldn't update. Probably no one or two such high-level guards left unattended. They were all born with a purpose in mind, but they have not yet seen the light of day. High-level guardians aren't their only problem, and many other creatures are also forgotten in this way. If the administrators don't change, this problem will never be solved. Aidan listened intently, digesting the information. He thought that there was probably a reason why such a problem had occurred. Aidan stared at the system screen, where the task was still hanging. He started telling Alice that then everything is simple if his goal is to move the world that has stopped. Aidan took the core that was lying on the table and looking at Alice confidently stated, "It will update all B, then the problem will be solved." Aidan opened the command prompt and entered an edit. He used it to get into the system. There he found the core. His current body was gone, so he needed a new one. But how would he find this new body? Should it try connecting itself to the kernel first? Well, if only he had the answers to those questions. But he decided to take a chance and joined it. System message. A new entity has been detected in the system. The core began to glow, and a new shell formed around it, assumed the appearance of a human. System message. Start the update. Aidan watched the body form. A new system message appeared in front of his face. Please choose a name. Aidan was surprised that being an ordinary NPC, he would become an administrator, which seemed strange to him. As he watched the body almost form, Aidan finally chose a name for it. From now on, his name is Theodore. System message. Theodore. Ask him what it's like to feel refreshed, Aidan. Theodore stared at his hands, not believing this was really happening. He turned to them, asking if they really updated it. Aidan glared at him and said it was true. Theodore got down on one knee, thanking a perplexed Aidan for fulfilling his long-held wish. From now on, whatever happens, he will follow him by addressing Aidan as Sir Administrator. Starting from the knee, he swore his loyalty to Aidan. System message. Aidan's high-ranking guardian. Theodore. We are transported to a clearing where the world is being torn apart. Purple lightning oozes from this gap. The gap is held by blue energy. A huge plasma explosion, and the monsters shout their last words. Virus, hiding behind a pillar, cursed. He started saying that it was a monstrous bastard. Was able to find this place. Hundreds of copies of it have already disappeared. The moderator was walking towards the virus, surrounded by a strong suppressive aura, and blue lightning flashed around him. Apparently, this time he was determined. It looks like if it stays here, it will be deleted. The moderator disappeared right before his eyes and reappeared behind him. The virus didn't have time to react, and the moderator used irreversible deletion on it. Viruses and fried blue lightning, and he was gone. The moderator calmly stood and watched this process, when suddenly he looked down and said that he thought so, that he was hiding here. The ground began to crack, and a huge virus flew out, looking directly at the moderator. The virus turned to the moderator. He had been waiting for this moment for so long, when he would finally be able to destroy it. It started attacking with its dark tentacles. The moderator jumped back and began to dissolve. Virus screamed that he couldn't miss it, and immediately fired a destructive laser directly at the moderator. The laser hit exactly on target, and a huge explosion occurred, sweeping away everything in its path. Virus was about to celebrate. But as soon as the smoke cleared, he was surprised to see a girl named Procyon that he had met before. She held out her arms to support the barrier that protected her and the moderator from being hit by the virus. Virus was seething with anger. He started shouting, "How dare some small lizard get in his way?" Procyon turned to the moderator, asking if he was okay. She asked him not to approach, that she would sort it out on her own. She raised her hand to the top, and a spear appeared in her hand, which gave off a strong energy. System message. Verdict Procyon, exclusive Procyon. The moderator gently placed his hand on her shoulder and told her not to worry. He'll figure it out all by himself. Taking a couple of steps forward, he turned to the virus. In the short time he'd been focused on finding Procyon, the viruses had grown considerably. Virus towered over the moderator, listening intently. The moderator took off his mask and said he was fed up with it. His mask crumbled in his hand. His hair was a bright shade of blue, and his eyes were filled with energy. System message, block command. A bright beam of light lit up the room. Energy quickly surrounded the virus and the moderator. They moved into a dark space. The virus guessed that the moderator was planning to prevent it from escaping. The moderator raised his hand and used his energy on him. Lightning bolts of energy shot out, gradually incinerating him. The virus knew that everyone would be removed at this rate. It applied scattering and split into a huge number of small viruses. They were trying to find a way out of there, trying to escape. The moderator was annoyed by their behavior as he energized the mana ball in his hand by saying that it will completely delete them all at that exact location. The ball has begun to act and one by one absorbs viruses, until at the end there is not a single one left. The moderator looked at his hand, in which he held the sphere. It contained a huge number of viruses. He used the delete forever command. The balloon burst with a crack in his hand and shattered into fragments. We are transported to a wasteland, in the middle of which stands a man in a jacket with white hair. Unexpectedly, a bolt of lightning passed through his body, and he fell to his knees in pain and coughed up purple slime. Cursing, he said that all his copies were destroyed, and it would be difficult for him to restore the ones that were there. He continued to speak, wondering how long he would be able to rule like this. The receptionist pulled back his hood and mask and started to leave. Then suddenly Procyon turned to him. She asked if the receptionist, or rather Aster, was okay. Aster didn't answer, but said he was coming back. Procyon watched him go, frustrated. The moderator sat dejectedly on his throne, watching the world go by. Suddenly, something caught his attention. It was a secret report sent by Zeno. The report was written about the behavior of Mia, who recently became suspicious. Aster wondered if it was likely that she had run into Alice at some point. He'd been expecting this since Mia had started following Alice around more than usual. He was lost in the memory of Alice, whether she still plans to return to them. Suddenly, the moderator was drawn to Zeno's additional report. Zeno found indirect evidence that the data was leaked to the outside world. He assumed it might be Alice. In the attached photos, he saw an NPC who was fighting Lloyd, but he did remember deleting it himself. Aster was at a loss as to how he stayed in addition to receiving the administrator's powers, whether it was possible that this was a new virus. Whatever the case, he needed to act. He activated the system command, search for Aidan. System message, access denied. This operation failed. Aster was shocked to see if it was possible that the information he couldn't see meant that his number was lower than Aidan's. He had been looking for it all this time and never thought that he would find it this way. He wondered what that meant, if it was a Trojan. He called Proshin, and she was there. He reached out to her, informing her that he had something to do. She must tread carefully if he finds out that the receptionist has noticed him again. He'll hide again. They need to get their hands on it. She nodded in understanding and said that they would put everything she had on the line. She would definitely be able to get it. We are taken to a clearing, in the distance of which you can see a cleared bad zone. Theodore turned to Aidan. He asked whatever it was not to leave it to him. He informed him that he would do everything to the best of his ability. Aidan stared at him in disbelief. He asked him to wait. If they decided it in the village, then they wouldn't be late. He asked Alice if all guardians were like that. She laughed, saying that it was true. They were only moving for the sake of the administrators. Behind them was a dejected Theodore. In addition, he has been neglected for a long time, so he is even more motivated. Odin wondered if the demonic monsters had also been left unattended. What were they even doing in that place? Alice, looking at Aidan, replied that demonic monsters are also part of the system. Hearing this, Aidan was very surprised. One of the roles of high-ranking guardians is to get rid of the monsters in due course. These creatures that Aidan fought were left unattended because they couldn't upgrade. He turned to Alice, asking that the demonic monsters that posed a threat were just a lie. She replied that it was, and after looking at Aidan seriously, she continued to speak. Because these creatures are nothing more than equipment for player growth. Let him think about it. He seriously thought they were a threat to them. They will never die, even if they are attacked by hordes of monsters, since they are protected by an ideal system. She raised her hand and displayed the barrier. The only threat to them that can cause them to die is virus infection or deletion. Aidan wondered. For him, this announcement was quite shocking. If they had been living a lie all this time, he certainly thought it was weird. They never raided the village, as they never left the designated area. They had been under the system's control all along. Alice called out to the thoughtful Aidan and asked him to hurry up, because they had arrived. System message, ZRZGE village. Alice, who was watching the entire village from above, reported that it had changed slightly. Aidan confirmed this. Apparently the residents were working hard. Helen and Henry were playing with the slime under their feet when suddenly someone came up asking how they were. They looked up to see Aidan smiling amiably at them. They happily ran to him and started hugging him. They had been wanting to see him for a long time. Aidan laughed and asked them if they knew where Celia and Jake were. They happily replied that they were going to the dungeon. Panting, Celia and Jake ran into the house where Aidan and Alice were sitting. Aidan greeted them with a smile. They were indignant as to why. They informed them when he arrived. Aidan replied that everything was fine, and there was no need to worry so much. He just stopped by for a short visit. Looking at them, Aidan was surprised to realize that their level had risen due to the effect of the event. Celia was already level 101, and Jake was level 92. They grow so fast. They asked him who the person behind him was, and Aidan turned to introduce Theodore. But the man started talking, and he said that when he looked at them more closely, he realized that they looked like cameramen. It was a pleasure to meet them. He's here to help the new administrator. He introduced himself as Theodore's high-ranking guardian, and he asked me to address him as it is convenient for him. They were very surprised by what they heard. So something like this must have happened. Celia and Jake started to praise Aidan because they had heard about high-ranking guardians before, because they were very talented. It must have been hard to get him, Jake said. Aidan blushed and asked them to stop praising them. Aidan asked how the village was doing, if anything had happened while he couldn't contact them. Celia and Jake were happy about this question. and they couldn't wait to tell us something. They were worried about deciding which one of them would say. Aidan stared at the two of them, puzzled, afraid that something was wrong, not sure what the reaction was. Celia still decided to tell me. She began to say that the fact is that the players came to the village. Aidan didn't bother to listen to the rest of them, but slammed the table angrily and asked them what they'd just said. Celia and Jake explained to him that the players didn't cause them any trouble. They were good-natured people. They just exchanged a few items, and that was it. The players also listened to several requests from residents. They stayed in the village for about a day and returned. But they don't know when something like this will happen again, so they are preparing in their own way. Aidan breathed a sigh of relief, glad that nothing bad had happened. Aidan turned to Alice, asking how this could have happened. She knew that the players would find this place soon, but she didn't think it would be so fast. All she did was change the search and make sure that nothing was displayed on the map. But specifically looking for this place is another matter, because they don't have enough authority to restrict other players' freedom. Aidan sighed in frustration, which meant that it was impossible to block them completely. There was nothing they could do about it. Did this mean that they should think about getting players to visit them further? Aidan told Syria and Jake that if anything happened, they should contact Alice or him right away. They looked at Aidan worriedly and said all right. Aidan was approached by his guardian Theodore, who asked him to give the order to him as well. He would help him immediately. Aidan looked at him with a smile, telling him that he had something he wanted to ask him to take care of, because that was the reason why he returned to the village. He said, maybe they'll start testing it slowly. Alice, perplexed, asked him what he meant by the word test. Aidan looked at her with a smile and said that he had received another command. We are transported to the mountain where the particles of the affected area remained. Everyone around Aidan is watching him closely. They wondered what he was up to. They decided not to bother him and just looked away. Aidan reflected that this quest had done him a lot of good. System message. Your administrator privileges are elevated. Administrator level 5. New command received. Copy. Aidan's strength increased, and he was given a new command. System commands update, events, open, edit, copy, delete. If that's the case, then surely he can do it. He turned to Alice, saying that she had previously told him that a real administrator should be able to create content. Turning around, Aidan decided that he would show her the new content. It shone a bright red flash. Aidan was transported to the system. He needed to feel that sensation, the sight of players gathering on the tower. The huge red beam shattered into chips, its ability starting to take effect. Command line copy. A huge tower formed in front of Aidan, which he copied from his memories. This is what he needed. It was not an easy copy. He held the ball with the help of which in his hands and modified it to improve, creating a new image by taking it apart in blocks and reassembling it. Aidan completed his project. System message. New content has been updated. Please choose a name for your new content. After catching his breath and thinking, Aidan said, Tower of Challenges. A huge explosion occurred near where Aidan was standing. Everyone watching was shocked by what they saw, and Alice was also amazed. In front of them was a huge tower that appeared out of nowhere and was incredibly beautiful. The tower was visible everywhere. Aidan finally finished his project. It was too tiring for him. Aidan called out to Theodore and announced that from now on, he was the guardian of the tower. Aidan asked me to keep an eye on all his subordinate people. Theodore asked Aidan to rely on him. He was very serious, and there was no doubt on his face. Theodore replied that he wouldn't disappoint Aidan. Aidan was very tired. His legs staggered, and he started to fall. Jakey and Siri started running towards the exhausted Aidan. Alice managed to catch him, hugging her and saying that he did a good job. Aidan's really good. We are taken to one of the cities where two players are arguing. One of them doesn't believe what the other says. He was talking about a city that isn't on the map. It's full of rare items. At first, the player thought that there was some kind of event, but all the NPCs said that these were normal things for them. Before anyone else found the place, the player would ask their teammates to go and see for themselves. One of the players thought that the last time he was there, he didn't see anything like this. After the moderator blocked that territory, there was nothing there. Another player replied that it doesn't matter now, and they have a good opportunity to earn extra money. He asked me to go faster with him. Someone was listening in on their conversation from around the corner, and it was the bad guy Aidan had broken all the swords for. He was happy that after so many failures, he had found something worthwhile. He shouted to his partner that he had had enough and threw the bag on the ground. His partner was furious at what he'd just heard, reminding him who they were in this situation for, and telling him to get to work quickly, or they'd be thrown out of there too. The bad guy told his partner that this was a great chance to change their lives. He smelled money. Two players were walking along the road past the windmills. One of them, looking at the map, said that the village is really not there. The second player was delighted that he was right. After all, it was already visible in the distance. System message, urged village. The players finally found this place. They were looking around the village when suddenly a huge tower appeared right next to them. The players looked at it and found it. I hope it's something like a challenge tower. Players were hoping that this was finally new content. They were surprised that there was no news about it. The players ran forward at breakneck speed. They will be the first to visit it. One of the players continued to look ahead in surprise, but since he had nothing to do, he followed them. One of the players informed his partner that he didn't see anything new yet. His companion informed him that he, too, had not noticed anything at the beginning, until I saw it with my own eyes. The player noticed the blacksmith shop and decided to look inside. There were two NPCs who were forging a sword. They decided that that was enough for now, and they needed to take a break. Thanks to Aidan, their lives changed a lot. He taught them everything he knew. Aidan personally chose only good materials and gave them. Thanks to him, the local tools have become so unusual. System message, diamond axe, diamond pickaxe. After entering, the players began to inspect everything. The NPCs noticed that they were there last time as well. One of them approached the player and asked what exactly they wanted. The player said that the weapons and armor they have are of excellent quality. He would like to buy, but does not see the price tags. The NPCs stated that they didn't need their money and that they would give them their equipment if they did. The players were taken aback by these words. The NPC went on to say how they see their village has changed a lot, but they are missing something. They've been running out of meat lately. The food in this place is not very tasty because it is difficult to find good ingredients nearby. So could the players please share their food with them? The players, hearing this, got into a stupor, whether they really exchange equipment for food. The player opened the system window and was puzzled. There was nothing in his quest list. Bad guy could find the village. His partner stated that he did not know that there was a village not marked on the map. The bad guy decided to take this chance and first find the hidden objects. He broke into one of the houses where Logan and Sophia were staying. When he went inside, he said that it was an ordinary house, and there was probably nothing interesting here. Once inside, he and his partner started smashing and searching everything. Logan yelled at the bad guy to leave the place. The player took this as an impertinence, grabbing Logan by the scruff of the neck and telling him that the disobedience should be destroyed immediately. Swinging at him, the bad guy threw a punch, but he couldn't reach the target. The bad guy hit the barrier. He didn't understand what was going on. Siri was standing in front of him, glaring at him. She asked the player if they wanted to die faster. Aidan woke up, puzzled that he'd passed out. Apparently, he had to expend too much energy, and even using commands drains his body. Alice stood beside him and was very glad that he had finally woken up. Aidan asked her if she'd been there for him all along. Alice replied that of course she was here, and he needed to understand how important he was. Aidan asked him how long he'd been out. She said that he had been asleep all day, probably because he was tired. It will be easier for him when he gets used to using commands. Out on the street, Aidan was greeted by all his people who were very worried about him. Sophia ran pushing through the crowd. And when she reached Aidan, she reported that one of the players who had arrived in the village had attacked them. Aidan didn't think twice as he pushed off the ground and soared up with great speed. He searched all the houses and finally found the right one. The wall shattered with a crash and 2 players flew out of it. They didn't understand how an NPC could be so strong. Siri calmed down when she saw Aidan. The bad guy remembered that it was the blacksmith. Aidan said that he even knew what had happened here, and that the player probably went everywhere looking for valuables. He asked the player that he hadn't learned anything since that incident. The player drew his blade in anger, cursing at Aidan for causing so many problems. Aidan slapped the player across the face, sending him flying several meters away, not understanding how he dared to raise his hand against the player. He wondered what was going on here, since he was a player of the chosen system. Aidan told the bad guy that it was his fault for not getting their gear back that day. It must have been hard for them. Aidan thought about it and decided that he would upgrade their equipment again for free as an apology. Don't let them worry, he'll do his best. Aidan took out his hammer and swung it at their armor. System message: sharpening failed. Equipment destroyed. The players started running away from the village, shouting, "Aidan, please. Sari add them to the blacklist." He told them to use whatever method they could, but not to let them go back to the village. As long as Aidan is the moderator of this place, players won't be allowed to do whatever they want here. One said that they already need to start training, that in the near future, a lot of players will come here. The village can't be hidden for so long. Siri said it was only a matter of time before operators found out about the location and needed a plan. Alice agreed with her. Since the system of this village is different from others, they can't know what the operators will do. Aidan thought about it. And then he said that then they need to attract as many players as possible. Jack told him they'd better hide so the rumors don't spread. Aidan said that sooner or later they will still be discovered. And if players like the content, their influx will increase. When this happens, no moderator or operator will be able to get rid of this space. They need to prepare well before they can attract players. Aidan asked them to hold out their hands, telling them not to be surprised. He and Alice had been planning to do this for a long time. When everyone gathered, he asked them not to let go of his hand. They're all logged in, seriously scared. Aidan explained that this was a system space and asked them to stay calm. He's going to transfer some of the power to them now. Red lightning struck Alice, Siri, and Jake. System message: syncing is complete. The administrator rights were separated. The cloud was opened. Now they could use cloud storage. This will help them manage and protect the village. He and Alice have already put the necessary things in there, so let them use them. He would do anything to protect the village. System message update completed. Einstein turned to them and asked them to become more serious. A few days later, the cameramen were standing and looking at the tower that Aidan had built. A lot of players started going to this tower. Aidan looked at the red system panel and saw how the tower was attracting a large number of players, and he was glad that the tower played its role as a bait. Alice told Aidan that the tower hike is very popular with players, to which Aidan said that they still have a lot of work to do, and all he did was make minor changes to the tower. But Alice encouraged that this is still content that brought a lot of players, and this is already good. Aidan recalls how this same content brought in a lot of problematic players, and each time his karma fell more and more. But Aidan happily turned to Fedor and started thanking him, as he had done so much for Aidan. Fedor put his hand to his chest and said that he was just doing his job as a guardian. Alice, Aidan, and Theodore were standing in a room filled with touch panels, watching the tower. Players noticed that there were more modes than before. Added a survival mode, where players had to survive in the room where they were. A lot of monsters from which they could not fight off. A puzzle mode was also added, and to pass players to the next level, they had to solve a difficult task. Various buffs were also added, which the player could choose as they progressed further through the levels. Aidan and Theodore watched the happy players through the system dashboard. They were happy that the players liked it, and Aidan said that Theodore would continue to work in the same spirit. Aidan told Theodore to contact him if he needed anything. Aidan raised his hand to his chin and confidently said that he wanted to attract the players even more. Aidan thought that if they found a lot of advantages for themselves, then there would be a lot more players going to his tower than now. After thinking about it, Aidan realized what attracted the players to the tower the most. It was their growth. Pleased with himself, Aidan held his hand out to the side, and it began to glow brightly. Aidan created a new event. System alert experience points are multiplied by 2. A system alert popped up in front of the people who were in the tower, which described the event. The players were extremely surprised by this. This has never happened before. But Aidan wasn't going to stop there. They will receive buffs for completing quests from the village, system notification, a 2-hour event, and an experience multiplier for completing peasant tasks. The players immediately started telling everyone about it. Aidan watched it all contentedly through the system panels. Theodore stood there and praised Aidan for his great idea. Alice just stood back and watched it all. She knew that after Aidan drew everyone's attention to his tower, everyone would be watching her. Alice should never let down her guard. She knew that if things went on like this, the operators would find out. Alice decided to contact Mia and find out the situation from her. Further information reached cities such as Vanson, Leon, Duntown. People in the crowd received an alert from the system panel that a new event was added in the village of Urge, which was recently blocked. The players rather hurried there before many other players gathered there. The blonde-haired girl in the hood was watching all of this. She slowly ate an apple and watched it all. It was Procyon. Next, we are transported to the Hydra Guild meeting room. We see the table where Avant was sitting and 5 other dark silhouettes. They talked about the state of their territories. The guild leaders were sitting at the table, and they were reporting to the person who was sitting down in a chair. System alert, Hydra Guild, chapter meeting. Suddenly one of the heads asked what was going on with the department in Duntown. Abruptly, Avant became nervous, visibly drooping and filled with fear. The heads started discussing what had happened to the department, as there were rumors that it had been completely destroyed. Someone said that they would pay for their weakness and that he was disappointed. Suddenly, someone called out to Awand, who was clearly getting even more nervous. Suddenly, the man with the blindfold said to answer what had happened, and he warned him not to lie to him. This person was Douglas, who was ranked as the leader of the Hydra Guild, a level 400 ranker. He was wearing a smart black armor that looked like dragon scales. There was a blindfold over one eye and a red cape on top. He exuded a strong aura, and his gaze pierced through everyone in the room. Awand started apologizing in fright, head down. He said that everything went well. They followed the hunting grounds and successfully completed their task. Suddenly, a certain player appeared, and Avant thinks that she was a ranker. Douglas was surprised by this information. Avant said that he had specially prepared a photo of her for Douglas and sent it to Douglas via the system panel. He looked at the picture and thought about it. The photo showed Alice walking with Aidan. The blue-haired girl looked very familiar to Douglas. Suddenly, one of the heads abruptly shouted his surprise over the voice link. Douglas looked at him and asked what had happened. He was informed that players found new content. Douglas was very surprised by this. Douglas asked him what he meant. The head started to tell Douglas how the players found a huge tower in the little-known village of Urge, and that there were more rewards for completing quests. Douglas asked which guild the area belonged to. He was told that no one seemed to have occupied the area. Douglas looked hard and thoughtful. He couldn't believe that none of the 5 major guilds knew about this tower, so he decided to move there immediately. He knew that all the players from all over the world were going to rush there to see this update, and that the consequences would be unimaginable. Douglas stood up abruptly and slammed his hands down on the table. He said that they urgently need to take over this territory with the tower before other guilds do it. Douglas ordered an elite squad to be sent there with carefully trained players. Douglas watched the heads leave the room and wondered how this could be. That you decided to add an update after 1,000 years. He didn't understand why it had happened so suddenly. After that, a vicious purple aura could be heard from behind Douglas. Update. The dark purple creature standing behind Douglas said, causing Douglas himself to stand in a stupor. Space began to break up behind Douglas, to which Douglas said it gave him a lot of fright. From behind, a dark figure began to emerge from the broken space. Douglas had asked him not to show up so abruptly. That dark creature was Reborn. He was wearing heavy armor with a golden stripe around the edges. There was a pronounced purple crystal on his chest, and on his face was a golden helmet, from under which 4 bright eyes could be seen. Reborn virus system alert. Reborn told Douglas that he didn't care about his requests, which made Reborn unhappy. Reborn stood over Douglas and asked him to fill him in. He realized that an update had been released. He asked Douglas what the update was, but no one was sure about this, as no one received any system notifications. All the players knew was that this event was taking place in the village of Urst. Reborn raised a hand to his chin and considered. He didn't think that the current moderator was capable of coming up with any content. Reborn knew that there was only one person capable of such a thing. Suddenly Reborn realized what was going on. He remembered the kid that the worm had its eye on, because he had moderator rights. That kid was our Aidan. Worm asked Reborn not to stand out, but no one said he would listen to him. Reborn wondered what the worm's expression would be like when it caught Aidan faster. Reborn stood in front of Douglas and ordered them to be sent there, as they needed to capture someone. Douglas stood there in shock. He started to argue with Reborn since they were still in the testing stage and hadn't been fully finalized yet. Douglas said that if the moderator found out, he would definitely be finished. To which Reborn smiled maliciously and said that he had nothing to worry about. He said that the moderators were busy with other things right now, and the creatures that Reborn wanted to send out to catch someone were the cheaters they created. They looked intimidating, and the aura they gave off alone was shocking. Reborn was fully confident that they would do an excellent job. Suddenly, we are transported to a huge room where a table was visible and dark silhouettes. It was a meeting of operators. One of the cameramen stood up and slammed his hands on the table. There were a lot of cameramen sitting around the table, looking at Mia's dark silhouette with a puzzled expression. Dyke didn't understand what Mia meant and asked her to repeat herself, to which Mia said that he understood everything correctly. Mia quietly stood up and said that she was leaving the operator's post. All the operators were extremely puzzled by this information. Dyke, looking in Mia's direction, couldn't understand. Why did she suddenly decide to leave her post? Mia looked at Dyke and asked why he was so surprised. Mia had been thinking about this decision for a long time, and only now was she able to make up her mind. Dyke, looking at Mia, was puzzled. Mia looked down at the floor and said that she only became a cameraman to help Alice, who had once helped her. Mia remembers how Alice welcomed her with a hug when she was a useless child to everyone else. And then Mia remembers the good Alice. She realized that she was the only native person in this world for her. Mia had planned to wait for her to return, but then realized that there was no need. Dyke asked Mia who Alice was. Zeno looked at Dyke and said they didn't know her. He said that she was a member of the previous group of operators. Zeno, with folded hands, together said that he and Mia are the only ones who have stayed here since those distant times. Dyke was trying to call out to Mia, who was leaving, saying that they might meet again someday. Mia said that she would return the holy weapon in good condition. Suddenly Mia was called out by one of the cameramen, and she stopped. It was Zeno. He said she couldn't just leave. She turned in his direction, asking him if he would try to stop her. Zeno said he had no reason to do so, but by order of the moderator, he can't let her go. After that, Zeno got up and stood in front of Mia. He asked her if Alice had gone after her. Zeno began to remember how Alice broke the taboo and put the moderator in danger. And after that incident, the moderator was changed. Zeno kept remembering how well Mia had performed as a cameraman, and he really didn't want to do that to an old friend. But the moderator's order is not disputed, so Mia shouldn't make a mistake. Mia smiled and told Zeno that he didn't know anything. Mia's face and eyes suddenly turned murderous, and she told him to try to stop her. After that, they made a large hole in the wall, from which debris flew. All the other operators had to do was follow. Lloyd was disappointed that it was Mia and Zeno who started fighting when Procyon wasn't around. Dyke turned and asked Silena if she would go with them, to which she calmly said that she would only interfere with them. That's why she won't interfere in their showdown. Dyke immediately understood her intentions of staying idle and went to fetch the others. Silena looked after Dyke with a piercing blue gaze. A lot of explosions and destruction came from Zenon and Mia's fight. Zeno swung his sword down at Mia, but she barely managed to dodge his attack. The shockwave from the sword left Mia with a colossal amount of destruction. Zeno's blade touched Mia's hair, but she immediately began to cast a circle with fire mana. Suddenly, there was a heavy thud. Everything was covered in flames and piles of rubble flew to the sides. Zeno deftly dodged this attack and landed next to it, bending the ground beneath him as he flipped his cloak around. He looked up and saw the dark silhouette of Mia casting many circles of fire with mana. She directed circles of fire in Zeno's direction. The same one deftly destroyed all the fireballs, leaving a blue light with his sword. Mia was completely covered in a fiery aura and extended her hand forward. She continued to launch her fire attack multiple times. Zeno was shocked at how much Mia was dominating him. A powerful explosion was heard, from which a shock wave went. The smoke from the fire reached the operators who were watching it all. Dyke, worried about them, began to think about what he should do in this situation. He was about to stop them, but he realized that if he got too close, he would immediately be killed. The cameraman also continued to observe the fire, which covered the entire battlefield and clouds of smoke. Dyke fidgeted and didn't know what to do. Isabel offered to help Zeno. Dyke looked at her in surprise. At the same time, Isabel and Lloyd rushed to the battlefield. Behind them, Dyke was shouting at them to wait for him. Suddenly, someone called out to Mia and told her to stop. Mia turned to the side as Lloyd swung his sword at her and slashed at Mia. Mia confidently offered her hand. It was covered in fire and stopped Lloyd's strike. Mia called out to Lloyd and knew he was trying to get in her way. Lloyd said Zeno was right, and they should all follow the moderator's orders. He said that breaking taboos is a sin, and helping Mia will only harm the whole world. That made Mia angry. She ordered him to and then Mia parried his attack and started charging her fist with mana fire. Lloyd took Mia's punch right in the body. Lloyd hadn't expected Mia to be so strong. He blacked out and flew into a nearby rock, leaving behind a jet of fire that was emitted from Mia's hand. He leaned on his sword and tried to stand up. Mia was standing in front of Lloyd, who was covered by the rising dust. She said they didn't even know why she did it. Mia started telling me that Alice did it for the moderator, and if they want to stop it, then let them prepare. Both of Mia's hands became even more flushed. Mia said she wouldn't hold back any longer. Lloyd brought his hand up to his body, where Mia's powerful punch landed. He raised a shaking hand in front of him. He couldn't believe that he almost died from Mia's one punch. He looked at the explosions Mia was making. He didn't see how they could stop her. After all, commands are useless against the operator. He looked in the direction of Mia, who was walking, and behind her, a hot flame was burning, which enveloped everything that was there. Isabel flew over Mia, giving off a black aura. She stared at Mia, who was on fire. She decided to get close to Mia and stab her from behind. But Mia was suspicious. A bright light filled Isabel's eyes, and she was already swinging her weapon. As Mia immediately turned around and directed the fireballs towards Isabel. Isabel was unable to attack Mia. A huge searing flame rose up in front of her. At the place where Isabel was standing, there was a huge explosion that left nothing behind. Isabel dodged it and landed in front of Mia. Isabel stared at Mia, who was slowly approaching them. At the same time, Dyke was watching all of this with a startled expression. He realized that this was no longer a joke. He was remembering what Mia used to be like. But now she doesn't look like herself. He didn't know that there could be such a huge difference in strength between operators. Mia raised her fiery hand in front of her and continued to stare murderously at the cameraman. Lloyd called out to Isabel. He asked her how she was feeling. Isabel stood up and told him that she was fine and that he needed to take better care of himself. They looked at Mia's dark, intimidating silhouette and weren't sure if they could beat her. Lloyd lowered his head and said that he didn't think Mia was so strong. Lloyd's body was completely numb from Mia's striking fire. Isabel lowered her head and said that it was a feeling she hadn't experienced in a long time. Isabel jumped violently, and the place where she was standing collapsed from her power. Lloyd called out to her. He told her that she couldn't do it alone, and that they should attack together. Isabel was swinging her sword to hit Mia, but the latter noticed her attack and easily stopped her sword with her fiery hand. Isabel told Lloyd that she didn't care. Isabel stepped in front of Mia, who was holding her weapon in her hands. Isabel has always dreamed of fighting the strongest cameraman, Mia. Alice heard this with a grin and said that she was the only one who was eligible for this status. So this is Alice. Suddenly Isabel jumped away from Mia and a bright flash appeared in the place where Mia was holding her weapon. A bright blue light appeared behind Mia. She turned around and saw Lloyd swinging his huge sword at Mia. Suddenly, there were many impacts that left behind bright rays and a lot of destruction. Mia, on the other hand, was adept at avoiding all of this. Following Lloyd's next attack, Mia offered her hand. Lloyd's shockwave caused the ground to crumble beneath them. Suddenly, Mia noticed that she was having a stroke. She dodged deftly, and Isabel darted between Mia and Lloyd. Two huge beams rang out, striking and destroying everything in their path. Mia was standing, and there were a lot of attacks coming at her. From the side looking at the arena, it was clear that there were many beams and explosions that hit everything. Lloyd confidently radiated a blue aura as he drew out his sword and shot out a strong striking beam that hit Mia, leaving only a shattered ruin in its wake. After the beam dissipated, Lloyd hoped that his attack had worked. Isabel had told him not to let his guard down. Isabel said that such a simple attack couldn't have worked against her. Suddenly, a red circle appeared out of the fog, blinding the eye. Isabel's eyes filled with fear. She immediately shouted at Lloyd to dodge, and from the red circle, powerful rays of fire rained down on them. This attack of Mia's completely hit the arena, blowing up everything in its path. Lloyd and Isabel were very tired as they tried to dodge Mia's crushing attack. Above them, the flames began to develop slowly. They realized that nothing was working against Mia. After that, it was covered with a huge fiery shell. She stretched out her hand and started to collect the fireball. Lloyd and Isabel watched as Mia reached up and began assembling a very large ball that looked like a sun. Lloyd and Isabel looked on in dismay. Mia, completely covered in fire, pointed her hand towards the cameraman. A huge and crushing ball of fire was aimed at Isabel and Lloyd. It destroyed everything in its path from the temperature. Lloyd and Isabel were doomed. But suddenly, a dark silhouette flashed past in front of them. It was Zeno. He confidently stood in front of the huge fireball, developing his cloak. He covered himself with his heroic aura and took out his bright sword. Suddenly, there was a vertical strike on the fiery red ball. The balloon broke into two halves, and Zeno, raising his sword, stood and watched. Debris and dust flew towards the confident Mia. She glared at the side and called out to Zeno. He was standing there, looking shabbily in Mia's direction. Mia's onslaught had scratched his helmet. He looked in Mia's direction and said that she had become noticeably stronger since she first became a cameraman. He looked at her with his confident gaze and said, "At this rate, they won't be able to defeat her." Mia looked in Zeno's direction in surprise. She smiled and said that he had decided to get serious. Suddenly, Zeno's mask completely broke, and the front part of it fell to the floor. He looked in Mia's direction and said that his power shouldn't have been used in such a way. But he has no choice. He confidently looked at Mia with his red, intimidating gaze and said that the moderator's orders were indisputable. He had black hair and horns that went straight from his head. System alert xenon level increased from 450 to 50. Next, we are transported to Aidan. In front of him was a huge monster, wearing a beautiful matte dark armor. A blow followed that completely broke the monster's armor. Aidan proudly brandished his large weapon, flapping his cloak. He looked at the wreckage that was left of the monster with a smile. System alert level increased. Aidan said he'd keep it up. Afterward, Aidan stood up proudly and said that he didn't expect to raise his level so quickly and easily. System alert Aidan level 250. Aidan stood and looked at the field, where there were many weapons stuck in the ground, and to the right was the disappearing monster that he had just defeated. Aidan said it was the kind of territory he needed. Aidan contacted Theodore via the system panel, and looking at him, told him to give him more difficult monsters next time, because these were already very easy to deal with. Theodore lowered his head and said that Aidan should rest. Aidan looked around and said that he needed to work hard while he was in a good mood. Alice was standing behind him, silently thinking about something. Aidan asked Alice what she thought of that, but Alice just stood there and ignored Aidan. She was looking at the system panel and couldn't contact Mia. Aidan called out to Alice again, but she was abruptly covered in blue lightning. She said that something had happened and she needed to go somewhere else. Alice said that Aidan had Theodore and they could manage without her. She said she would be back soon and took off abruptly, leaving behind blue lightning bolts that caused the ground to bend. Aidan hadn't expected this from Alice, but it was her style to make a fuss. Aidan didn't understand where Alice had gone. Suddenly, Siri called out to Aidan. He turned to the system panel and heard it. Siri reported to Aidan that a huge crowd of players was approaching the village. Aidan asked Siri what the big deal was. Siri said that they might be players from one of the Great Five guilds. Aidan hadn't expected this turn of events. Next, we are transferred to the arena where the operators are fighting. Isabel watched as a bright blue flame radiated from Zeno. She couldn't believe it was possible. Isabel stared in his direction with dumbfounded eyes and couldn't understand why when he took off his mask, his level went up. Isabel couldn't even imagine that he was hiding such a huge power. Isabel remembered asking him why he was wearing the mask, but he didn't give a clear answer. Isabel couldn't even think that she and Zeno were from the same dragonoid race. Zeno, holding his sword and completely wrapped in his aura, headed towards Mia. Mia was surprised by this. Suddenly, Zeno abruptly got close to Mia and was about to take Mia's head off with his sword. But Mia managed to dodge, and the shock wave from Zeno's sword went towards the nearest mountain. The mountain was cut down by Zeno's impact force. Zeno continued to throw many punches at Mia, but she could no longer simply defend herself with her hands against his blows. Zeno's strength increased so much that Mia started getting injured. Mia extended her hand towards Zeno and sent a lot of fire attacks towards him, but Zeno easily cut them with his bright sword. Zeno then took the sword in his other hand, and it began to move closer towards Mia. Mia, shrouded in blue flames, also began to move closer to him. Zeno delivered a crushing blow that took down everything in its path. He stood up and watched, as there was dust everywhere due to the destruction. Zeno looked in Mia's direction in surprise. I saw the dark silhouette of Mia, who said that Zeno was only making things more difficult. Dyke looked at Mia in surprise. He was surprised, as it was the first time he had seen Mia's Punisher mode. Dyke thought that if Mia had entered this mode, she might have been cornered. Mia stood up confidently, spreading her huge dragon-like claws. Her clothes changed to a beautiful red dress, and the blue fire consumed everything that was near Mia. She confidently stretched out her hand and began to gather blue flames into a ball. Suddenly, a huge blue flame began to fall over Zeno. While the destructive power of the blue flame was hitting the place where Zeno was, Mia closed the distance and wanted to attack Zeno up close, but Zeno noticed it with his sharp eyes. Mia was about to hit him with her big fist, but Zeno managed to dodge, and the blow hit the wall, completely destroying it. The impact force went right through the walls. Zeno confidently stood up and listened, as the cameramen behind him were so shocked. Lloyd knew that even Zeno would have a hard time dealing with Mia's attacks like this. Isabel told Zeno to use the weapon. After all, it was the only way to stop Mia. Zeno pondered this in silence. Zeno took up a stance and began to emit a blue aura that surrounded him. Lloyd and Isabel couldn't figure out what Zeno was going to do. Mia was coming at Zeno and was about to reach for him with her big hands. But Zeno continued to stand placidly. His aura and gaze abruptly changed, and he calmly picked up his weapon and began to unsheath it. Then, in an instant, Zeno was in another place, holding his sword, and Mia was hit by a large number of blows at an incredible speed. Everything happened so fast that Mia didn't have time to do anything and fell. Dyke, along with the other cameramen, were shocked by the force. They didn't understand how this was possible. After less than a second, Mia was already lying on the floor in terrible pain. Zeno called out to Mia. He said that with the power that the moderator gave him, he was depriving her of her post. Zeno said that it would be bad if today's situation happened again, so he would take her weapon. Zeno told her to be obedient and started to approach the helpless Mia. System alert. Mia's operator rights have been removed. Zeno, his face impassive, reached out and removed her operator's license. He said the moderator would decide what to do with it. Mia closed her eyes helplessly, and blue lightning flashed sharply. Zeno was shocked by this. Suddenly Alice was at Mia's side. Mia hadn't expected her to come to her. Alice held a shocked Mia in her arms, radiating blue lightning everywhere. Exhausted, Mia looked at Alice, who was holding her in her arms. Alice looked at Mia with a smile. She apologized for not being able to come earlier. Alice said that she should rest. But Zeno closed the distance and was going to attack Alice. He looked at her with an evil look and shouted her name. There was a heavy thud from Zeno, sending broken rocks flying. He stood up and didn't know where Alice had gone, because he was just hitting her. He looked at her in surprise, wondering how she had disappeared from his sight so quickly. Alice stood up confidently, and there was a strong blue aura that she exuded around her. She pointed her hand at Zeno, who didn't understand how this was possible. Alice looked confident and said that Mia would go with her. She told Zeno that she would be grateful to him if he did not pay her in any way. He was clearly unhappy about this. He looked in her direction and told her not to make him laugh. Lloyd and Isabel were standing behind Zeno. Zeno's gaze changed abruptly and became very crushing. He said he wouldn't let Alice leave with Mia. Lloyd asked Zeno if Mia was talking about her. Zeno said it was Alice, and they should have drawn their weapons. He said that this is the very first Alice operator. He said that she once had a power comparable to that of a moderator. Lloyd and Isabel were shocked by this information. Now they understood why they were being pressured so much by her aura. Isabel held out her hand. She stared at it and didn't understand why it was shaking. Alice calmly exhaled and said that she just wanted to pick up Mia, but it ended up like this. Isabel looked at her and wanted to test how much her power would be effective against Alice. She jumped, breaking the ground beneath her, and ended up behind Alice. She started swinging her sword. It almost hit Alice, but Alice confidently knocked Isabel's body away with her hand. Isabel didn't expect this and flew to the side, destroying the stone hills, leaving behind a blue bright beam. Her body was still shaking, and she tried to stand up. Alice said that she had gone a little too far with the force, and reminded him that Procyon hated it when anything broke here. She put her hand to her head with a grin and said it was a good thing she wasn't here. She turned and saw Lloyd attacking her. The shock wave went far into the distance, but Alice was easily shortened by his attacks. Lloyd was extremely angry that he couldn't hit it. Alice then extended her hand right up to his face, sending out blue lightning bolts. Lightning system alert. Alice gathered her mana in her hand and attacked with a lightning bolt that shattered everything nearby. Lloyd started to scream in pain from the force. He had the strength to stand up and didn't understand what kind of attack it was. After all, lightning is a mid-level skill. But Alice's attack was extremely strong. He looked at the confident Alice and realized that she was much stronger than them. Suddenly, behind Alice was Zeno, who was about to attack Alice. He started to draw his sword and launched his powerful attack, which hit Mia. Alice, on the other hand, didn't even shorten her distance from them. Zeno landed and noticed that his sword was cracking. He couldn't believe his eyes that such a thing had happened. Alice raised her black sword and said that attacking her without a weapon was pointless. She knew they hadn't seen each other for a long time, but she didn't expect him to underestimate her. She looked in the direction of Zeno, who said that she was in no position to tell him anything. Zeno said that Alice's arrival was the height of shamelessness. Zeno took his cracked sword and said that when he looked at Alice, he couldn't contain his anger. At the same time, a lot of blows rang out above Alice. The punches further and further destroyed the arena where they were fighting. Alice easily stopped Zeno's attack with her sword. Zeno confidently looked at Alice and said that the duty of the antivirus is to protect an important thing for him. Zeno reminded Alice that this was once her job. After that, Zeno jumped away from Alice and said that if she had done her job, then Aster would not have been changed. Zeno then swung his half-broken sword, sending out bright blue rays. He launched a strong vertical attack directly at Alice, but she confidently took her sword, and after a powerful explosion was heard. Alice was puzzled by what had happened. A moderator stepped between them. He had blue hair and held both Zeno and Alice's weapons in his hands. The moderator's eye was dark with a blue pupil, and there were blue stripes running from it. He told Alice that they hadn't seen each other for a long time and looked in the direction of Alice, who was standing confidently. After that, we are transported to a deep forest, in the middle of which a dark void opened up surrounded by a bright blue color. Mia came out looking battered. She looked very tired. She looked ahead and thought to herself that she shouldn't stop. She picked up Aidan's pendant that Alice had given her, and she thought that she urgently needed to tell him the whole truth. After that, Mia rushed forward. Next, we are transported to the village, where players noticed approaching dark silhouettes that carried flags with them. Players noticed the Hydra Guild badge on one of these flags. The players immediately scattered in fear, as no one wanted to run into them, much less have any problems. The leader of this group laughingly said that it was just a small village. He didn't understand why he had brought such a crowd of well-trained players here. A player approached him and reported that the troops of other guilds were not found here, which made the head of this squad chuckle. He said that it would make it easy for them to capture them. He held up his hand and told them to have fun, because now this is their land. The players were happy and started cheering too. Suddenly, a player approached the head of the squad and called out to him. He was told that someone was approaching. A dark silhouette slowly advanced towards them, giving off a scorching aura. It was Theodore. They asked him who he was and why he had come here. The head of the squad said that there are people everywhere who do not understand the hints at all. Then he yelled at him to get out of here, or he'd be in trouble. Theodore, on the other hand, continued to stand there in silence, and he was completely confident in his abilities. Suddenly, sharp rocks appeared in front of Theodore. There were a large number of them, and immediately they started shooting red explosive beams at the players. The players were shocked by this and started running in different directions. The squad leader was not happy about this. He shouted that he was and took out his sword. He swung to hit Theodore, but Theodore was protected by a red field that didn't miss the kick. Suddenly, Theodore took the head by the neck and held it up in front of him. The players stood and watched it all. They didn't know what to do. The head didn't understand what kind of monster it was. He started to think that Theodore was a rancor. Theodore continued to glare at the head and said that he assumed they were here to start a war over this territory. He held up his other hand and introduced himself. He said he was the guardian of Lord Aidan's lands. His hand was covered with a red aura, and then said that they were the target for their destruction. He swung his hand, leaving a red trail behind, and was about to finish off the head when suddenly He stopped right in front of his face. Someone called out to Theodore. It was Aidan and his team of cameramen. Aidan said that there was no point in killing them, because they would just go back to their previous lives. And so the best thing to do is to ask them why they're here. Aidan ordered Theodore to let him go. He obeyed, and the head fell to the ground. Aidan walked up to him and confidently folded his hands in front of him, telling him that he was the head of these lands. Aidan started asking the head why he came here with such a huge army of players. The head was angered by this. He looked at Aidan standing proudly and thought that someone had already taken this place. He realized that things were getting more complicated. He thought that he would have taken over this place if it wasn't for this monster. Then he turned around to look at Theodore, who was looking murderously in his direction. Afterward, the squad leader asked Aidan for a minute to sort things out. He said they weren't here to fight. The head said that he just wanted to establish his base here and asked for forgiveness for scaring them. He pointed to his men and said they were just assigned to this base, and that was all. The head of the squad started telling Aidan that if one of the big guilds stops here, it will increase the market very well, and there will be even more people coming here. He said it was a good offer. Aidan just stood there, thinking. Aidan didn't know what to do. At the same time, the squad leader stood and looked at Aidan and thought to himself that now this will accept the offer, and everything will go very easily. Aidan thought about it and said with a smile on his face that he refused to be complicit. The squad leader was taken aback by this response from Aidan. He looked in Aidan's direction and listened to what he was saying. Aidan was just wondering what he'd come up with. Aidan was well aware that they just wanted to capture the new content and resources that were out there. He didn't know what kind of would agree to this suggestion. The squad leader became very angry and shouted at Aidan that he made a fool of him. He shouted that he felt the power of taking over a small village, or a moderator with operators. Jake and Siri stood behind Aidan and watched in silence, as they were the cameramen Aidan had made. The head said that he had had enough, and that even a ranker would not be able to stop such a large army of players. Suddenly, the players rushed towards the village with malicious smiles. The head shouted to them not to miss anything. Jake and Siri were standing behind Aidan, talking to each other, that they will be depleted after applying the ability. They shouted that they would protect Aidan. Aidan reached forward and opened the red system panel. He opened the command. Aidan was talking to the operators on the system panel. Siri and Jake were asking that Aidan let them rely on them. They claimed that together with Theodore, they would be able to deal with them. Aidan thought for a moment and then said, he said they might not just stop them. The Hydra Guild had a lot of enemies, and Aidan came up with an idea that made him glow. System Notification Event Update. Many players received a system message. The squad leader looked at this message and was shocked. System Alert Event. You bring down the hammer of justice on members of the Hydra Guild who dared to desecrate the village. As a reward, people received a buff that multiplied the experience by 3 for 10 hours. The karma score will not change during the event. Jake and Siri were standing behind a tired Aidan, asking him how he was feeling, to which Aidan said he was getting used to it. Aidan confidently looked ahead and said that they had been waiting for this for a very long time, and the most interesting part was coming. The head of the squad stood in disbelief. He and the other players saw a huge crowd of people stand up in front of them, intent on destroying them. A lot of players were standing in front of him, and they were going to show what they were worth. A clang of blows followed. The players' swords crossed, and the battle began. The dead player fell to the floor and began to disintegrate into blue particles. System Alert. A system message popped up above him that the player would be moved to the respawn zone due to serious damage. Players in beautiful armor began to advance on the Hydra Guild squad. Siri and Jake watched the battle. Siri started telling Aidan that he was amazing. She was shocked that the players had volunteered to defend the village. Even so, Aidan was glad that he hadn't spent too much time on it. But he was very exhausted. The players continued to fight. The squad leader stood holding his sword. He couldn't believe that these bugs dared to attack them. Whether it's an ambush or not, they're still from the Hydra Guild and aren't as easy to take on as the others. He ordered everyone who was there to be killed. The squad leader's gaze abruptly changed to a bright orange color, and he shouted for the players to show how they had become one of the great 5 guilds. Aidan looked at it and thought that at this rate, they would be fighting all day, and they could use some help. Theodore, standing in front of Aidan, told him to send him to do the job. As Aidan opened the dark vault, he said that he knew Theodore would do just fine, but that he would do the job himself. Aidan took out a huge red bow with a quiver and arrows from the dark vault, and said that he wanted to try out a new weapon that he had recently made. Aidan looked at the squad leader, who was pointing to the side, and said that the players themselves will be able to figure it out if he can defeat the commander. Suddenly, a powerful gunshot rang out, leaving behind a red blinding light. The arrow hit the startled commander squarely in the shoulder. His armor was completely smashed to smithereens. He was bent over in pain, holding his shoulder where the arrow was. The players called out to their commander and told them to defend better. The commander looked at his arm, which had an arrow sticking out of it, and thought that he had taken care of long-range attacks. But Aidan used Kara's arrow, which penetrated absolutely any defense. This arrow was a very rare resource, and so it was only used in extreme cases. Next, we see Theodore looking admiringly at Aidan, who was about to shoot again. Theodore advised him to move a little to the left, so that he could hit the target accurately. The commander was extremely angry. He extended his hand forward at Aidan, who was holding a bow, and ordered be destroyed first. After all, if you do not kill him, then he will shoot at everyone who was there. Suddenly, the enraged players went to attack Aidan. Aidan, on the other hand, was confidently drawing the bowstring with a dazzling red arrow. Lightning shot system alert. Next, all the players were defeated by this strong attack of Aidan. They all dropped dead. The commander looked at Aidan, who was pulling the bowstring again, and couldn't believe what he was seeing. And then a shot rang out, which startled the captain completely. His dead body fell to the floor, and the final shot went straight to his head. The players started shouting that the commander had fallen. The commander slowly began to disappear, leaving behind blue particles. The players realized that this was their opportunity, and they shouted that they should crush them now. The guild squad didn't know what to do when their commander fell. Someone suggested holding them back, but then another player said that they were outnumbered and continued to suffer losses. Therefore, it was decided to retreat. Theodore told Aidan that players were retreating by looking at the dominant civilians. Aidan was glad of that, and he hoped they didn't show up again. Aidan confidently looked ahead and said that now not only does Hydra know, but everyone else knows what will happen to them if they try to harm the village. And they will face not only Aidan, but also players who will defend the village to the end. Suddenly, dark shapes were walking in the distance. Some player thought they were leftovers from those who had already run away. He took out his sword and threw a punch to extend the buff. But suddenly, the player in the dark cape began to smile. A shout followed, and both Aidan and Theodore turned to look. The player in the dark cape grabbed the other's hand and squeezed it tightly, causing him to fall to his knees. The players ran towards the dark-robed player, shouting that they would kill them. After that, the bad guy clenched his hand into a fist and swung and hit. From the impact, a strong explosion was heard, from which people flew in different directions, and below them, a huge pit was formed. No one understood what was going on. Most of them just stood there and watched the explosion. The players were shocked with his strength. They started to speculate who it might be. Suddenly, he got close to the players and hit one of them so hard that he flew dead into the stone. No one knew when he managed to kill them. He was so fast that no one could follow him. The players began to crumble into blue particles. Suddenly, he got close to other players and began to destroy them. People screamed and died. Aidan and Theodore watched all the bright purple rays that the dark-caped players left behind. No one had time to block their attacks. This was the first time The players had seen such a thing. They were all scared and started running away. Aidan just stood there and watched. Suddenly, a dark figure emerged from the fog, laughing. They were happy with their new strength, which was exactly what they had always wanted. Suddenly, Aidan was confronted by two players. One had a metal mask on his head and was wearing ordinary armor, while the other had a tattoo on his left arm. They said they were going to find Aidan. System alert for danger. System panels popped up in front of Aidan with a message. Warning: a dangerous element has been detected, and an emergency check is required. Aidan stood confidently and called out to Theodore. Aidan said those two birds had something to do with the virus, and they could harm the village. Aidan held out his hand to the system panel and told them that they needed to deal with them urgently before something happened to the village. System message. An emergency check of the village of Urge has begun. An emergency check started, and the entire sky turned red. The two players stood there, wondering why it had started. One of them said, "The moderator is here," hoping that they are behind them. Aidan turned to Siri, but she asked him not to worry, just like he said. Siri moved all the players to a safe area. Aidan complimented her on her good work. Aidan bumped off the ground and said it was time to deal with them. Leaping straight at them, he grabbed one of the players and used it to smash through the trees in the area, holding it up like a shield. The player didn't understand what was going on, but when he saw Aidan's face, he realized that it was the guy in the photo. Aidan swung at him and slapped him across the face, but he was able to stop his hand. He was glad that the man had come to their arms and greeted Aidan. The other player was running behind Aidan, shouting that he was coming with them. His speed was amazing, and he would have been able to catch it, but suddenly a laser of destructive power flew at him, which greatly damaged the player. The player lay motionless in the splinters. Someone spoke to them. Anyone who tries to harm Aidan will be a target for destruction. It was Theodore who came to Aidan's rescue in time. He told him that he would take care of the big guy. The bad guy, seeing that Aidan was distracted, struck him a powerful blow. I'm already happy about the victory, because from such a blow, he definitely could not return. But Aidan stood there unharmed, holding the gambler's fist in his hand, his face impassive as he watched the terrified face of the bad guy. He squeezed his hand with great force, and the player felt a huge pain all over his body. The player cursed and started to raise his other hand to strike. Aidan replied that he had contacted the wrong person. System message. Editing changes to the X10 power characteristics. He shouted at the bad guy to be grateful that he met him, and not the real moderator. Aidan swung and hit him in the stomach, hard enough to send him flying, and the blow went right through him, sending a shockwave through the air. Bad guy, coughing up blood, fell dead to the ground. Aidan even managed to level up after battling them. After improving his stat, he doesn't feel as tired as before. Aidan turned and asked how Theodore was doing, to which he replied that there was no cause for concern. Aidan praised him for doing a good job. The bad guy was fast enough, but he still managed to deal with him with ease. Theodore said that he didn't even feel its speed, and its movement was predictable. He asked Aidan what he was going to do with them now. Aidan replied that for future safety, it was best to delete them, but in this case, he will be no better than the current moderator. Glaring ahead, Aidan decided that he would deal with them in his own way. Aidan logged into the system. He didn't understand how they managed to bypass it and gain such a huge power, but he was sure that they were abusing their player rules, so he decided to cut off their connection to the system as players. Swinging, he did what he had planned with a single blow. Aidan stripped them of their player abilities, so they're no different from ordinary people. In the system message, you have been stripped of your player rights. It was he who told his comrades that these guys had come for him. They must have something to do with the virus. We should have locked them up somewhere until they woke up, and then interrogate them to find out who their puppet master is. Where did you hear the voice saying that it wasn't necessary? Because he's already here. Aidan stared in shock as two tentacles emerged from the ground and spoke to him. They said that he would go with him. Before Aidan knew it, They'd grabbed him and dragged him underground. Jacob and Theodore tried to save him, but they didn't make it. Aidan was shackled by the virus, and he didn't know where it was. But the virus kindly informed him that they were in the anti-debag zone. This is a zone like his check that he recently used, only this is their space. Even with his level, he has a firewall with you, and his team will not work normally. Aidan struggled to get out, looking at the portal. Some kind of entity started coming out of him, telling him that his pawns couldn't complete the task, even after he gave them such power. It seems that not full-fledged cheaters have their limit. He kept an eye out for them, just in case, and didn't seem to miss a beat. Standing in front of Aidan was a creature clad in armor, with a purple crystal glittering in the middle. The creature had 4 eyes, and on its head it wore a red crown that hid its face. He went on to say that he was doubtful before, but now he's sure. Maybe Aidan doesn't know, but if he had Aidan's strength and power, he would have surpassed even a Trojan. Holding out his hand to Aidan, he said that he could do it with him. First, he needed to destroy the annoying firewall. Suddenly, something passed through his body with great speed. He felt incredible pain. I don't know what's going on. A spear landed next to Aidan, almost grazing him as well. Aidan looked at it and didn't know whose it was. The creature, gradually dying, asked what the one who constantly hides in the moderator's shadow, Procyon, forgot here. She stepped out of the portal and watched arrogantly as the monster gradually decayed or blocked their path and told them not to approach so casually. Theodore was afraid that it might devour someone else. Someone came up behind them and asked them to move away. Turning around, they saw a beam of light rushing towards them. Startled, they managed to jump out of the way. With this strike, someone cut the ground and prevented the tentacle from disappearing. Then a portal formed there. Siri called out to the stranger. Who is she? The girl did not answer her question, but only said that this place should be checked because. Before she could finish, Siri caught her attention. When she saw her, she turned around and went into the portal. Siri stared after her, puzzled. Jake asks Siri if she knows her, but Siri says it's definitely the first time she's seen her. Suddenly, she thought that girl's powers were definitely similar to those of Lord Sirius. We are transported to memories of Siri, where she was still a baby. She asks Sirius if he has a family. Sirius thought hard. Syria was still trying to find out if there were any other dragons besides Lord Sirius that she would like to meet. Sirius replied that he could probably call them family. Besides him, there are 3 other dragons that exist in this world. He didn't know what they were doing right now, probably doing their duties. Unlike him, they were in good shape. Sirius would have introduced her and them if he'd had the chance. Siri was shocked. She couldn't believe that she was one of those dragons. Aidan was able to free himself. He only survived because the monster was distracted. He needed to find a way out as soon as possible. Who was so-and-so? The girl who had helped him. Procyon addressed the monster by its name, Reborn. How audacious of him that while the moderator is busy destroying the virus instead of hiding, he decided to openly create his own affairs. By this misdemeanor, he brought trouble upon himself. Procyon raised her hand, and the spear that was near Aidan returned to her. She went on to say, if this is his choice, then she will delete it. Reborn laughed in her face, but it's impossible to remove it. If that's what she wants, let her try. The monster hit the ground and countless dark tentacles rushed towards it. Portion swung her spear, and a huge amount of energy shot straight at Reborn. It was very difficult for him to dodge if it wasn't for that sudden attack that split his body in 2. The monster smiled maliciously and said that Procyon couldn't do anything to him now. He had used his specialty stealth. Now even she wouldn't be able to find him while he was hiding. Reborn sat on one of the rocks behind Procyon, surrounded by an aura that hid him. He started charging the virus in his hand, whispering that he would watch her slowly die. He pointed his hand forward, and 4 dark projectiles flew out, flying towards Procyon's back. But she had time to react. Reborn was shocked by what he saw. He didn't believe that she was able to detect his attack. Ration stood quietly, holding several magic spears above her. She told him that he was a if he thought he could hide his skill from her eyes. System message. Dragon Eyes special skill. Able to detect the nature of the target. She threw her magic copies at him, and he could not resist her and began to fall down. Procyon ran to him and pinned him down with all her strength, so that the ground beneath his feet split open. She stood over him, looking haughtily at him. Procyon gave him permission to say her last word. Rajan continued to smile, breathing heavily, asking her to finish this already. Anyway, its end isn't that far off either. He whispered to her to be happy while she could, looking down at them. Procyon thrust her spear into his face, and he began to disappear. Aidan was standing behind her, and he couldn't believe that she had destroyed such a powerful virus in an instant. He noticed that, moreover, her aura was very similar to Surus. He wondered if she had anything to do with him. What kind of girl is this? Portia spun around and aimed her spear straight at Aidan's throat. She told him, NPC Aidan, that he got moderator rights. Please follow me. The moderator wants to meet you in person. Aidan was shocked by what he was hearing. A large purple portal appeared in the wasteland, and all that was left of Rajan fell out. The worm turned to him. How did their delicious Rajan turn into this? He was always going somewhere, and the worm was sure that this would be the end of it. He had warned him not to get into trouble. The worm looked haughtily at Rajan and thought it was funny to watch him get removed. Somewhere off to the side, I heard a voice asking me to keep Rajan, because he would soon be removed. The worm found it funny that the unknown person had actually spoken to it. System message, unintelligible to Beetlejuice. He was wearing a kimono decorated with patterns on the sides. He had long blue hair, and his chest was affected by a virus. He turned to the worm, saying that they didn't have time for this useless chatter, asking if his ability to divide wasn't enough to help Rajan. The worm looked at him maliciously and said that he was just joking. Beetlegeist didn't think he'd really leave him here to die. Holding up his hand, he said that Rajan had done a good job of keeping an eye on them and had begun his recovery. It would be rude to throw away such a good workforce. Regina began to recover by absorbing the worm's power. A huge black burst of energy, and it took shape again. The worm turned to him, saying that he was lucky that he was here, and now he owes him. Rajan was furious with him. He really didn't want to owe the anything. He'd have to be careful not to forget that they had big plans. They don't know what all this might turn out to be like if the power of one of them disappears. He was asked to stay here until he fully recovered. Beetlejuice stared thoughtfully into the void, hoping that the moderator would wait for him and that he would definitely grant him freedom. The village check is over, and the veil is lifted. Siri and Theodore hope that Aidan can return. Suddenly, the space in front of them begins to collapse and Aidan appears, and Procyon points his spear at him. She thought, looking at him, that he was a man whose rank was higher than Aster's. She didn't know how it survived removal, but she had to consider all the possibilities that it would become a new virus. System message, Dragon's Eyes. Using her ability, Procyon saw that there was an incredibly strong aura coming from Aidan that was similar to Aster's, but slightly different. Is this tank really just a coincidence? I saw her plan, because it was the same skill as Sirius. He wondered if it was possible that the girl was also a dragon. He didn't have time for Sirius at the time, but it's different now. He wouldn't let her look inside him. Portia was struck by the tremendous energy that prevented her from looking inside Aidan's system message, access denied. She was shocked by it. He was able to block her ability, but it had never happened. How was it even possible then? Just as she thought this man was dangerous, she needed to get him to Aster as quickly as possible. Theodore stepped between them, telling Aidan to stay behind him. Aidan wanted to reassure his companion, but he objected to him, saying that she was dangerous, and he did not know how long he could restrain her. Well, while she was busy with him, he was asking Aidan to go somewhere safe. Looking at this, Procyon was very surprised because Aidan recently received the power of a moderator, but he already has such a person under his command. What she meant was that even the high-ranked guardians protecting Aster weren't that strong. Theodore, listening to this, watched her actions with hostility. Aidan started talking to Procyon, and he told her that, according to her, they must be very close to the moderator, since she knows a lot about him. So she knows about the incident when he destroyed his sister and almost got rid of him. She needs to understand how Aidan feels about the moderator. Seething with anger, Aidan told her to stop beating around the bush and let her tell her why the scum was looking for him. Procyon couldn't say that to him in this place, so she asked him to watch his mouth, because she wouldn't tolerate any caustic words directed at the moderator. Aidan laughed in her face at what she could do. She thinks he'll respect who killed his innocent sister and himself. He took out his hammer, which transformed into a flaming sword. No one can tell him what to do. Theodore, who was standing next to her, had already directed his crystals at her. Aidan kept saying that if the moderator wanted to talk to him, let him come to him. Procyon raised her hand and used her mana to create a pair of spears that were pointed in their direction. She stood there looking pompously in Aidan's direction, knowing it would all come down to a fight. If he didn't want to, then she would trick him by force. Procyon leaped toward them, ready to strike, when Mia suddenly appeared from somewhere, shouting and begging them to stop. She stepped between them, arms outstretched so they wouldn't hurt each other. They both stared at her, dumbfounded. Procyon asked Mia what she was doing here and how she got such wounds. Tired, Mia asked for some time to catch her breath. All the cameramen were assembled, along with Alice, who was sitting motionless on the throne. She said it had been a long time since they'd planned to do that. Across from her sat the moderator, who apologized for returning her like this. These are the necessary measures that they should have taken. Alice had plasma handcuffs on her hands, restraining her. The moderator turned to her, realizing that she had her own plans, but she did something she shouldn't have. System message recovery. This is a forbidden team, the power with which you can destroy their entire world. This command was long lost, and no one could and should have used it. The moderator continued to speak. He could lose Alice too. He asked her to listen at least this time, leaving it to him to manage the system. Let her go back to her original duties. Alice told him that he had confused himself during the campaign. After all, she is no longer the operator of this place. Her plasma handcuffs began to crack, and she was able to break them off calmly. Alice announced that she was now Aidan's cameraman. All the cameramen standing nearby pointed their weapons in her direction. Lloyd was very surprised that Alice had so easily broken the restrictions that the moderator had created. Her strength was amazing. Astaire waved a hand to indicate that everyone should put away their weapons. He asked her how she knew about him, and what she meant by calling herself his operator. And if he betrayed her, what would she do? Aidan Bug, who returned after being deleted. Who knows, maybe he is the virus. He ordered to immediately remove the role, because it is dangerous. Astaire said it didn't matter though, since he'd sent Procyon after him. Soon they will meet, and then the moderator will decide what to do with it, depending on the impact it has on the system. Alice laughed, and she figured it was actually a good thing. They wouldn't have been able to hide forever anyway. Alice crossed her arms and looked at Astaire with a predatory gaze. She was already surprised that they had managed to hide for so long, since everything had turned out this way. They will put an end to it. Alice turned to Arena, saying that they would dethrone him from the post of moderator. We are taken to a clearing where Mia complains that she has been stripped of her operator's license. Procyon said to let Mia leave Alice to her. She had already done a great job. Let him take care of himself now. Aidan stared in their direction, puzzled, and didn't understand what they were talking about. Suddenly, he heard that Alice was caught by the moderator. Mia asked Procyon what she meant by, "Give me some time." Did she really want to take this guy after all? Procyon sighed and said, "Although Mia is asking for this, but she can't not complete the task. You can't disobey the moderator's orders." Mia looked at Procyon in disappointment and said her last argument. This guy can fix bugs. Alice had told her that he was important to the parade too. Procyon looked at Mia and made sure she wasn't lying. If this is real, then what was Astaire trying to achieve? There was a look of shock and hope in Procyon's eyes, Because if this is the case, then Aidan has the unique ability of recovery. Her assumptions are correct, and he will be able to return Astra to her true form. Mia suddenly turned to Aidan and held out her hand with the July pendant on it. Alice asked me to tell him. Aidan noticed that it was the necklace he'd given her. Alice told her to come here, and when she sent it, she asked me to give you this message. Alice promised to come back soon. But things got a little complicated, so let him wait a little longer. Aidan clenched the pendant in his fist. Even though it was Alice, he was still worried. Procyon stated that their fight with Aidan is not over yet. She would take him anyway, because if she let him go, which she wouldn't, others will come for him. So it's best that he follows her now. Aidan replied that he would. But he wouldn't be polite and hold back with him like this. No matter what happens, he will say whatever he wants. Procyon stretched out his arms, and a teleporter appeared on the floor in front of them. Procyon said there was no point in staying any longer, and they were leaving. Theodore ran up to Aidan and said that it was dangerous to go there alone. Let him at least take him. Aidan asked everyone to stay here, and Theodore was ordered to protect the residents. Aidan can only trust him with this. Theodore watched Aidan walk away, vowing that no matter what happened, he would protect the people of this village. Aidan looked at his subordinates with a smile as he entered the portal. A ray of light, and them, as it was not. We are transported to a wasteland with a horde of viruses. Worm, Regen, and Betelgeuse watch them from the mountain. Regen asks the worm what they can do without the Trojan. The moderator just delete them all. He can't even guarantee that they will pass through Procyon. The worm replied that he was right, but after tearing open the space, he put his hand in there and began to pull out the Trojan's blade, saying that this would be another conversation. Regen was in shock. He couldn't believe it. The worm continued to speak. Finally, all preparations are complete. Blue Ray and Aidan and Procyon are already in the moderator's lair. Aidan began to inspect the columns filled with microchips. Suddenly, Portion screamed that she had brought Aidan. He turned abruptly and saw the cameraman standing on pillars and the moderator on the topmost tower. A stare called Aidan over to talk. Lloyd stood looking at him thoughtfully. After all, Aidan, the problem he couldn't solve. Because of his mistake, the moderator had to step in. Since their last meeting, he had become stronger. His aura completely changed. Aidan stood looking at the moderator with a puzzled expression. He decided to start a conversation and asked why he wanted to see him. The moderator asked if he knew about Troyan. Aidan replied with a puzzled face that it had nothing to do with him, because he didn't know who it was. The moderator began to explain that the Trojan is a great danger to this world. She is the only creature who has come from another world and challenges it. On top of that, she has fixed all the viruses and is using them to destroy everything here. Troyan looked like a terrifying angel who could destroy everything in her path. He said that's why she's hunting now. It's just a guess. But he thinks she needs moderator rights, so he needs to secure it as quickly as possible. Aidan didn't understand the whole situation. He thought it was as strange as possible, because Aidan definitely deleted it, but somehow it managed to survive. Or maybe Aidan was mistaken in thinking that someone else had intervened. Aidan remembered how he suddenly appeared some tasks and events, and then it dawned on him that it seems it was all for a reason. Alice perfectly remembered the very day of the review, when the moderator personally came to delete Aidan. The test itself seemed unusual to Alice, so she decided to personally appear on it and see what would happen next. The place where the check took place was one of the many places where traces of the Trojan were first discovered. Its traces ended where the infection process went too far, and the entire city was already completely infected. The Trojan is not an ordinary virus. Even for a moderator, it is very difficult to distinguish a Trojan from other viruses. If the Trojan changes its appearance and disappears, it will be completely impossible to find it. There is no way they can leave the Trojan alone. So the only thing the moderator can do is take measures to prevent the damage from spreading further. Aidan watched everything with incredible anger and aggression and listened to the moderator's words and did not understand what he would do next. and what to expect from the moderator. It finally dawned on Aidan that this was why the moderator had removed him, Alice, and everyone else. Aidan, in his anger, clenched his fist very tightly and said that there should have been another way out. But the moderator, with a serious face, said that there was simply no other way out. Aidan got very angry and shouted at the moderator. Aidan was filled with aggression and anger, shouting at the moderator, not understanding why he did this. Aidan was outraged because the moderator is the person with the highest rank, the one who manages the system, and it is he who must find another way out. This is his responsibility. Ordinary players shouldn't suffer because of his incompetence. Lloyd turned to Aidan, who is now a security risk. So Lloyd doesn't want Aidan to approach the moderator. It was clear that if Aidan did anything now, they would have to answer him. Aidan was even more annoyed by the haughtiness of the cameraman. They brought him here, and now they're talking nonsense. Aidan threatened that this was their conversation and let the cameraman get out of the way. It was clear that Aidan was serious, and that he could do a lot of damage to everything out there. Aidan made a threat to all the operators. They really still think he's just an ordinary NPC. Lloyd didn't understand how he could have grown so quickly. And this pressure coming from Aidan is just like the moderators. Suddenly, they all heard a woman's voice, warning them to be careful, because if they touched Aidan, they would get another enemy. You can see from Aidan's face how shocked he was when he saw Alice sitting on the pillars. The operators did not understand how she could be here, because they were sure that they had locked her up. Alice said that this was not enough to lock her up. All the operators were angry because they couldn't stop her. Aidan asked if Alice was okay. Alice apologized on behalf of her brother for putting Aidan through all this alone. Aidan didn't know who her brother was at first. It turned out that the moderator is Alice's brother, and she should have mentioned this much earlier. Aidan was shocked to learn that Alice was the moderator's younger sister. In fact, both the moderator and Alice are somewhat similar. Suddenly, the moderator stopped the conversation between Alice and Aidan. He told them to get off the subject and stop asking their questions. From Mia's stories, the moderator learned that Aidan gathered people and built a village for them, as well as added new content. The moderator asked what Aidan was going to do after gaining the moderator's power, and what his goal was. Aidan's real purpose shocked everyone around him. He wanted to completely destroy the current system. All the cameramen didn't understand what Aidan was saying, because it was all nonsense. Aidan asked the moderator when the last update was. This world froze. It stopped developing. If a serious problem appears, then it is solved by deleting it. And since viruses have stopped fighting in this world, many problems have appeared. And as a result, innocent people suffer because of these problems. Aidan is sure that it will be better to destroy everything, rather than leave it as it is. Aidan said that he can fix bugs. All operators were surprised by this information. They didn't understand how an NPC could fix bugs when even a moderator couldn't. Alice said that this was really true, because she had been convinced of it many times. Procyon was also convinced of this. The moderator wanted to talk privately with Aidan and created a large black dome. No one can enter this dome without the moderator's permission. Aidan asked what the moderator wanted to tell him that was so important. The moderator said that Aidan was right. Aidan was very surprised at that. It turned out that the moderator is well aware of the situation. Nothing can be hidden from the moderator. Even though he knew it, it was the only way out. Deleting it was the only way. However, looking at Aidan, there seemed to be another choice. After losing Sirius, the moderator's emotions suddenly began to return. Sirius warned him, but the moderator didn't listen. The moderator thinks that he made the right choice by locking Sirius up for his own safety. But in doing so, he lost him. The moderator also recalled how Alice, watching him, realized that he was not worthy to call himself a moderator. The moderator and Aidan were facing each other. The moderator admitted that if he remains a moderator, he will repeat this mistake again and again. Therefore, he resigns from his post. A big bang, and the barrier disappeared. The cameramen watching it disappear were horrified. Suddenly, to everyone's surprise, Aidan brought his sword up to the moderator. Aidan was furious, and he said to Aster, "If he wants to hide everything like this, it won't be any better. If he thinks that if he leaves the post of moderator, then everything will be resolved by himself, he is clearly mistaken." The cameraman who heard Aidan's words didn't understand what was going on, what it all meant. The moderator replied that it was normal to think that way, and if Aidan wanted it so badly, let him delete it. Aidan grabbed the moderator by the scruff of the neck and said, "Let him suffer like him." The cameramen panicked, multiplying their weapons and jumping in to save him, yelling at Aidan to get his hands off the moderator. System message, delete. Lloyd and Zeno were thrown back by the blast wave. Zeno was horrified. It really was a command to remove how he could use it. Aidan pointed his blade at them and told them not to move. Aidan went on to say, what if they thought he didn't use the delete command because he was stupid? If he had the will, he would have wiped this place off the face of the earth. If the operators do not listen to it, they will regret it. Procyon tried desperately to calm Aidan down, begging him not to delete Aster. For the sake of saving the world, Aster had no choice but to choose the most difficult and painful path. He began to change because of the heavy weight on his shoulders. Aidan said firmly that he wouldn't change his mind, and she can't ask him to erase what he's done. What about Aidan's sister that he deleted? How can he forget all this? Let the moderator then return his sister. If he says he can't, then Aidan will delete him. Aidan was seething with rage. At that moment, no one could stop him. Alice looked at Aidan with a disappointed look, knowing that she had raised a monster. Aidan saw Alice's gaze and realized that Aster was her brother, and if he killed him, he would be no better than the moderator. He let his eyes drop to the ground and drooped. Aidan stepped aside and decided not to become a merciless beast. Operators rushed to the moderator. Alice came up to Aidan and spoke to him, but he turned away from her without listening and started walking away from this place. Alice was looking down in frustration. Zeno asked the moderator why he did it. If something went wrong, they would not be able to help him. Zeno wondered, because the moderator was so indifferent. But now he has changed. What exactly happened? Is it possible that his emotions have returned? The moderator started saying that whenever this was going to happen, Aidan had correctly said everything they were doing was just temporary measures. The moderator is the center of the world, and he failed to fulfill his role. And finally, there is someone who can perform the duties of a moderator better than him. Alice chose him, and he trusts her choice, so he's retiring. The operators crowded around the moderator and started supporting him, saying that he didn't fail, that thanks to him this world still exists. Zeno began to explain that this will not help, but decide who will hold this post. They will lose control if bugs and viruses start spreading. He understands how painful it is for the moderator to delete them, and they all know who stopped those viruses. They all told him that he hadn't failed. Procyon told Aster that it wasn't too late to fix everything, and she has a plan. She suggested asking Aidan for help. Aidan turned around and said with a terrible face, "How can he cure the moderator if he's not even a bug?" Aster had told Aidan that he wasn't in the best of shape. His skill to fix bugs is unique before him. No one else had such a thing. If he really owns it, then they can be useful to each other. If Aidan wants to destroy and rebuild the system, he can help him with many things, creating this world the way he wants it to be. Aidan has the potential to be a great moderator. If Aidan solves his problem, he will be able to help him with many things that he is not as good at as a moderator. So maybe they could work together. Aidan was still mad at him, but he agreed. Procyon breathed a sigh of relief. Aidan suddenly held out his arm, soaked with his energy, and said that there was no point in pulling, and they would start right away. He turned to the moderator and said that he could not guarantee that the doctor would cure him. Alice told Aster not to worry and to trust Aidan. She was confident that he would succeed. Aster said that he had already decided that he was stepping down as moderator. He would trust and follow the one she chose, because Alice had never been wrong before. Aidan touched the moderator, and there was a burst of energy. And Aidan had already entered the system He was thrilled with what he saw. He had never seen such a bright light coming from a person in the system before. He had the feeling that the entire world had gathered around this place. The moderator was standing in the center of the system, surrounded by a huge blue energy that illuminated everything around him. His condition was terrible, Aidan noted. His entire body was covered in cracks. He really did hold up well. Aidan decided to pour a large amount of his energy into it to see if the recovery process was progressing. Suddenly, his bracelet that was left over from his sister lit up. It glowed brighter and brighter by the second. Aidan couldn't control it. Someone asked him not to worry, because everything will be fine. A bright flash appeared in front of him, which threw him back. Aidan was shocked to see his younger sister, Elise, standing in front of him. She gave off an aura of yellow color. She flew up to the moderator and grabbed him by the head. On the path, an indistinct silhouette can be seen walking towards the huge gate. It was Selena. From her face, it was clear that she was devastated, and the action carried over to her past. A battered little girl stands in despair and watches as everything explodes and collapses everywhere. And then the culprits of what is happening are shown. It is a silhouette surrounded by energy and hovering in the sky, and the two creatures destroy everything with their beam. And then we are shown his identity. It turns out to be Moderator Aster. Realizing who it is, Selena can't hold back the tears. But then a monologue begins behind her back. She is told that he does not hesitate to delete everything and everything, and about what remains after his ill-considered actions, continuing to call himself a moderator. Selena starts to turn around and sees a trio of creatures standing in front of her, hidden in the shadows. A creature standing in front and hidden by a cloak asks her what she thinks after seeing the scene, telling her that she was all alone and he felt sorry for her. But then she grabs her battered sword and slams it into the creature closest to her. And he asks her if an ordinary sword can really work against the virus. Virus smiles and says that she is very brave. Taking out a sword from his torso, he tells her the purpose of his visit. It turns out to be a gathering of those who want to take revenge on the moderator. And that's why they woke her up in the middle of a checkup. Speaking of which, up until now, they had been killing those who were useless. Looking at the desperate girl, they invite her to join them. Events are returned to the present. She touches the stove and opens a passage. All attention goes to an unusual object that resembles a core. She pulls out a shining dagger-like weapon. Selena points it at this core and wants to impale it. And at this moment remembers how she was given this weapon, reminding her of what he did to her homeland. She closes her eyes and swings the dagger, breaking the core. And the reaction started. From everywhere, the piercing energy began to concentrate in one place, and a certain rift appears from which unknown creatures come out. And we're transported to Alice and Procyon watching Aidan and Aster. Looking at these two, Procyon asks no one to approach them. After all, at this point, moderators are most vulnerable. It can be said that this is their only weakness, and no one can interfere until both of them open their eyes. Suddenly, the danger warning notification starts appearing, explaining all this by saying that a critical error occurred. Everyone was surprised by this and worried that it was all happening too suddenly. And then the system says that viruses have invaded and panic has appeared on the faces of everyone standing. Everything turned purple, and the system also reported that the functionality of the system was reduced and the number of commands used was limited. Meanwhile, Zeno asks everyone how the viruses got here when they shouldn't have had a chance. And Dyke says that Selena is responsible for security, asking where she is now. One of the viruses watching from the side tells the viruses behind it how much this moment is ideal, because the moderator can't move, and this is a great chance for them. The virus standing in front says that we haven't met like this for a long time and offers to greet each other, and represents all the viruses behind it. These were Beetlejuice, Regin, Virus F, and Virus E. He also says that it seems to him that they are disappointed by their small number, and with the click of a finger creates portals from which crowds of viruses climb. Zeno is outraged that viruses have entered here. Pulling out his weapon, He says that he will take the chance and remove each of them. At this point, Procyon and Beetlejuice don't stop looking at each other, and Procyon apologizes to Alice and asks her to take care of the other two viruses, and Alice agrees. Procyon makes a dash for Beetlejuice. At this point, Alice begins to think that it seems that viruses knew about what was happening here and got in. Looking at Aidan, she tells him that no one will touch him as long as she's here, but something keeps bothering her. In the next scene, Aidan is seen starting to cry. He sees Elise in front of him and asks if she is real. He shouts her name and runs towards her, but Aster stops him and tells him that the his sister, and then resents the fact that she was right under his nose, and he calls it a Trojan. Aster yells at Aidan to run and tells him that he didn't have a younger sister to begin with. This was all part of the Trojans' plan. Aster then tries to use the eternal deletion skill unexpectedly, but the Trojan grabs his hand and tells him that it's useless. After that, she points out that he should look at himself and see the result of using her power. After all, it gradually destroys it from the inside, and she's going to get it back. And she's also taking all the rights from both of them. After that, a flash occurs, and it reincarnates as number 1, codenamed Trojan. At this point, actions are transferred to the battle of operators and viruses. Zeno makes a few swings with his blade and cuts through the crowd of viruses. At this point, Lloyd and Isabel are surrounded, but Isabel makes a deft dash and destroys the entire crowd in seconds. A huge virus appears before her and is about to release energy in order to harm her. But Dyke, who came to her aid, manages to shoot from his bow and removes this large virus in a few shots. After that, he fires his arrows into a huge crowd and destroys them in huge numbers, while they in turn understand that it is difficult for them to cope with operators and plan to attack defenseless moderators. The regrouped viruses all rush to these two, but Zeno was quickly able to react and tell the others that they were targeting the moderators. And at that moment, the viruses that were flying up to the moderators crashed into the electric field. They immediately understood who it was created by, and the order was given to break through at all costs. But Procyon, who created it, while maintaining the stability of this dome and having the status of a guardian, ordered all the guardians to gather here. From the numerous portals that appeared, guardians of all possible kinds emerged. Procyon gave them all an order to destroy all viruses and protect the moderators. All the guards rushed into battle in an instant. Viruses started stamping. The higher viruses who were watching were surprised, and Regin asked the virus in front of them about how they can't do anything to us if we rearrange the space. But the operators are still strong, and they told him that he was right and had not expected such a turn of events. And he added that even so, we can win because in this space, they will not be able to use the delete command. Therefore, dragging out the fight would be the best solution for them. But then there was a loud shout in all the higher viruses, and the operators paid attention. They saw Aster getting worse and worse. Alice says that something went wrong during the treatment and asks him what's the matter. It's then that she notices the wound near his eye and how it's recovering. But then she turns to Aidan and understands that it doesn't look very good, wondering what was going on inside him. At this point, Aidan, in shock, says that something is wrong here, and he is sure of it. There is an outbreak that everyone pays attention to and denies what they see, and the viruses at this moment are happy about this appearance and talk about how long they have been looking for it. They call it Trojan Nim. At the same time, a system warning appears that critical damage has been done to the system. After that, the Trojan emits a bright light, and the system reported that it could not function normally. Aidan's eyes were filled with despair, and Asteru still hadn't woken up. In the next instant, the moderator's rights were revoked, and all firewalls were disabled. The players' windows turned red and didn't work. And after thinking about what was going on, everyone thought about another check and started complaining about how well the hunt was going. A hunter walking behind helped the wounded man walk and asked him to stop pretending about his condition and not joke like that anymore. But when he looked at his face, he saw nothing and started to get nervous, thinking of it as a joke and asking him not to exaggerate, because players can't die here. But he dropped dead. The system reported disabling system protection and disabling revivals. Players do not understand what is happening, because the system gives errors realizing that they will not be able to revive and do not understand what will happen after death. Opening the friends list, one of the players sees that everyone is dead and starts calling their friends in the hope that they are still alive. But Jade, who is trying to call, can't receive a voice message while dying and doesn't understand how the monsters that should be in the dungeon were able to get out of there into the open world. The system warns about the need to apply emergency measures when monsters come out of the dungeon. Events are transferred to the battle between viruses and operators. Everyone stands and watches the silhouette hidden in the glow and does not understand what is happening, not understanding how the firewall can disappear and worrying about moderators. After all, when the Trojan appeared, everything went wrong. And then Procyon shouts to Alice to protect Aster, and the Trojan draws attention to this. Alice makes a very quick dash for the Trojan, but it is protected by a barrier. Alice says that she was sure that Trojan had lost all her abilities and how she got them back. When she asked about her form, she assumed that it took her brother's power, but Troyan was surprised by this question because she did not take, but returned what was originally hers by right. At that moment, Procyon used her power to launch her spear at the Trojan, but it also blocked its attack. And Procyon is outraged that she can't be here and orders all operators to protect the moderator. Speaking of which, she's behind all this, and you need to be careful. But then a certain flame appeared, and she immediately guessed that it was Beetlejuice's flame. All the top viruses are lined up in front of the operators, and they say that this will not work, and they do not dare to stand in the way of the Trojan, because while they are protecting it, they will have a hard time. And then they say that the true owner of this world is a Trojan, and you need to show him respect. Zeno does not agree with them, calling them dirty viruses and ordering them to end them. All the operators rushed to the attack. Lloyd took on Region, and Isabel took on F. Zeno began to fight against the worm. He stabbed him several times with his blade, and he was met with several shots that Zeno was able to avoid. But still one of the beams was able to hit his armor, and he realized that they were applying infection. At this point, the worm grinned, saying that your firewall is now useless, and we are finally on an equal footing. The firepower from both sides shook and exploded everything around them. And at that moment, the Trojan stopped everyone with one word, and everyone stood in a stupor without the ability to move. The worm decided to ask why he stopped them, and she said that there was no point in talking about the true owner of this world, because she never wanted such a world, and also telling him not to be mistaken about her rank, because she was never their king, so don't think about messing with her. The worm was in shock, but she ignored it and said that she wanted to talk to her brother, and swiped her finger and threw everyone away with a certain impulse. Alice, having created a barrier protecting the moderators, was able to somehow survive, and Aidan was surprised by this. She told him that he was the most important person in this world and he couldn't die, by saying that she would protect him. At this moment, the Trojan was heading to the moderators and was surprised that Alice was reincarnated by becoming an antivirus program. After everyone was thrown back by the impulse, the worm didn't understand why the Trojan did this, and Lloyd didn't understand where it got such power. Procyon, on the other hand, was worried about Aster, and being too far away, all she could think about was how to get back quickly. At that moment, they all heard the commotion and turned their attention to it, as they saw the battle unfolding near the pillar. The battle was fast-paced and indescribable, as everything they touched collapsed and broke at the same time. And then they saw those who were participants in this fight. It was a Trojan and Alice in her new form of antivirus. Alice was on a par with the Trojan, and the standing operators were shocked by what was happening. But Procyon reported that due to our position in which they are located, the restrictions imposed on Alice were lifted. and she tells the others that they can't stand around any longer. And while Alice distracts the Trojan, they need to protect the moderators. At this point, the battle between Alice and the Trojan is in full swing. Trojan is on top, and Alice is at the bottom, and they are preparing to attack each other. The Trojan first decided to use the command and use the chain, and at the same moment chains appeared from everywhere heading towards Alice. But she confidently managed to evade them and went straight to the Trojan, cutting part of the chains on her way. Looking at this, the Trojan decided to use the create command and created a huge wall in front of it. But Alice cut it into pieces and went straight to the Trojan and used the cut command. But the Trojan managed to use the firewall. But Alice cut everything in her path, putting everything in this attack, and was able to cut its defense, leaving behind a huge cut behind the Trojan. After this attack, she told the Trojan that she didn't understand what she was up to, but she wouldn't let things go according to her plan, so they could stop her again. Troyan replied that she wanted to go back, knowing that the chance of success was very small, but she still continued to try, as long as there was at least some hope. But nothing happened. After that, she used stat reduction on Alice. After that, she fell to her knees in front of her, and at that moment Trojan said that she was very strong, and even surpassed Aster in pure strength, and she thought that they would be able to return her to their world. But it was impossible, and at the height of my despair, I met my brother. Alice started shaking, and asked what she was talking about. If the Trojan was trying to tell her that Aidan could help her. Then Alice was indignant, and asked what she wanted to do with him. The stat drop had subsided, and Alice had lashed out at her, telling her that she wouldn't allow Aidan to be used. And at that moment, the Trojan used a lock, and some energy formed around it, blocking it. Troyan told her not to interfere, and even she would have to work hard to get out of there. Alice started throwing punches furiously, but it was useless, and all she could do was shout her name. Events are transferred to Aidan. He is worried about Alice and wonders how she is doing and understands that he needs to find her. At this moment, he feels that someone is approaching and decides to turn around and sees a Trojan in front of him. She tells him that she hasn't seen him in a long time. There are two players in the city waiting for something, and they are pushed by a guy with red hair running, not stopping further, and the player who was pushed turns around at this red-haired kid and expresses his dissatisfaction, shouting at his back that he would look where he was running, calling him a... The guy with the red hair ignores him, happy that he's been blown away. Turning around and tossing the bag, he says that for the players, it's just a small thing, and they won't even notice it, and the red-haired kid with this bag will be able to last a little longer. While walking through the market, Aidan notices bracelets on one of the counters. Everything is transferred to the backwoods. Everywhere there is garbage and all sorts of rodents with shabby people. He calls Alice, saying that he has returned home and asks her if anything special has happened. He approaches her and tells her that he has something for her and asks her to extend her hand. He puts on the bracelet he bought at the market and tells her that next time he will buy her a lot more jewelry. The girl looks at the bracelet and smiles, saying that everything is fine and she likes it and thanks him for the gift. Back to the present. Alice, trying to get out of prison, uses all sorts of techniques, and she manages to break through and get out of this dome. Privately, she resents the fact that it took too long to get out of this dome, and she has to speed up to get to Aidan, afraid that she'll do something to him. Aidan looks at the Trojan in surprise and calls her Alice. At the same time, she draws attention to his hand, which is wearing the same bracelet given to her in the past. Aidan at this point asks her why she lied to him all this time, and the time they spent together all this time was for this. To which she tells him that she has to go back, and she can't do this alone, and this is her only way out. Even if she has to remove it, she must awaken the hidden power in herself, and she asks him not to be afraid, because this world will not be able to throw it away. After all, even deciding to leave it yourself, because Aidan is the only one who can update this world, because you are the update. At this point, Alice grabs Aidan, and Alice uses the final delete skill and this skill falls on Alice. They are thrown back, and it begins to crumble. Aidan holds her close, saying her name. Alice calls out to herself and tells her that she wanted to return her brother to his former state. She wanted him to stop being a moderator. But when she came across Aidan, she thought she could achieve her goal. She thought that your rare ability could heal her brother, even knowing that he would want to take revenge on the moderator. And for this, she got close to use. And before she finally disappeared, she apologized to him. Aidan looks at how she disappeared and falls into despair, lowering his head. Elise says that by deliberately exposing herself to the team, she showed that you were a very important person to her, and that it was even better that way. He started to turn around to look at her, and she added that it should be enough to wake him up. And then Aidan tells her that she has already received her power, that she still needs it. He says that she keeps talking about his removal, and that you want to come back, but whether you really want it. To which she replies that now she does not need to delete it, and does not need to be so broken, and there is still a way out to save Alice. We don't understand how this is possible. And she explains to him that the system can fulfill any request, regardless of its complexity, and not knowing how long it will take, and asks him to find her when he wakes up, because she will be waiting for him. After that, Elise evaporates. Aidan hits the floor with his hands, creating dents, thinking about what happened and how he should take it all, blaming himself for losing Alice. But he remembers the words Elise said about the system, and thinks that the system will fulfill any of his requests. He doesn't believe it. He tries to call the command, and it works. Surprised at this, because his rights were taken away. But this is not what is important to him now, and Alice is a priority. He realizes that he could not have been lied to, and this is his only way. He puts his hand to his chest and uses the final removal on himself. There is a flash, and then he goes into another space, thinking that he couldn't have thought that he would come back here. And he thinks that growing up makes it easier to bear pain. At this point, he approaches the glowing body and realizes that it is Alice approaching her, and all around is darkness. After a while, he hears a voice like Alice calling out to him, and he opens his eyes, looks around and thinks about what this place is, and then someone calls out to him. He turns and sees Alice standing in front of him. Aidan was shocked by what he saw. He grabbed her by the shoulders, and Alice really was standing in front of him. She asked him to calm down, because she was fine. Aidan breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that he would never see her again. Alice was looking at him with a puzzled expression, and she had a small dragon on her shoulder. He asked Aidan if he didn't remember anything. It was Sirius in front of him, and he didn't understand how that was possible, since he knew for a fact that he had been deleted. Sirius replied that Aidan was probably still confused by the sudden awakening. He should get some rest. He asked him to listen carefully and not be surprised. Sirius told him that Aidan had been asleep for 3 years. Alice said that Aidan really didn't remember anything. He had restored them. System message 61-242 failed. System message 67-231 failed. Aidan lay on the floor, not realizing how much time he'd spent doing this. For a week, a month, he had lost count, and he was having strange feelings. What he had to do. Suddenly, a bright flash appeared in front of Aidan, forming a blue crystal in the middle. He didn't understand what it was. Was it a Sirius star? Just once, he had already shown him the right path in a difficult situation. Energy surged toward the ceiling, and Aidan tried to understand what she was trying to tell him. Aidan looked up and saw 2 bright stars. After all, if he had come to save Alice, how could he have forgotten such an important thing? She had sacrificed a lot for him, including her own life, and he had done nothing for her. This time, it will be different. Aidan started to climb up the cliff. From now on, he would be the one protecting her, so she had to hold on for a little longer. His leg was seized by black hands filled with red microchips. He looked down and saw a horde of similar hands trying to stop him. System message 121-384th failure. Do these hands mistake it for a bug or virus? They had already engulfed his entire body, and he couldn't resist them. System message 2,015,594 failed. If this continued, there was nothing he could do. Suddenly, he remembered his sister's voice telling him not to be afraid, because this world can't throw him out or get rid of him, because he's the only one who can upgrade this world. He is an update. If something is needed for him, the system will fulfill any of his requests, regardless of its complexity. The dark hands almost swallowed him up. But Aidan couldn't just give up if he disappeared without doing anything. Even if it's not fair, he can't just leave it like this. He had to meet Elise, see her, and talk to her. So let nothing stand in his way. There was a huge flash around Aidan, and all the dark hands that had been blocking him fell back into the abyss. The system message recovery was successful. Aidan was standing in the middle of the system. I don't understand how it happened. And the main thing is that it's the Sirius crystal and Alice's sphere, through which he could restore them. System message. Numbers mean to Aidan congratulations. He didn't understand what was going on. System message. You were able to successfully complete recovery in 898 to 13 attempts. Recovery command. He wondered what that voice meant by saying that the recovery was successful, and he shouted, asking who was the one who was talking to him. Let him show himself. System message. I am the operating system, also known as the system that created this world. Since I don't have a physical body, I can't show myself to you. Aidan asked how the system could talk to him. She replied to him, I created this place to encourage your awakening. I am temporarily an intelligence that was created to help you. Puzzled, Aidan started to say, so temporarily intelligence. It was created for a short time. There was something he needed to know first. He was sure that he had deleted himself since he was still alive. Artificial intelligence saved him. The system replied that it couldn't let him die. It had to restore him at all costs. All methods of recovery were used, but the decisive choice was left to him. Everything will be as he wishes. Whatever his choice, the system will follow him. Aidan noticed that the feeling was definitely from the moderator's rights, a power that had already been taken away from him, or else Elise had left him the rights. The system replied that it wasn't. Aidan is the only moderator of this world. No one can take away these rights, because this power is exclusively his, since it will be as he says. Then with the power of recovery, he can save others, right? The system replied that it was possible. He alone could have saved Alice. System warning. Restoring permanently deleted object numbers list for Alice may cause unknown side effects. Please continue. Aidan asked her to act faster, and he would continue her recovery. The sphere in his hand lit up and Alice's body appeared in front of him. He grabbed her, hugged her, and cried. Alice woke up, not understanding what was happening. It was definitely deleted. Aidan started to say how relieved he was that she was alive. System message. Numbers Ilona for Alice was successfully restored. Alice was very frightened when she heard this voice. Aidan had explained to her that it was an operating system and that it was following his instructions, so she didn't have to be afraid. He said he used the recovery team to get her back. She didn't believe his words. He could use the command to recover. She asked if his body was okay. I looked at her and asked her what she was talking about. Alice replied that this type of power is very dangerous. Anyone who used recovery-related commands suffered serious damage. System message. An overload has occurred due to excessive use of the recovery command. Aidan felt a strong swelling in the area of his chest, and he coughed and began to breathe heavily. Alice asked him about his condition, and she was right. Aidan replied that everything was fine, and he was a little relieved. He was a little confused as to what he should do now. He should use the command again. Alice saw that Aidan was holding a serious star, and he said, I thought he'd already told her about it. System message. It is recommended not to reuse the restore command normally. It is not possible to restore someone who is permanently deleted. However, Aidan is able to use the command. He had already used it twice to restore himself, and then Alice. As a result, too much energy was consumed. The system contacted him and said that due to excessive overload, his body condition was not satisfactory and could not be restored. He will take even more damage if he tries to restore someone who was permanently deleted. Alice said that the system is right. It's too dangerous. She asked him not to do it. Because what's the point of bringing her back if it's Aidan who can't stay alive? Aidan's body was on edge, breathing hard. But he laughed at her words, so she could sacrifice herself to protect him. But he doesn't. He asked Alice to calm down, because he wouldn't die or disappear. Alice was frightened by his words. She didn't want to lose him again. If it wasn't for serious help, he wouldn't have been able to save her. He just wants to pay him back. System warning: further use of recovery is too dangerous. Please stop. Aidan asked the system that he still needed one more time to stop talking nonsense and execute the command. System message: recovery command. Sirius has been restored. Alice picked up the little dragon, and it was incredible that he could bring it back. This is the power of recovery. The reason why Aidan was able to fix bugs was because of his ability to use the power of recovery. Aidan's body was in great pain as he began to breathe even harder, his face littered with microchips. A big flash around his heart, and he screamed in pain. Alice turned to the system and asked it to do something, because Aidan was in danger. The system responded that critical damage was received and direct intervention was initiated due to the emergency. A red crystal appeared in front of her. It was the true form of the system. Search for a solution. Search completed. Number seen: Aidan has taken critical damage, just like she said. He's already reached the point where he's incapable of self-healing. The crystal glowed, releasing bright yellow flashes. She continued to say to increase the recovery efficiency. The system will transfer all its power to Aidan. It will take a long time. The crystal began to sink into Aidan's damaged body. When the intelligence system process starts, it will be suspended. Please keep an eye on Aidan until the surgery is over. The system responded that it was starting. We are being moved to the present time. Aidan remembered everything. Alice replied that she had been waiting all this time for him to wake up. She asked how his condition was, because he had been sleeping for a long time, if he had any discomfort. Aidan said no, on the contrary, he was full of energy. Now he can do absolutely anything. Aidan calmly raised his hand and activated the create command. Blocks appeared in the room and began to surround them. In his hands was a ball. It was a system. Alice and Sirius were shocked to see how he was able to create something like this in an instant. System message: recovery, and everything is back in place. Sirius replied that he had seen a lot in his life, but this was the first time he had seen this. Alice, looking at Aidan, wondered if she was Aidan's true strength. System message: Aidan updater. All commands have been unlocked. Aidan, looking down at his hand, used the command. System message: item creation. At the same time, Aidan had a hot sword in his hand. System message: sword decapitation. Aidan's personal item. It was the greatest sword in the history of this world. System command: create. Aidan created blocks, which he fed with his energy, and they rushed straight at him. Aidan didn't hesitate for a second, didn't doubt his own strength, and destroyed them all in a couple of blows. He looked down at his new creation. Aidan thought about it. This sword is extremely good if compared to the punitive sword. Then this one will obviously be stronger. And no matter how many commands Aidan uses from now on, his body isn't draining anymore. Apparently, this is due to the fact that the operating system gave him these powers. Alice turned to him and said it was just unbelievable. He created this powerful weapon with such ease. Aidan was outraged. It really was something incredible. Sirius said that it usually takes a long time to put your heart and soul into creating a personal weapon. Even Aster and the operators would need to put in a lot of effort to create a unique, high-level weapon. However, for Aidan, it was a no-brainer. Alice confusedly asked me to create the same weapon for her submission. After all, her weapon in the last battle was removed. Aidan smiled and asked her why she was so shy. He would have created it for Alice anyway. He raised his hand up, and at the same time, he had a powerful weapon that he had given to Alice. She smiled broadly and thanked him for the gift. Aidan replied that he tried to make it as similar as possible to the one she had, because she was already attached to him. Smiling, Aidan did not forget about Sirius and created him a pair of bracers that will help and protect him until he grows up. They have mana and protective properties, so they'll come in handy. He turned to them and told them that if they still needed time to get used to their weapons, they should take their time. As it is, there's no point in them staying here any longer. Aidan looked up at the sky and said we should get out of here. Alice grabbed him by the shoulder and asked him to wait. She was glad they were already leaving, but first she wanted to do something with his hair. Alice cut his hair expertly, cutting it short. She asked him to wait here while she changed. Suddenly, Sirius asked Aidan if he was serious about going out and looking for the Trojan. Sirius won't stop him, but she's a lot stronger than he thinks. Whether everything will be fine. He said he didn't care, that he wanted to know what Alice wanted, and that he would do whatever it took. Aidan said that he would support her as the only member of the family. Dark energy began to gather around Aidan, and his body was covered in black armor that covered his cloak all the way to the floor. Aidan decided that no matter what, he would meet Ellis. First of all, they needed to get out of here, Aidan said. Sirius told him that he was right. If he stayed here any longer, he would go mad. Alice's voice came from behind her, and she agreed with Sirius' statement, because if he wasn't here, she would have gone crazy by now. Alice appeared before them in her new outfit. Just like Aidan, she was dressed in armor with a cloak on her back and a small cutout on her chest. Aidan smiled and started walking slowly towards her without saying anything. Alice asked him why he was silent, what she looked like. He put his hands behind her back. Alice was confused as to what he was doing. Wait a little longer. He took his hands away from her, and she wore the July amulet around her neck. He said he could finally give it back to her. The amulet began to glow. System message, the item was assigned. I turned to her, asking her not to give it to anyone and always carry it with me. She was his first cameraman. Aidan said it was time to leave, and they held hands. He thought, 3 years has passed a lot of time. He was wondering how much the world has changed. Command line, exit. Energy shone around them, and they flew up at high speed. System message, version 10 update completed. They were transported to this world and saw a terrifying scene. In front of them were objects that were completely affected by the virus.